Hello, and welcome to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories. I'm your host, Nicki. Tonight, we're returning to the peaceful world of L.M. Montgomery, to quiet country lanes, blooming orchards, gentle brooks, and the beloved story of Anne Shirley. For the next 6 hours, we'll continue Anne's journey through Avonlea as she grows, dreams, faces life's joys and sorrows, and discovers where the road will lead. So wherever this day or evening finds you, I hope these stories bring you a little comfort. Settle in, get comfortable, and let the story begin. June settled over Green Gables with such quiet beauty that Anne Shirley often felt the world had become almost too lovely to bear calmly. Spring's first excitement had softened now into gentler days. The orchard no longer shimmered with clouds of blossom, though pale petals still lingered here and there in the grass like forgotten pieces of spring. Leaves whispered softly overhead whenever warm breezes wandered through. Everything seemed richly alive. The field stretched green and sunlit. Wild roses gathered themselves along fences. The brook beyond the pasture moved quietly over stones, carrying silver flashes through shaded places. And nearly every afternoon smelled faintly of warm earth and growing things. Anne loved June wholeheartedly. "There are so many lovely things in the world now," she told Marilla one morning while drying dishes, "that I sometimes feel a little sorrowful because I can't love them all enough." Marilla, who believed loving things excessively accomplished very little, merely reminded Anne not to forget the teaspoons. Still, even Marilla softened a little in summer. Windows stood open, laundry dried sweetly in the warm air, and evening stretched long and golden before finally surrendering to twilight. On this particular afternoon, Anne had spent several hours happily wandering with Diana among woods and meadows collecting flowers. Mayflowers still lingered in shaded places. Ferns curled softly beneath trees, and narrow woodland paths seemed filled with secret beauty. And naturally, Anne had continued improving Avonlea through naming things. A shaded path where violets grew thick beneath the trees had become Violet Vale, and a quiet little bend in the brook now belonged to dreams too lovely for ordinary explanation. "Places ought to have beautiful names," Anne had informed Diana earnestly. "Otherwise, they feel neglected." Diana agreed completely, though Diana usually agreed whenever Anne sounded particularly certain. By the time Anne returned to Green Gables, the afternoon had already begun slipping quietly toward evening. Golden light stretched long across the yard. The orchard glowed softly, and supper preparations had begun in the kitchen. Marilla stood near the table folding cloth, with the unmistakable expression of someone who had just remembered an inconvenience. "Anne," she said, looking up, "I need you to run over to Mrs. Barry's." Anne brightened immediately. Errands carried importance, responsibility, and occasionally interesting scenery. "Yes, Marilla." "I forgot to borrow Mrs. Barry's apron pattern," Marilla said. "She promised I might copy it." "Of course," Anne said readily. Then Marilla added, "You'd best take the shortcut through Mr. Bell's woods." Anne stopped. Completely. Her expression altered at once. The shortcut?" "Yes." Marilla glanced toward the window. "You'll save time." Anne swallowed. Because Mr. Bell's woods possessed another name, one Anne herself had given them: the Haunted Wood. Now, in broad daylight, the Haunted Wood was not entirely dreadful. Not exactly, though even under sunshine the fir trees stood suspiciously close to each other, and certain birch trunks looked distressingly ghost-like if one happened upon them unexpectedly. But the truly terrible part, the truly dreadful part, was not going through the woods. It was coming back. Because the time Anne reached Mrs. Barry's house, borrowed the pattern, visited properly, and returned, the evening would have grown dim, perhaps nearly dark, and everyone knew perfectly well that haunted places became considerably more haunted after sunset. Anne glanced toward the windows. Outside, the light had already begun softening toward gold. Shadows stretched beneath the orchard trees. Soon, very soon, dusk would arrive, and dreadful things often preferred dusk. "You aren't afraid to walk through there?" Marilla asked, noticing Anne's hesitation. "Not afraid exactly," Anne said carefully. "It's only that the woods become exceedingly imaginative toward evening." Marilla snorted softly. "Nonsense." Anne privately felt nonsense had never properly appreciated danger. Still, Marilla trusted her, and Marilla needed the pattern. Besides, Matthew would certainly think she could manage, and Diana would probably consider such bravery admirable. Anne lifted her chin. "Well," she said solemnly, "if I encounter anything spectral, I shall conduct myself bravely." "You'll encounter nothing but mosquitoes," Marilla said briskly. "Now hurry along." A few minutes later, basket in hand, Anne stood at the edge of the lane. The warm June evening stretched softly around her. Far ahead, trees waited, darkening slowly beneath deepening sky, the entrance to the haunted wood. Anne drew a steadying breath, straightened her shoulders, and set off bravely, while somewhere deep inside her imagination, every possible tragedy had already begun quietly arranging itself. Mrs. Barry answered the door herself. The evening light had already begun softening around Orchard Slope, turning the windows golden and the fields beyond them pale with approaching dusk. "Why, Anne," Mrs. Barry said kindly, "you've come for the apron pattern, haven't you?" "Yes, ma'am," Anne replied politely. Ordinarily, Anne might have hoped Diana would appear at once, for even 10 minutes with Diana would improve nearly anything, particularly difficult errands involving future haunted experiences. But unfortunately, Diana had gone to visit with relatives for the afternoon. The house felt strangely quiet without her. Mrs. Barry disappeared briefly and returned neatly with the folded paper. "There now," she said. "Tell Marilla she's welcome to it as long as she likes." "Thank you," Anne said earnestly. Ordinarily, Anne might have lingered a little. There were pleasant things to notice in every house. Interesting curtains, interesting conversations, and the general comfort of remaining safely indoors while evening settled outside. But tonight the haunted wood waited, and every passing minute carried the sunlight farther away. So only after the briefest exchange, Anne stepped politely back outside and stood still for one dreadful moment at the edge of the road. The sky had changed. Golden afternoon had slipped quietly toward evening. Soft shadows stretched across the fields. The woods ahead stood darker now, deeper somehow, as though they had spent the last hour quietly gathering secrets. Anne swallowed. "It's only a wood," she told herself firmly. A perfectly ordinary wood, filled with perfectly ordinary trees. Trees that did not move unexpectedly, or whisper dreadful things, or conceal pale, mysterious figures waiting silently between trunks. Probably. She drew herself up. Marilla had trusted her. Matthew would certainly think she could manage. And after all, she was nearly grown up. Nearly. Anne began walking. At first the road still felt cheerful enough. Birdsong lingered faintly overhead. The warm evening air smelled of pine and growing earth. The path curved gently toward the trees as though inviting rather than threatening. But then the shadows deepened, and Anne reached the edge of the haunted wood. The fir trees stood close together there, tall, still, dark beneath their branches. The pathway narrowed. Everything inside looked strangely dim. Not frightening exactly, only watchful. Anne stepped forward, very bravely, very carefully. The wood smelled cool and resinous. Pine needles softened the earth beneath her shoes. Somewhere overhead, branches stirred softly in the evening breeze, which might have sounded pleasant if Anne had not been entirely certain that dreadful things preferred soft sounds. At first she tried to be sensible. "There are no ghosts," she whispered firmly to herself. "Ghosts belong in books." Unfortunately, once imagination begins listening to fear, it becomes difficult to reason with. A pale birch trunk caught her eye. Anne nearly stopped breathing. For one terrible instant, it appeared unmistakably like a woman in white standing perfectly still between the trees, watching, waiting. Anne's heart gave a painful leap. Then the breeze shifted, and the figure became only bark. Anne exhaled shakily. "A tree," she whispered weakly. "Merely a tree." She continued walking, though faster now. The shadows thickened around her. The branches overhead seemed to lean closer together, and every sound became suspicious. A rustle in the undergrowth. Surely footsteps. A shifting branch. Possibly unseen movement. Something pale fluttering near the path. Almost certainly spectral. Anne fixed her eyes firmly ahead. It suddenly seemed extremely important not to glance sideways, for dreadful things often waited exactly where one happened to glance. The path stretched longer than she remembered. Far longer. Impossible lengths of path surely never before recorded in Avonlea geography. And then, quite suddenly, something moved overhead. A branch creaked sharply. Anne gasped. That was enough. Entirely enough. Whatever courage she had brought into the woods vanished at once. Anne gathered her skirts and ran. Past whispering trees, past suspicious shadows, past every dreadful possibility imagination had thoughtfully prepared. Her heart pounded. The basket bounced against her arm, and she did not stop. Not once, until the trees suddenly ended. Light opened around her. Fields. Open sky. Green Gables beyond. Safe. Entirely safe. Anne slowed at last, breathless. Cheeks flushed. Heart still racing terribly. She straightened her shoulders with as much dignity as possible. After all, one could hardly be expected to walk calmly through haunted woods at dusk. And besides, she had behaved very bravely. Mostly. By the time she reached the kitchen, Marilla glanced up from her work. "You took your time." Anne set down the pattern carefully. "The woods were exceedingly imaginative this evening," she said gravely. Marilla barely looked up. "You meant nothing worse than your own notions, I suppose." Anne hesitated, then sighed. "Yes," she admitted softly, "but they were quite dreadful enough." The next morning dawned so bright and cheerful over Green Gables that Anne almost felt the world ought to apologize for frightening her the evening before. Sunlight spilled warmly across the orchard. Birds called from trees as though nothing dreadful had ever happened anywhere. And the haunted wood itself, visible from a distance in broad daylight, looked entirely innocent, which Anne considered rather unfair. "It seems dishonest somehow," she remarked at breakfast. "A place ought not look perfectly harmless by morning, after behaving so suspiciously the evening before." Matthew's eyes twinkled faintly above his teacup. Marilla merely spread jam upon bread. "The woods behaved exactly as woods always do," she said practically. Anne sighed. "That is because you don't imagine things, Marilla." "Thank heaven for that." Still, though Anne spoke bravely now, she privately avoided looking too closely toward Mr. Bell's woods for the remainder of the morning. One can never be entirely certain what lingering spirits might feel offended. By afternoon, however, her courage had returned considerably, for June possessed a remarkable talent for making everything feel possible again. And the world glowed softly around Green Gables. The field shimmered green beneath sunshine. Apple leaves whispered overhead, and somewhere near the brook, bees hummed lazily over clover blossoms. Anne wandered happily through the orchard after chores, pausing now and then to admire some particularly lovely arrangement of sunlight. Sometimes, especially in the beautiful weather, Anne felt very full of thoughts, the sort too large for ordinary conversation. Anne found Marilla shelling peas upon the back steps and settled beside her with unusual seriousness. "Marilla," she said after a thoughtful pause, "do you ever think there are a great many different people living inside one person?" Marilla looked up slowly. "I can't say I do." Anne folded her hands thoughtfully in her lap. "Well, I think there are." Marilla waited. "For instance," Anne continued earnestly, "sometimes I feel perfectly sensible and good and proper." Marilla made a small sound suggesting she considered this difficult to imagine. "But then," Anne continued, undeterred, "sometimes I feel wild and romantic and tragic. And sometimes I'm dreadfully frightened." Marilla raised an eyebrow. "As in haunted woods?" Anne colored slightly. "That was not ordinary frightened," she said with dignity. "That was exceptional frightened." Matthew, who had happened to be passing nearby, coughed quietly into his sleeve. Anne turned back to Marilla. "It seems to me," she said earnestly, "that there are so many different Annes in me." Marilla resumed her shelling peas. "Well," she said dryly, "one Anne generally keeps this house lively enough." But Anne had become thoughtful now. "Sometimes I'm glad there are many Annes. If there were only one sensible Anne, life might be rather dull. But if there were only the imaginative Anne," Anne sighed, "I should probably perish of fright before 20. Even Marilla's mouth twitched slightly at this. The afternoon drifted quietly onward. June settled warmly over Green Gables, and laundry stirred in soft breezes. The orchard glowed green and peaceful, and slowly the memory of the haunted woods softened into something Anne could almost laugh about. Almost. For Anne Shirley possessed a remarkable talent, the ability to survive even the greatest embarrassments, provided enough sunshine followed afterward. Yet summer itself was changing too. The school term had nearly ended. Long afternoons stretched lazily toward vacation, and though Anne looked forward to freedom with considerable enthusiasm, she already suspected that endings carried curious feelings, because one could long for change and still feel strangely sorrowful when it arrived. Though at present June remained too lovely to permit such sadness, and somewhere beyond Green Gables, summer waited quietly, full of adventures Anne had not yet begun imagining. The last days of June settled softly over Avonlea. School had ended. The lanes grew warm and dusty beneath wagon wheels. The fields shimmered green beneath long afternoons of sunlight. And everywhere, summer seemed to wait just around the corner. Yet, for Anne Shirley, the close of the school term brought feelings of very mixed description indeed. She came through the kitchen door of Green Gables one afternoon with shining eyes and an expression of great emotion. "Oh, Marilla," she sighed dramatically, laying her books down, "it has been a most heart-ending day and the most heartening day, and it will be a memorable day forever." Marilla glanced up from her sewing. "I suppose you're sorry Mr. Phillips is going away?" Anne stopped. "How did you know?" "Well," Marilla said dryly, "you're not usually moved to tragedy over arithmetic." Anne sank into a chair. "It wasn't entirely because I admired him," she admitted honestly, "for of course I often felt he behaved unfairly." Then she sighed. "But everybody cried, and somehow that changed everything. Ruby Gillis began it," Anne explained solemnly. "The very moment Mr. Phillips stood up to make his farewell speech, she burst into tears." Anne folded her hands dramatically. "And then Jane Andrews cried. even though she had insisted for months she never would shed a tear over him. Marilla listened quietly. Mr. Phillips himself looked very melancholy, Anne continued, and he said, "The time has come for us to part." She sighed deeply. "Oh, Marilla, when someone says things like that, one forgets all their faults all at once." Outside, warm summer air drifted softly through the open kitchen window. The orchard shimmered green. A bee hummed lazily somewhere nearby. And somehow, the sadness of endings felt gentler in warm weather. Still, vacation waited, and Anne found herself brightening considerably. "Besides," she added, her eyes suddenly shining again, "we have a new minister." Now that was important news. In Avonlea, a new minister was not simply another person arriving. It was practically an event, especially a minister with a wife. Anne leaned forward eagerly. "Oh, Marilla, Mrs. Allen is lovely." "Regally lovely?" Marilla asked dryly. Anne thought carefully. "No," she said at last, "not exactly regally lovely." Then softly, "But lovely in the sort of way that makes you feel safe." Marilla said nothing. "She is young," Anne continued, "and pretty. And she has beautiful blue eyes." "And lovely sleeves." Marilla raised an eyebrow. Anne straightened. "I tried not to notice the sleeves very much, because it seemed unchristian." Over the following Sundays, Anne's admiration only deepened. Mr. Allen was pleasant. He prayed as though he truly meant every word, and his sermon somehow felt warmer than the one Anne remembered before. But Mrs. Allen was entirely different. She smiled often, she listened carefully, and perhaps most astonishing of all, she welcomed questions, as many questions as Anne wished to ask, which proved, naturally, to be quite a large number. "She says religion ought to make people happy," Anne announced one Sunday evening while drying dishes beside Marilla. "I always thought religion was something one endured solemnly." "That's hardly proper talk," Marilla said. "But Mrs. Allen seems truly glad. As though goodness makes one joyful instead of miserable." She smiled softly to herself. "If I were truly good, I think I should want to sing." Then thoughtfully, "And perhaps have dimples." "That seems beside the point," Marilla replied. "I don't think so," Anne said gravely. "Dimples must surely help one influence people for the good." Even Marilla nearly smiled at that. For all Anne's imaginings, Mrs. Allen had become dear to her very quickly, and Marilla herself liked the minister's young wife. One golden evening, as orchard shadows stretched long across Green Gables, Marilla laid down her sewing. "We ought to have Mr. and Mrs. Allen up for tea one evening." Anne froze. "For tea?" "Yes." "At Green Gables?" Marilla looked up. "Certainly not in Charlottetown." Anne pressed both hands to her chest. "Oh, Marilla, don't go into transports." But Anne already had. Mrs. Allen, here at Green Gables, sitting at their very own table? And then another thought struck her. "Could I help prepare things?" she asked breathlessly. "You may behave yourself," said Marilla. "But could I make something?" Anne pleaded. Marilla hesitated. Then, "You may make a layer cake." For one glorious moment, Anne simply stared. A layer cake for Mrs. Allen, made entirely by her own hands. At last, very softly, she whispered, "Oh, I shall try with my whole soul." For the next 2 days, Green Gables became a place of unusual importance, at least to Anne, for Mr. and Mrs. Allen were coming to tea, and not simply tea at Green Gables, tea prepared partly by Anne Shirley herself, which made everything feel terribly important. Marilla, practical as ever, approached preparations sensibly. There were preserves to arrange, biscuits to plan, chicken to prepare. silver to polish. The pantry shelves grew steadily fuller. But Anne approached matters with much solemnity of a royal occasion. She dusted carefully, arranged flowers thoughtfully, folded napkins with extraordinary concentration, and worried constantly about the layer cake. Not because she lacked confidence exactly, but because layer cakes belonged to a higher order of responsibility. A failed biscuit might be disappointing. A failed cake, particularly one intended for the minister's wife, might be unforgettable. Suppose it sinks in the middle, Anne worried aloud. It won't, Marilla replied. Suppose the icing separates. It won't. Suppose, Anne whispered darkly, it tastes dreadful. Marilla looked up. Then people will survive. Anne privately doubted this, for Mrs. Allan was not merely company. Mrs. Allan was important. Mrs. Allan was lovely. Mrs. Allan understood things, and somehow Anne wished desperately for everything to be perfect. The evening before the tea, Anne met Diana near the brook after chores. The warm air held that particular softness belonging only to midsummer evenings. Grass stirred gently in the breeze. The orchard simmered pale green beneath lowering sunlight. And somewhere nearby, birds called sleepily to one another. Together, the girls wandered toward the little spring Anne had named Dryad's Bubble. Its water slipped quietly from the hillside beneath ferns and moss, cool and silver in the fading light. Anne sat upon the grass with unusual seriousness. Diana, she said solemnly, tomorrow may determine much. Diana looked concerned at once. The tea? Anne nodded gravely. The layer cake. She lowered her voice. If anything goes wrong, I fear I shall never entirely recover. Diana considered this carefully. I'm sure it will be beautiful. But suppose, Anne whispered, the icing fails. It won't. Suppose the layers refuse to behave. Oh, they won't. Anne sighed deeply. I wish cakes did not carry so much emotional responsibility. Diana, loyal as ever, reached the most sensible conclusion. Well, she said kindly, if something goes wrong, I shall still think it is lovely. Anne smiled. That is true friendship. The shadows lengthened softly around them. The spring bubbled quietly. And for a little while, Anne forgot her worries entirely. But later that night, they returned, quite forcefully. For Anne dreamed she stood in the Green Gables pantry while an alarming creature with a layer cake for a head stared reproachfully at her. Its frosting slid ominously to one side, and somehow, though dreams rarely explain themselves, Anne understood perfectly that catastrophe had arrived. She awoke determined. Wednesday had come, tea day, and long before breakfast Anne was already in the kitchen helping Marilla. Sunlight streamed softly through the windows. Butter softened upon the table. Sugar gleamed in bowls, and Anne approached the making of the layer cake with almost sacred seriousness. She measured carefully, mixed carefully, watched carefully, and when at last the precious cake rose in the oven, golden, perfectly, beautiful to behold, Anne could scarcely believe her happiness. Oh, she whispered softly, it looks exactly like a proper company cake. By afternoon, Green Gables itself seemed transformed. Fresh flowers stood upon the table. Everything gleamed. The best dishes waited patiently. And upstairs, Anne dressed with unusual care. Her heart fluttered nervously. The layer cake sat proudly upon the pantry shelf. Mrs. Allan was coming, and everything, at last, seemed perfectly ready. The time for tea arrived warm and golden, the sort of June afternoon that seemed to settle gently over Green Gables like something carefully arranged by kind intentions. The orchard shimmered beneath the soft sunlight. Bees moved lazily through the clover. The open windows welcomed in sweet scent of summer fields, while somewhere in the distance came the quiet creak of a wagon upon the Avonlea road. Inside the house, everything looked unusually fine. Marilla had polished and prepared until the kitchen gleamed with quiet order. Fresh flowers stood upon the table. The good dishes had been brought out. Biscuits cooled beneath clean cloths. Preserved gleamed like jewels in glass dishes. And in the pantry sat Anne's treasured layer cake, golden and beautiful, as far as Anne could tell, entirely worthy of distinguished company. Still, as the hour approached, a pleasant sort of nervousness settled over the house, particularly for Matthew. Matthew disliked company in the same gentle way some people dislike thunderstorms, not because there was anything truly wrong with it, but because it left him feeling uncertain and uncomfortable. He wandered through the yard, disappeared briefly into the barn, returned to the kitchen, and then wandered outside again. "For pity's sake, Matthew," Marilla said at last, setting down a dish towel, "stop looking as though we're entertaining the Governor General." Matthew shifted awkwardly. "I'd rather plow 10 acres, he admitted quietly. Anne, who had spent the better part of the afternoon trying to calm herself into behaving naturally, smiled with immediate sympathy. "I understand perfectly," she confessed. "Only in my case, I fear not labor, but humiliation." "You're not likely to suffer any," Marilla replied briskly. Anne privately suspected otherwise, for Mrs. Allan mattered very much indeed. It was difficult to explain precisely why. Some people entered a room and simply felt pleasant, but Mrs. Allan somehow made things feel safe, as though questions could be asked freely, as though mistakes might not matter quite so much. And Anne wished desperately for everything to be perfect. At last, the sound of wheels upon the lane drifted toward the house. "They're coming," Anne whispered. Mr. and Mrs. Allan stepped down from the buggy into the warm June sunlight, and immediately Anne felt happier merely seeing them. Mrs. Allan looked every bit as lovely as ever, young and gentle, with soft blue eyes and a smile that always seemed sincerely pleased to people. Anne noticed at once that her sleeves were once again exceedingly beautiful, though she made a very determined effort not to dwell upon the matter too much. Tea began pleasantly. Mr. Allan proved warm and easy in conversation, speaking kindly with Marilla about parish matters, while Matthew gradually settled into greater comfort than he had expected. And Mrs. Allan, dear Mrs. Allan, was exactly as lovely at Green Gables as Anne had hoped she might be. She admired the flowers, praised the orchard, asked Anne thoughtful questions, and listened to her answers as though they genuinely mattered. And little by little, Anne forgot to be frightened. Indeed, by the middle of the tea she had grown positively happy. At one point, Mrs. Allan smiled across the table and said warmly, "Marilla, I think Anne is a very unusual little girl." Anne felt warmth spread instantly through her chest. Unusual, spoken kindly, not strangely, not reproachfully, but kindly. It seemed to Anne that in that moment that perhaps happiness truly could become too large to fit comfortably inside one person. And then the layer cake arrived. Marilla cut generous slices, while Anne tried with tremendous effort to appear entirely unconcerned, though inwardly she watched with all the nervous devotion of a person whose future happiness might reasonably depend upon butter, sugar, and social approval. Mrs. Allan accepted her piece with a smile. "My," she said kindly, "what a beautiful cake." Anne glowed. Then Mrs. Allan took a bite and paused. Only slightly, so slightly that another person might not have noticed. But Anne noticed. Mrs. Allan swallowed, smiled politely, then reached quietly for her teacup. Mr. Allan took a bite as well. His expression altered in a curious way. Not dreadful exactly, only thoughtful. Anne's happiness gave the smallest uncertain wobble. Something seemed peculiar. Marilla, who had been helping Matthew to chicken, looked up at last. Perhaps Something in the unusual silence caught her attention. Slowly, she lifted her fork, cut herself a piece, and took one careful bite. Her expression changed immediately. She set down her fork. "Anne Shirley," she said slowly, "what flavoring did you put in this cake?" Anne looked up at once. "Vanilla?" she said quickly. Marilla frowned. Without another word, she rose from the table and crossed quietly to the pantry. After a moment, she returned carrying the familiar bottle Anne had used. She looked at it. Then her expression altered. "Oh dear," she said quietly. "Anne, why on earth didn't you smell this?" Anne stared. "Smell it?" Marilla held up the bottle. "It's anodyne liniment." For one dreadful moment, Anne simply looked at her. The bottle, the careful measuring, the generous spoonfuls. Poor Mrs. Allan. Poor Mr. Allan. Her beautiful cake. Ruined. "But," Anne faltered weakly, "it was in the vanilla bottle." "Yes," Marilla admitted, her voice softening despite herself. "And I suppose it is partly my fault. The liniment bottle broke, and I poured it into the old vanilla bottle. I meant to label it better." Poor Mrs. Allan looked instantly distressed. "Oh, Anne," she said kindly, "please don't feel troubled." But Anne could scarcely endure kindness at such a moment. Mortification swept over her completely. She rose slowly from her chair. "I think," she said faintly, with tragic dignity, "that perhaps I should go upstairs." And before anyone could stop her, Anne Shirley fled. Anne reached the east gable in a state of complete humiliation. She had not cried downstairs. There had still been company. And however dreadful life became, Anne Shirley possessed a certain instinct for preserving dignity in public. But the moment the bedroom door closed behind her, all courage abandoned her entirely. She threw herself across the bed and buried her burning face into the pillow. Everything had gone wrong. Not merely wrong, catastrophically wrong. The beautiful tea, the lovely table, Mrs. Allan's visit, her precious layer cake, the cake she had made with such hope and care and trembling responsibility, had become the object of horror. Anne felt certain that no girl in Avonlea history had ever disgraced herself so completely. Poor Mrs. Allan, poor Mr. Allan, poor Marilla, and worst of all, dear Green Gables itself had somehow become the setting of a minstrel disaster. Outside the east gable window, the late afternoon rested peacefully over the orchard. Warm light drifted through the leaves, and somewhere below, a bird sang cheerfully as though the world remained entirely ordinary. Anne found this difficult to forgive. How could ordinary life continue after one had served liniment cake to guests? She lay very still for some time, surrendering herself completely to sorrow. Indeed, she had nearly decided she would never again feel happiness in quite the same way, when a soft knock sounded at the door. Anne sat up immediately. Surely Marilla had come, perhaps to discuss responsibility, or carelessness, or the dangers of failing to smell flavoring. But when the door opened, it was Mrs. Allan. Dear Mrs. Allan stood in the doorway looking exactly as kind as ever, though now with a gentle concern in her expression. "My dear Anne," she said softly, "may I come in for a little while?" Fresh mortification swept over Anne at once. "Oh, Mrs. Allan," she burst out miserably, "I have disgraced myself forever." Mrs. Allan crossed the room and sat beside her on the bed with such natural warmth that Anne immediately felt a little less lonely. "No," she said gently, "I truly don't think you have." Anne looked at her in disbelief. "But the cake," she whispered mournfully. At this, Mrs. Allan's mouth twitched ever so slightly, though kindness remained plainly stronger than amusement. "Yes," she said softly, "the cake was unfortunate." Anne covered her face. "That is a merciful description," For a moment, Mrs. Allen said nothing at all. She simply sat quietly beside her while warm evening light stretched softly across the room. Then she said, "Do you know what I thought while sitting downstairs?" Anne shook her head miserably. "I thought what a thoughtful little girl must have worked very hard to make everyone feel welcome." Anne lowered her hand slowly. "You thought that?" "Of course." Mrs. Allen smiled gently. "One unfortunate mistake cannot undo kindness." Something inside Anne loosened a little. She had not realized until that moment how frightened she had been that everything good Mrs. Allen had thought of might suddenly disappear. "I wanted everything to be perfect," Anne admitted softly. "I wanted you to like Green Gables, and Marilla, and me." "My dear Anne," Mrs. Allen said warmly, "I already do." For a long moment, Anne said nothing. Outside, the orchard had begun to soften toward evening. Shadows stretched gently beneath the apple trees, and the air drifting through the open window smelled faintly of warm leaves and summer grass. At last, Mrs. Allen spoke again. "When I was younger," she said thoughtfully, "I made mistakes too." Anne looked up at once. "You did?" "Oh, yes," Mrs. Allen said with quiet certainty. "Many." This seemed astonishing. Mrs. Allen appeared exactly like the sort of person who had always known the correct thing to say and had never once ruined dessert for visiting ministers. Perhaps, reading Anne's thoughts, Mrs. Allen laughed softly. "The fortunate thing about mistakes," she said, "is that they rarely last as long as we fear." Anne thought about this. It sounded wonderfully hopeful. When at last Mrs. Allen rose to leave, she paused beside the door. "And Anne." "Yes?" "I should be very sorry if one unfortunate cake prevented us from becoming good friends." The door closed softly behind her. Anne sat quietly for several moments afterward, feeling something warm and hopeful settling where misery had lived before. Later, when she finally gathered courage enough to go downstairs, Marilla was finishing the dishes. For a moment Anne lingered uncertainly near the doorway. "I suppose," she said quietly, "I behaved foolishly." Marilla glanced up. "Well," she admitted, "you behaved very much like Anne." There was something unexpectedly comforting in that answer. Then Marilla's expression softened. "And I suppose the mistake was partly mine too. I should never have poured liniment into a vanilla bottle." Anne looked up quickly. "You aren't terribly angry?" "Oh, I was vexed," Marilla admitted honestly. "But accidents happen." Then after a moment, "And nobody came to lasting harm." That seemed reassuring. The house settled quietly around them as evening deepened over Green Gables. The orchard grew still. The windows darkened slowly, and later, lying beneath the sloping roof of the east gable, Anne found herself thinking that perhaps life was not entirely ruined after all. For tomorrow would arrive fresh and untouched, and perhaps that was one of the nicest things about days. There was always another one waiting, a day with no mistakes in it yet. The days following the unfortunate layer cake passed more pleasantly than Anne had dared hope. To her great relief, Avonlea did not seem inclined to remember her as the girl who served liniment to the minister. Mrs. Allen continued to smile warmly whenever she saw her. Mr. Allen remained perfectly cheerful, and Marilla, having expressed reasonable vexation, appeared content to let the matter rest. Still, Anne carried a quiet gratitude in her heart toward Mrs. Allen, for there had been something deeply comforting in the way that she had climbed the stairs to the east gable that afternoon and spoken so kindly when Anne had felt most ashamed. It was therefore with enormous delight that Anne came running into the kitchen one afternoon holding a letter. "Oh, Marilla," she cried breathlessly, "Mrs. Allen has invited me to tea." Marilla looked up from her sewing. "Well, I suppose you may go." "You suppose?" Anne pressed both hands dramatically to her chest. "Marilla, this is one of the greatest moments of my life." Marilla attempted practically. "It's only tea." But Anne knew better. It wasn't simply tea. This was tea. At the manse. Tea with Mrs. Allen. Tea in a house where beautiful slaves undoubtedly lived peacefully and where kind people surely spoke of interesting things. And perhaps, if happiness proved unusually generous, there might even be cake that tasted properly of vanilla. For the next 2 days, anticipation followed Anne everywhere. She wondered what one ought properly discuss at ministerial tea. She worried whether she might accidentally say something overly imaginative. She wondered if the teacups would be delicate. She worried again. And perhaps most importantly, she considered what she should wear. "Marilla," she said solemnly that evening before, "I truly believe clothing becomes more morally important on occasions of significance." Marilla scarcely glanced up. "Your brown gingham is perfectly respectable." Anne sighed. "I had hoped dignity might somehow appear more beautifully." Still, the brown gingham remained. And on the appointed afternoon, Anne brushed her braids carefully, washed with unusual thoroughness, and approached preparation with the seriousness of someone undertaking an important social responsibility. Matthew, noticing her unusual nervousness, lingered quietly near the kitchen door. "You look nice," he offered shyly. Anne turned at once. "Do you truly think so?" Matthew nodded. "Well enough for any minister's house." Anne smiled immediately. Matthew's approval always carried a sort of quiet certainty that settled anxieties better than grand speeches. "Thank you," she said softly. "I feel less frightened now." The road to the manse seemed especially beautiful that afternoon. Warm sunlight drifted through the trees. The field shimmered softly beneath summer light. And all the while Anne felt that curious fluttering mixture of excitement and nervousness that belongs particularly to important days. When she finally reached the manse, Mrs. Allen welcomed her with such genuine warmth that half her fears disappeared immediately. "My dear Anne," she said, smiling, "I'm so glad you came." The house itself felt lovely to Anne. Bright windows, books resting comfortably upon tables, fresh flowers arranged simply here and there. Nothing grand, nothing severe, only peaceful, and somehow wonderfully cheerful. Tea itself proved even lovelier than Anne had imagined. Mrs. Allen asked thoughtful questions and listened so attentively that Anne soon forgot to feel shy. They spoke of school, of books, of dreams, of Avonlea, and before long Anne found herself speaking freely in that way she only managed with people who felt safe. At one point, Mrs. Allen laughed softly and said, "Anne, I think you notice beautiful things better than almost anyone I know." No compliment had ever felt more perfectly suited to Anne's heart. For was there anything lovelier than being understood? Outside, the afternoon softened gradually toward evening. Sunlight stretched warmly through the windows. Tea things sat forgotten while conversation wandered comfortably onward. And for perhaps the first time since arriving at Green Gables, Anne felt something new. Not merely happiness, not simply excitement, but belonging. The quiet feeling that somewhere in the world there existed grown people who understood you exactly as you were, imagination and all. When at last it came to leave, Mrs. Allen walked her to the door. "You must come again soon," she said warmly. "Oh, may I?" Anne asked quickly. "Certainly." The walk home seemed shorter somehow, the field softer, the sky wider, and by the time Green Gables appeared at the end of the lane, Anne's heart felt unusually full. "How was tea?" Marilla asked later. Anne paused thoughtfully, then sighed softly. "It felt," she said at last, "like being perfectly happy and perfectly understood at exactly the same time." And somehow, That seemed to say everything. The days after Anne's visit to the manse passed with a peculiar kind of happiness that seemed to settle quietly inside her and remain there. It was not the bright, sparkling excitement of imagination, nor the sort of happiness that rushed in all at once like discovering a beautiful name for a pond or receiving an invitation one had hardly dared hope for. This happiness felt gentler, warmer somehow, like something steady. For Anne carried away from Mrs. Allen's little parlor a feeling that she had not entirely known how to name before. The feeling of being understood, not corrected, not endured, not smiled at kindly because one happened to be peculiar, but truly understood. And for a child who had spent much of her life feeling too much, imagining too much, hoping too much, such a thing felt quietly miraculous. Summer settled more deeply over Avonlea as June gave itself over to July. The fields grew greener still. The roads shimmered softly beneath warm afternoons. The orchard at Green Gables seemed fuller somehow, rich with leaf shadow and bird song, while long evenings stretched themselves lazily across the sky before surrendering to dusk. Anne loved summer at Green Gables with her whole heart. There seemed endless opportunities for beauty. Mornings smelled of warm grass and sunshine. Afternoons invited wandering. And evenings carried that dreamy stillness that made the whole world seem softer. Naturally, Anne told Diana every possible detail of her visit to the manse. They sat together one afternoon beneath the trees near the brook, where sunlight flickered through the leaves and the little breezes stirred the clover around them. And she truly listened, Anne said earnestly, plucking thoughtfully at the grass beside her. Not in the way grown-up people usually listen either. What way is that? Diana asked. The sort where they're only waiting for you to stop speaking, Anne replied solemnly. Diana considered this, then nodded. Anne sighed happily. It felt, she said at last, as though Mrs. Allen understood exactly what I meant before I had even finished saying it. Diana smiled. She likes you very much. Anne's expression softened. I think, she admitted quietly, that perhaps she does. The thought itself felt precious. For though Green Gables had given Anne something she had scarcely dared imagine, a home, there remained moments when she still feared being too much, too talkative, too dreamy, too full of feelings. And yet Mrs. Allen seemed to find no fault in these things. Indeed, she almost appeared to enjoy them. One evening, after supper dishes had been dried and the house settled into its familiar quiet, Anne wandered out toward the orchard while golden light drifted softly across the fields. Matthew sat nearby mending a harness in the barn doorway. Marilla moved quietly about the kitchen. And somewhere overhead, swallows swept lazily through the evening air. Anne stood beneath the apple trees for a long while, looking up through the leaves where the sunlight slipped gently between the branches. It seemed to her that life had grown unexpectedly lovely. Not perfect, of course. Life could hardly remain perfect after an unfortunate encounter between layer cake and liniment. But lovely still. Green Gables no longer felt borrowed or temporary. The house had become familiar in that deep and quiet way homes sometimes do without announcing themselves. The kitchen windows glowed at dusk. Matthew's shy kindness, Marilla's practical voice calling her in from wandering too long. Even the orchard paths had begun to feel like old companions. And now, there was Mrs. Allen, too. Someone outside Green Gables who somehow understood. The thought settled warmly inside Anne as evening deepened around her. Later, when she climbed the stairs to the east gable and paused beside the open window, the world outside lay hushed beneath gathering twilight. The orchard rested quietly below. The brook beyond the trees moved softly through the darkness, and somewhere, far away, a single light flickered from another farmhouse window. Anne rested her chin lightly against folded arms and smiled to herself. Life, she thought, could change very quickly, sometimes in dreadful ways, sometimes in beautiful ones, and perhaps that was part of what made it so interesting. Then, as the summer night settled softly around Green Gables, Anne climbed into bed feeling strangely content, for somewhere inside of her, something had grown steadier, a little more hopeful, a little less lonely. And outside the east gable window, summer breathed softly on. Summer lingered softly over Avonlea. The warmest days had begun to bend, almost imperceptibly, toward autumn, though no one yet wished to speak of such things aloud. The orchard stood heavy with fruit, the field shimmered gold in the afternoon light. Bees still hummed lazily among the clover, and the roads held the dry sweetness of dust warmed all day beneath wagon wheels. At Green Gables, the kitchen windows stood open from morning until dusk. The scent of wind-fallen apples drifted in. So, too, did Anne Shirley drift, sometimes thoughtfully, sometimes dramatically, and very often distractedly. Nearly a month had passed since the unfortunate liniment cake episode, and though Marilla still regarded certain baking experiments with a wary eye, life at Green Gables had settled itself once more into familiar channels, which was precisely why Anne, being Anne, soon found herself wandering toward fresh calamities. Not grand calamities, little ones, the sort that attach themselves to everyday life as burrs clung stubbornly to a hem. There had been the memorable morning when Anne, wholly occupied by imagining herself as a misunderstood orphan heroine wandering the moors of some melancholy English estate, had absent-mindedly emptied a pan of skim milk directly into a basket of yarn balls in the pantry instead of the pig's bucket. Marilla had discovered the catastrophe shortly thereafter. "Anne Shirley," she had said in a quiet voice which Anne had learned often signaled the deepest displeasure, "what possessed you to do such a thing?" Anne, returning suddenly from wherever her imagination had transported her, stared into honest bewilderment. "I truly don't know, Marilla," she confessed sorrowfully. "I was thinking of a poor young countess whose wicked relations had imprisoned her in a tower and fed her only bread and water for years, and before I realized it, the milk had somehow gone where the yarn lived." "The yarn does not live anywhere," said Marilla firmly, "and your thoughts might improve considerably if you kept them on earthly matters." "But earthly matters are so very disappointing beside imagined ones," Anne had sighed. Then there had been the afternoon when Anne, crossing the log bridge, while deep in reverie concerning woodland queens and enchanted rivers, had walked quite calmly over the edge and into a brook without the least intention of doing so. Diana, who had witnessed the entire event, laughed until she nearly cried. Anne herself had emerged soaked and indignant. "I simply forgot where reality ended," she explained afterward. "It is terribly inconvenient that streams insist on remaining exactly where one forgets they are." Yet none of these mishaps were judged serious enough to count properly in Anne's mind. Real tragedies, the kind fit for enduring with courage and eloquence, were surely grander things. And because life in Avonlea possessed an uncanny habit of supplying Anne Shirley with precisely the sort of adventures she never knew she ought to avoid, one soon arrived. It began, as many memorable disasters do, quite pleasantly. A week or so after tea at the manse, Diana Barry gave a party. "Small and select," Anne assured Marilla, importantly while fastening her hat ribbons. "Only the girls in our class. Diana says it shall be exceedingly genteel." Marilla looked over her spectacles. "See that you behave yourself, then." "I always mean to," said Anne earnestly, though somehow opportunities for behaving differently seemed forever to arise. The berry garden glowed softly beneath the late summer afternoon. The grass had been newly cut, and the flower beds still held cheerful splashes of color. though here and there the season had begun to whisper of endings. Nasturtiums climbed over borders and bright cascades. Bees wandered lazily among the blooms, and somewhere nearby the faint scent of ripe apples drifted through the warm air. The girls had tea upon the lawn. There was cake. There was laughter. And there was a great deal of conversation concerning ribbons, school matters, Sunday dresses, and the mysterious importance of who had looked at whom during church the previous Sabbath. Anne enjoyed herself thoroughly, for Anne enjoyed almost everything thoroughly. After tea, however, when games had been played and stories mostly exhausted, the company drifted restlessly into that dangerous state known chiefly to children, the condition of not knowing what to do next, which was precisely when mischief liked best to arrive. Someone proposed daring. This suggestion was greeted with immediate enthusiasm. Daring had become the fashionable amusement among Avonlea children that summer. Indeed, so many foolish exploits had been undertaken in its honorable name that one might easily have filled an entire book with them. Carrie Sloane first dared Ruby Gillis to climb the enormous willow tree near the front gate. Ruby, though greatly alarmed by the tree's population of fat green caterpillars, and even more alarmed by the possibility of tearing her dress, managed the feat successfully. Josie Pye, never one to overlook an opportunity for superiority, next dared Jane Andrews to hop around the garden upon one foot. Jane attempted it gamely, but collapsed in defeat by the third corner. Josie's satisfaction became immediately and unmistakably visible. She possessed a way of looking pleased with herself that made nearly everyone else feel cross. Anne, who considered generosity of spirit a virtue even when she herself found it difficult to practice, watched with growing irritation. Then came Josie's own triumph. Anne dared her to walk to the top of the longboard fence at the eastern edge of the garden. To everyone's annoyance, Josie did it beautifully. She moved with irritating confidence, balancing easily as though such things required no skill whatsoever. When she climbed down again, flushed with victory, she cast Anne Shirley one small, provoking glance. And somewhere, very quietly, though Anne herself did not yet realize it, pride began to stir. The trouble began with Josie Pye's expression. There was nothing particularly terrible at it at first glance. Indeed, to anyone less acquainted with Josie Pye, it might have appeared merely satisfied. But Anne Shirley knew better. Josie's smiles possessed a certain quality that suggested she considered herself triumphantly superior to nearly everyone around her. And after her successful performance upon the fence, that expression had become unbearable. "Well," Josie remarked lightly, smoothing her skirt with great self-satisfaction, "I suppose not everybody could do it." Anne felt something inside of her stir at once. Not anger exactly, at least not entirely. More a feeling of being challenged in some deep and unreasonable place where dignity and pride lived together. "I dare say many people could if they wished," she replied with careful composure. Josie tilted her head. "Then perhaps they should prove it." Anne lifted her chin. If there were anything worth proving, there was a dangerous sparkle now in Josie Pye's eyes, the sort of sparkle that almost always led directly toward regrettable decisions. "Oh," she said sweetly, "if it's proving things you like, perhaps you'd care to walk the ridgepole of Mr. Barry's kitchen roof." For one long moment, everything became still. Even the breeze seemed to pause among the flower beds. The other girls gasped. Diana looked horrified. The Barry kitchen roof stretched before them, low but narrow, slanting above the back of the house with a ridgepole that suddenly appeared far higher than it had any right to be. Anne stared at it, then at Josie. Surely. This was absurd. No sensible person would agree to such a thing. Diana found her voice first. "Oh, Anne, don't!" she cried at once. "It's much too dangerous." Anne hesitated. Every sensible instinct she possessed, which admittedly did not always arrive promptly, suggested Diana was entirely right. The idea was dreadful, terrifying, quite unsuitable. And yet, Josie Pye was watching with unmistakable confidence that Anne Shirley would retreat. That confidence proved impossible to endure. Anne lifted her head. "Of course," she said quietly. "I don't particularly want to walk wedge poles." "Then don't," Diana whispered urgently. Josie gave a little laugh. "I thought perhaps your courage had given out." That settled it. Anne turned slowly. Her gray eyes grew bright. "I never break a dare," she said with tremendous dignity. "It would be dishonorable." Diana looked stricken. "But Anne, what if you fall?" "I shall try not to," Anne replied gravely, though privately she thought falling seemed a very real possibility indeed. The other girls followed nervously as Anne crossed the yard toward the house. Everything now possessed that strange feeling of importance that sometimes comes over childhood adventures just before disaster quietly arrives. The afternoon sun had softened toward evening. Golden light rested warmly upon the garden, and somewhere nearby bees still hummed among the flowers with complete indifference to human foolishness. Mr. Barry, fortunately, was away. Mrs. Barry remained indoors. The kitchen roof waited silently. Someone fetched a ladder. Diana looked increasingly pale. "Oh, Anne," she whispered again, catching hold of her sleeve. "Please don't. I don't care what Josie says." Anne wavered. Truly, she did. The roof looked remarkably narrow now, far narrower than one might reasonably expect, and alarmingly high. But Josie stood nearby, waiting and watching. Anne could almost feel the triumph waiting inside of her. No, honor was at stake. And once Anne Shirley believed honor was involved, there was very little to be done. "If I fail to accept a dare," she said solemnly, "people might think I was afraid." "Well, perhaps being afraid would be sensible," Diana muttered. But Anne had already begun climbing. The ladder shook silently beneath her feet. At once the world seemed farther away than expected. She climbed carefully, slowly, very slowly. When she finally reached the roof, she paused. The shingles felt strangely uncertain beneath her shoes. The ridgepole stretched ahead, much narrower than courage preferred. Below, the girls had grown quiet. Very quiet. Even Josie no longer looked entirely pleased. Anne swallowed. The evening breeze moved softly against her braids. For one brief moment, she considered climbing down. No one would blame her. Well, Diana certainly wouldn't. But then she imagined Josie Pye recounting forever afterward how Anne Shirley had lost courage halfway up on the roof. Impossible. Quite impossible. Straightening her shoulders, Anne took one careful step, then another. The roof sloped alarmingly on both sides. The garden spun faintly below. She kept her eyes fixed ahead. Another step. Another. And then, just as she had nearly convinced herself success might actually be possible, her foot slipped. There came one dreadful moment of helplessness. A gasp, a cry from Diana, and suddenly the sky turned over itself. The roof vanished. The world tilted wildly, and Anne Shirley disappeared. When the girls reached her, she lay pale and still among the tangled Virginia creeper below the kitchen eaves. Diana dropped beside her in tears. "Oh, Anne!" For one terrible moment, Anne didn't answer. For one dreadful moment, Anne Shirley did not answer. Diana Barry's heart seemed to stop entirely. The girls stood frozen in frightened silence. Their earlier excitement vanished as completely as sunshine beneath a sudden cloud. Then Anne stirred, only slightly. A faint little sound escaped her lips. "Oh," she whispered weakly, "I think I have come to grief." Relief burst through Diana so quickly that tears immediately followed. "Oh, Anne," she cried, I was certain you were dead." "I don't think I am," Anne murmured faintly. "Though, if I am, it feels disappointingly uncomfortable." The attempt at bravery might have sounded more reassuring had Anne not gone quite pale when someone tried to help her sit up. A sharp pain crossed her face. "Oh, my ankle," she whispered. "I believe it has suffered very dreadfully." By this time, Mrs. Barry had come hurrying from the house, alarmed by the commotion, and before long Mr. Barry, summoned quickly from the nearby fields, lifted Anne carefully into his arms. Diana walked anxiously beside them all the way to Green Gables. No one said much. The warm summer evening had grown strangely quiet now. The fields, so golden only an hour before, seemed softer somehow beneath lengthening shadows. Crickets had begun their evening songs, and the lane stretched ahead peaceful and unchanged as though nothing remarkable had happened at all. Which felt very unfair to Diana, for surely the world ought to look at least a little distressed when Anne Shirley had fallen from a roof. Marilla was in the yard when they arrived. At first, seeing the small gathering approaching, she looked merely puzzled. Then she saw Anne, carried, pale, still, and something in Marilla's expression changed at once. For one terrible instant, all the color left her face. "Anne!" she cried, hurrying forward. Mr. Barry spoke quickly. "She had a fall, hurt her ankle, we think." Marilla said nothing at first. She only laid a hand against Anne's cheek in a way so quick and instinctive that Anne, even through her pain, noticed it. "Marilla," she said faintly, "I'm afraid I've been dreadfully foolish." "You needn't concern yourself with foolishness just now," Marilla said briskly, but her voice sounded strangely uneven. Matthew, who had come quickly from the barn at the sound of voices, stood nearby, looking thoroughly alarmed. "Is she badly hurt?" he asked quietly. "We'll know soon enough," Marilla replied. The doctor came. There was examining, questions, instructions, and finally, the solemn verdict: a broken ankle. Anne received the news with surprising calm, though privately she thought it sounded wonderfully tragic. A broken ankle seemed exactly the sort of affliction proper heroines endured. Still, the practical consequences proved rather less romantic than expected. There would be no roaming with Diana, no wandering through the haunted wood, no drifting beside the brook imagining herself some melancholy lady of sorrow. Instead, there would be bed. For weeks, Anne bore this bravely at first, then dramatically, then philosophically. At times she declared herself resigned to suffering. At other times she felt certain she would perish of confinement before autumn arrived. Yet, to her surprise, life did not become entirely unbearable. Diana came faithfully every afternoon. Mrs. Allen visited often, bringing books and quiet kindness. Even Josie Pye appeared once, looking uncomfortable in a manner that strongly suggested guilt. "I didn't think you'd really do it," she admitted awkwardly. Anne, feeling unexpectedly generous from the dignity of her pillow, forgave her at once. For after all, broken ankles carried a certain grandeur impossible to ignore. "I think," Anne confided solemnly to Diana one afternoon, "that if one must suffer, it is very comforting to suffer poetically." Diana looked doubtful. "I'd rather not suffer at all." Anne considered this. "Yes," she admitted thoughtfully, "that does sound preferable. But perhaps the strangest thing of all happened quietly. So quietly that neither Anne nor Marilla fully spoke of it. One evening, after Diana had gone home and twilight rested softly against the east gable windows, Marilla came upstairs carrying broth. Anne had been unusually patient that day. Tired, perhaps, or thoughtful. Marilla set the tray down and adjusted the blanket without speaking. For a few moments the room remained quiet except for the soft sounds of evening settling over Green Gables. Then Marilla said abruptly, "I don't know what I've done if you'd been killed." Anne blinked. Marilla sounded almost cross, which generally meant she was feeling something deeper. "Oh, Marilla," she said gently, "I wasn't killed. "No," Marilla replied quickly, "but you might have been." She paused, then added more quietly, "And I found something out." Anne waited. "That I'd gotten used to you." Anne smiled softly. Only Marilla could make affection sound so practical. "I'm very glad," she said. Marilla cleared her throat. "Well, don't go falling off roofs again." "I shall certainly try not to." Though after a moment Anne added thoughtfully, "Still, it is fortunate I have such an imagination. It helps greatly in times of affliction." Marilla gave one of those small sighs she reserved entirely just for Anne Shirley. "Yes," she said dryly, smoothing the blanket once more. "I suppose it does." Outside, summer settled quietly over Green Gables. The orchard darkened softly beneath the evening sky. And upstairs, in the east gable, Anne Shirley, though temporarily broken in ankle, felt rather mended in heart. For the first few days after her fall, Anne Shirley found invalid life considerably more disappointing than she had imagined. When one pictured affliction romantically, one naturally imagined pale beauty reclining gracefully upon cushions while devoted friends hovered nearby, offering sympathy and interesting refreshments. The reality proved somewhat less elegant. There was discomfort, there was boredom, and there was the undeniable inconvenience of discovering that one could not even cross a room without assistance. Still, Anne resolved to suffer beautifully. If suffering could not be avoided, one might at least endure it with imagination. And fortunately, imagination remained entirely unharmed. The East Gable ruin soon became a curious little world of its own. Its windows stood open to the late summer air, the orchard stretched below in soft greens and gold. Beyond it, Anne could glimpse the familiar shimmer of fields bending gently beneath warm winds. Sometimes the sound of laughter drifted faintly above the lane. Sometimes crickets sang lazily in the evenings. And sometimes, when the world felt particularly quiet, Anne imagined herself some tragic yet noble invalid from the storybook, born with courage through great misfortunes, though she admitted privately that noble invalids likely had fewer aching ankles. And Diana came every afternoon, faithfully, without fail. She brought school gossip, flowers gathered from the garden, little bits of neighborhood news, and endless sympathy. Sometimes she read aloud. Sometimes she simply sat beside Anne while the warm afternoon drifted past the windows. And sometimes they imagined together. "I think," Anne declared one day, arranging wildflowers importantly upon the windowsill, "that sorrow becomes much easier when one can describe it beautifully." Diana considered this. "I still think I'd rather not have sorrow," she said honestly. Anne sighed. "Yes," she admitted, "that does seem simpler." Mrs. Allen came often, too, always quietly, always kindly. Sometimes she brought books, sometimes fruit, sometimes only conversation. But somehow she always managed to leave Anne feeling brighter than before. There was something deeply comforting about Mrs. Allen's presence. Anne felt she understood sadness without becoming solemn about it, understood imagination without laughing at it, and understood Anne herself in that rare and lovely way that made one feel immediately safe. Even Josie Pye came once, though her visit carried none of Mrs. Allen's ease. Josie entered the room with an expression suggesting she would much rather have been nearly anywhere else. But the weeks drifted slowly onward. Summer softened. Golden afternoons gradually gave way to cooler evenings. The first hints of autumn appeared quietly on Avonlea's edges. The air changed first, then the trees. A few leaves turned here and there along the roads. The mornings grew crisper. And before Anne entirely realized it, 7 weeks had passed. 7 very long weeks. 7 weeks of stories and flowers, of conversations by the East Gable window, of watching seasons quietly change. And finally, one bright September morning, the doctor announced she might return to school. Anne could hardly contain herself. "School!" she exclaimed. "Oh, Marilla, I had nearly forgotten what it felt like to belong to ordinary life." "You may find ordinary life less delightful than you remember once arithmetic begins," Marilla remarked dryly. But Anne scarcely heard her. School, friends, the road through the woods. Even geography suddenly seemed exciting, and as though returning to school were not thrilling enough, there awaited another surprise entirely. Avonlea had a new teacher, Miss Stacy. Anne first heard of her from Diana, who arrived bursting with importance. "She's ever so different," Diana whispered eagerly, "and she dresses beautifully." This alone captured Anne's full attention. "Beautiful sleeves?" Anne asked once. "Yes," Diana said solemnly. Anne clasped her hands. Hope stirred immediately, for a teacher with beautiful sleeves could scarcely fail to be interesting. But Miss Stacy proved far more remarkable than sleeves alone. When Anne first entered the schoolroom and saw her standing at the front, young, bright-eyed, dressed smartly, with an expression both kind and lively, she felt something at once. Not merely admiration, something more exciting, as though the world had quietly shifted again, as though something new were about to begin. And somehow, Anne Shirley knew at once, school was never going to feel ordinary again. Anne Shirley had always liked school, at least in theory. In practice, school had often proved a somewhat mixed experience. There had been spelling lessons and geography, certainly. There had been whispering with Diana, dreadful encounters with arithmetic, and the ongoing difficulty of existing peaceably in the same room as Gilbert Blythe. And then, of course, there had been Mr. Phillips, whom Anne had respected only in the broadest and most charitable sense. But Miss Stacy felt entirely different. From the very first morning, Avonlea seemed somewhat brighter, more alive. Miss Stacy possessed none of the sleepy heaviness that so often settled over lessons before. She moved quickly, she spoke eagerly, and she carried herself with a sort of cheerful confidence that made ordinary things suddenly seem unexpectedly interesting. Even the classroom itself felt changed. The windows stood wider, the stale feeling disappeared, and somehow, without anyone entirely noticing when it happened, the students began sitting straighter, paying closer attention, trying harder. Miss Stacy expected much, but she made everyone feel oddly certain they might actually succeed, which, Anne reflected privately, was one of the loveliest qualities a person could possess. Even arithmetic seemed slightly less hateful. Slightly. Only slightly. One particularly glorious afternoon, Miss Stacy announced that lessons would be held outdoors. The very idea caused astonishment. "Outside," whispered Diana. Anne's eyes widened. School? Outside? It sounded almost impossibly delightful. And so the children carried books beneath the maple trees where warm September sunlight drifted softly through the branches. The air smelled faintly of leaves and distant fields. Grass stirred lazily beneath the breeze, and lessons somehow became transformed. History sounded grander outdoors. Poetry seemed more beautiful. Even reading aloud possessed an unexpected pleasure when birdsong wandered gently between the pauses. Anne loved it immediately. She had always felt learning properly involved beauty whenever possible. Miss Stacy, unlike many grown people, appeared to agree. Sometimes she turned ordinary lessons into discussions. Sometimes she encouraged imagination. And sometimes she listened seriously to ideas that other adults might dismiss entirely. Anne found this astonishing. One afternoon, after a particularly spirited reading exercise, Miss Stacy paused beside Anne's desk. "You have a gift for expression," she said thoughtfully. Anne blinked. No teacher had ever said such a thing before. "You really think so?" she asked breathlessly. "I do," said Miss Stacy. "You must learn to use it well." Anne carried those words home like treasure. That evening, while helping dry dishes, she repeated them to Marilla with deep seriousness. "Miss Stacy says I have a gift for expression." Marilla glanced sideways. "Well," she said dryly, "that's no surprise to anybody who's lived in this house." Anne laughed, but secretly she glowed. School no longer felt merely like lessons to endure. It felt exciting, promising, like standing before a door one had not realized might open. And gradually, other changes arrived too. The girls themselves seemed suddenly older somehow. Not grown exactly, but growing. Ribbons mattered more, sleeves mattered very much indeed. There were quiet conversations about dresses and futures and what everyone hoped life might someday become. Anne noticed it all with great interest, though she privately thought growing older sounded both delightful and rather alarming. Then one crisp autumn morning, Miss Stacy made an announcement that sent excitement fluttering through Avonlea School like wind through bright leaves. There would be a Christmas concert, a real concert with recitations and songs and dialogues and performances for the entire community. The room practically trembled with excitement. Everyone wanted a part. Everyone immediately feared embarrassment, and everyone began imagining triumph. Miss Stacy moved among the desks, assigning roles with cheerful confidence. Anne listened breathlessly when at last she received her own important recitation, along with a place as the Fairy Queen in one of the performances. She could scarcely sit still. The Fairy Queen? It sounded wonderfully romantic, wonderfully important, wonderfully suited to imagination. And that evening, Green Gables heard very little peace, and practiced, recited, dramatically forgot her lines, repeated speeches in the kitchen, repeated them in the yard, repeated them while carrying wood, repeated them while brushing her braids. Marilla bore it patiently. Matthew listened shyly whenever possible. And slowly, as autumn deepened over Avonlea, concert preparation settled gently over the village, like a shared secret of excitement. For something important was coming, and Anne Shirley intended, with all her heart, to shine. Autumn settled gently over Avonlea. The maples along the roads had begun turning red and gold. Mornings arrived cool and silvered with mist, and the evenings carried the pleasant smell of wood smoke drifting quietly through the village. At Green Gables, excitement had settled itself firmly into everyday life, for the Christmas concert now stood only weeks away, and Anne Shirley, having been entrusted with important recitations and the lofty dignity of portraying the Fairy Queen, could think of very little else. She practiced constantly. Recitations floated through the house from morning until night. Sometimes Anne rehearsed solemnly in front of the kitchen mirror. Sometimes she marched through the orchard speaking grand lines to invisible audiences. And sometimes she practiced so dramatically while setting the table that Marilla had to remind her rather firmly that poetry and supper plates ought not occupy the same thoughts simultaneously. Matthew listened whenever he could, though listening often involved pretending not to listen. He lingered quietly nearby while mending a harness in the barn or sorting tools in the shed, catching bits of Anne's speeches drifting through the open windows. He never understood exactly what Anne was talking about, but somehow that hardly mattered. Anne herself made it interesting. One evening, not long before concert day, rehearsal was held at the schoolhouse. Marilla was busy with preserves and practical matters, sent Matthew to fetch Anne home afterward. "You best go get her," she said. "It'll be dark by the time they finish." Matthew nodded. He never minded errands involving Anne. The evening had turned cold enough for breath to linger faintly in the air. Leaves skittered softly across the road as Matthew walked toward the schoolhouse beneath a pale autumn moon. Warm light glowed through the windows. Voices drifted outside. Laughter, too. Matthew paused quietly near the doorway. Inside, the children stood gathered beneath the lamplight. Miss Stacy moved cheerfully among them, giving instructions. Anne stood near the front, and for a moment, Matthew simply watched. She looked very earnest, very alive, her gray eyes bright with excitement, her cheeks flushed, her braids swinging as she turned eagerly toward Diana. There was such happiness in her face that Matthew found himself smiling without entirely realizing it. Then slowly, something else came over him. A quiet discomfort. The other girls looked different. Josie Pye wore a dress with fashionable sleeves. Ruby Gillis had ribbons. Even shy Jane Andrews seemed somehow prettier. Anne, his Anne, stood among them in her plain dark dress. Too plain, too simple. Her sleeves looked narrow and old-fashioned, her skirt less pretty than the others, and suddenly Matthew noticed something he had somehow failed to see before. Anne never had beautiful things. Not really. She spoke often enough of lovely sleeves, pretty dresses, soft ribbons, and always with that bright, wistful sort of longing that she tried to disguise as humor. But somehow, they had all simply gone on as they were. Matthew felt suddenly troubled. Very troubled indeed. For the first time it struck him clearly that Anne, with all her imagination and brightness and talking, was still only a little girl who cared very much about pretty things, and who perhaps had gone without them more often than anyone had properly noticed. Inside, rehearsal continued. Anne stepped forward importantly to recite her piece. She spoke beautifully, with spirit, with expression, with great dramatic seriousness. The other children laughed in their proper places. Miss Stacy nodded approvingly, and Matthew felt pride rise warmly inside him. She was clever, bright, braver than most, and somehow dearer than he could ever quite explain. But even pride could not entirely quiet the thought that had settled stubbornly into his mind. Anne ought to have something pretty, something truly pretty, something like the other girls had. No, better than the other girls, something Anne herself had always wanted. As the children gathered coats and scarves afterward, Matthew waited quietly outside. Anne came skipping down the steps beside Diana, full of cheerful importance. "Oh, Matthew," she exclaimed, "the rehearsal went splendidly. Miss Stacy says if we practice very hard, Avonlea shall be positively astonished." "I expect they will," Matthew said shyly. Anne slipped her hand through his arm as they started home beneath the autumn stars. Words tumbled cheerfully from her all the way down the lane, but Matthew said little, for his thoughts had settled firmly upon one important matter, and by the time Green Gables came into sight, Matthew Cuthbert had made a decision. Anne Shirley must have puffed sleeves. After the rehearsal at the schoolhouse, Matthew Cuthbert discovered something exceedingly inconvenient. He could not stop thinking about sleeves. Not ordinary sleeves, not sensible sleeves. Puffed sleeves. Large, beautiful sleeves of the sort that Anne Shirley admired with a devotion that bordered almost upon reverence. Matthew had never before in his life given serious consideration to sleeves. Indeed, he had managed very comfortably for over 60 years without doing so. But now they troubled him. For once he had noticed Anne standing among the other girls in her plain dark dress. It became impossible not to remember it. Her brave face, her bright eyes, and underneath it all, the quiet little longing for beautiful things she so often tried to laugh away. Matthew found himself unexpectedly miserable. He thought about it while feeding the horses, while stacking wood, while sitting quietly at supper pretending to pay attention to Marilla's practical conversation. And most especially, he thought about it whenever Anne mentioned sleeves, which, unfortunately for Matthew's peace of mind, was often. Anne had very decided opinions upon sleeves. Puffed sleeves represented romance, importance, beauty. Indeed, Anne privately considered a properly puffed sleeve nearly essential to happiness. Marilla, however, held no such opinion. "She talks as though sleeves were a matter of life and death," Marilla remarked one evening while mending. "Well, for a girl of Anne's age," Matthew ventured cautiously. maybe they sort of are. Marilla looked over her spectacles. You don't know much about girls, Matthew Cuthbert. No, Matthew admitted quietly. I suppose I don't. But privately, he thought perhaps he knew one girl better than anyone imagined. And privately, he had already decided something must be done. The difficulty lay in how. Matthew found women's shops terrifying. Not unpleasant exactly. Simply bewildering. A man could enter a feed store understanding perfectly what was expected of him. But dry goods stores, particularly those containing ladies, felt alarmingly complicated. Still, for Anne, Matthew resolved to face civilization. And so one cold afternoon he drove quietly to Carmody. He told Marilla he needed turnip seed, which was not entirely untrue. He did need turnip seed, only not nearly as urgently as puff sleeves. The dry goods store stood warm against the autumn chill, smelling faintly of fabric, starch, and unfamiliar perfumes. Matthew entered cautiously. Immediately he regretted it. There seemed far too many women, far too many ribbons, and entirely too much uncertainty. Behind the counter stood Miss Lucilla Harris, arranging goods with brisk efficiency. Matthew froze. Lucilla Harris had once laughed at him during a church supper in 1873. He had never entirely recovered. "Well, Matthew Cuthbert," she exclaimed pleasantly enough, "what can I do for you today?" Matthew opened his mouth, closed it again. What could she do? How did one begin discussing sleeves? Large sleeves? Pretty sleeves? Fashionable sleeves for orphan girls one had somehow grown terribly fond of? Suddenly, turnip seed seemed much safer. I reckon I need a rake," Matthew managed. Lucilla blinked. "A rake?" "Yes, ma'am." Unfortunately, no rake appeared available, which somehow made everything worse. Lucilla waited patiently. Matthew felt himself perspiring. "I suppose," he added desperately, "I might take some brown sugar." "How much?" Matthew panicked entirely. 20 pounds. Lucilla looked mildly surprised, but wrapped it all up without comment. Matthew escaped as quickly as dignity allowed. Unfortunately, he had still failed completely. Anne remained puffless. The matter weighed heavily upon him all the drive home. Fortunately, Providence occasionally took pity upon bewildered men. For who should appear walking near the lane a few days later but Miss Rachel Lynde herself? Now, ordinarily, Matthew approached Miss Lynde with great caution. Rachel Lynde possessed opinions enough for 6 ordinary people and expressed them with startling efficiency. But desperate times, as Anne herself might say, required courage. Matthew cleared his throat awkwardly. "Rachel," he said. Miss Lynde looked mildly startled. Matthew rarely initiated conversation. "Well now, Matthew," he shifted uncomfortably. "There's something I wanted to ask." Miss Lynde waited. "It's about Anne." At once, Rachel softened, though she would never willingly admit how fond she had grown of Anne Shirley. "Well?" Matthew hesitated, then blurted suddenly, "I thought maybe she ought to have a dress with puffed sleeves." Rachel Lynde stared. For one remarkable moment, she appeared genuinely speechless. Matthew rushed onward nervously. "She sort of notices the other girls," he explained awkwardly, "and she likes nice things. I thought maybe she ought to have one." Rachel's expression changed, softened, warmed. Something suspiciously kind entered her eyes. "Well now," she said slowly, "I suppose she should." Matthew looked relieved enough to collapse. "You'll help?" "Of course I will," Rachel replied briskly. "Puffed sleeves, certainly, and made in the very latest style, too." She paused, then shook her head with sudden amusement. "Well, well." Matthew shifted uncertainly. "What?" Rachel smiled to herself. "That man," she said softly, half to herself, is waking up after being asleep for over 60 years. Christmas came quietly to Green Gables that year. Not suddenly as though winter had simply arrived overnight, but softly and gradually, like something beautiful unfolding one careful morning at a time. First came the colder evenings, then morning silvered faintly with frost, then fields resting pale beneath thin coverings of snow, and finally, December settled over Avonlea altogether. The roads grew crisp beneath wagon wheels. Wood smoke drifted softly from the chimneys. The orchard stood bare and still beneath winter skies, and Green Gables, with warm windows glowing against the cold, seemed cozier than ever. Anne Shirley loved Christmas with her whole heart, not only because Christmas belonged so perfectly to imagination, though it certainly did, but because everything felt lovelier somehow. The world glittered, candles glowed, even ordinary things seemed touched with quiet importance. And this Christmas held special excitement indeed, for the Avonlea concert stood only days away. Rehearsals had grown wonderfully serious. Anne practiced constantly. Her recitation had become nearly perfect, at least in Anne's opinion, though occasionally Marilla suggested fewer dramatic sighs might improve matters. Anne disagreed. Feeling, she explained solemnly, is the very soul of recitation. Matthew wisely offered no opinion. Still, through all the rehearsals and preparations, another matter occupied him far more deeply: the dress. He hadn't spoken of it, not once. Indeed, Matthew found secrecy nearly as uncomfortable as dry goods stores. More than once he nearly revealed everything accidentally at supper. But somehow, Christmas morning arrived before he entirely lost courage. It dawned cold and bright. Snow rested lightly over Green Gables. The orchard shimmered pale and quiet beneath the winter sky. And downstairs, before anyone else had properly awakened, Anne Shirley could already be heard singing. Marilla paused while setting biscuits near the stove. "There she is," she said dryly. Matthew smiled faintly into his tea. For Anne, happiness rarely arrived quietly. She came downstairs glowing, cheeks pink from the cold, braids neatly tied, eyes bright with Christmas importance. "Merry Christmas," she exclaimed joyfully. "Isn't it a beautiful morning? I do believe snow makes the whole world feel more hopeful." "You may think so after breakfast," Marilla replied. "Sit down before everything gets cold." Breakfast passed cheerfully enough. Then came presents. Anne received practical things first: a book, warm mittens, little treasures, lovely things. But when Marilla quietly placed one last parcel before her, something in Matthew's expression changed. He suddenly became very interested in the fire. Anne untied the ribbon carefully, then stopped. Completely. Inside lay a dress. A beautiful dress. Soft brown sateen. And, most wonderful of all, puffed sleeves. Real puffed sleeves. Beautiful puffed sleeves, the kind Anne had admired with aching devotion for what felt like forever. For one long moment, she simply stared. Then her face changed. Wonder first, then disbelief, then something softer, something almost trembling. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh." She touched the sleeves carefully, almost reverently. "They're puffed," she said faintly. No one answered immediately. Anne looked up slowly, her gray eyes suddenly suspiciously bright. "Marilla," she whispered, "did you do this?" Marilla glanced quickly toward Matthew. "No," she said shortly. "Thank Rachel Lynde." Anne looked bewildered. "Mrs. Lynde?" "She made it," Marilla admitted, "but someone else thought you ought to have it." Matthew shifted awkwardly in his chair. Very awkwardly. The fire suddenly seemed fascinating indeed. Anne turned, slowly, Understanding came all at once. "Oh, Matthew," she said quietly. Matthew cleared his throat. "Well, I sort of thought maybe—" That was all he managed. Anne crossed the room before he could attempt anything further. And quite unexpectedly, she kissed his cheek. "Oh, Matthew," she whispered again. "I love it better than anything I ever had." Matthew looked so thoroughly embarrassed that Marilla almost smiled. Almost. Though privately, she felt something warm settle quietly inside her, too. For perhaps Matthew had understood something she herself had overlooked. A girl sometimes needed beauty, needed softness, needed one lovely thing to call her own. Later that afternoon, Mrs. Lynde arrived with a little parcel. "A ribbon," she announced briskly, "for your hair, since your dress deserved proper company." Anne could scarcely speak of happiness. And before long, Diana arrived too, bringing soft little slippers for the concert. "Oh, Anne," she cried the moment she saw the dress. "You look perfectly elegant." Anne turned slowly before the mirror. The sleeves rose beautifully from her shoulders. For perhaps the first time in her life, she felt almost pretty. And somehow, that changed something. Just a little. For when concert night finally arrived and nervousness fluttered terribly inside of her, Anne found herself remembering something. The feel of those beautiful sleeves, the kindness behind them, and somehow she stood a little taller, a little braver, ready at last to shine. Concert night arrived bright and cold. Snow lay softly over Avonlea, fresh and clean beneath a sky of pale winter stars, while warm yellow light glowed from a farmhouse window against the early darkness. Everywhere there seemed to be movement and excitement. Sleigh bells sounded faintly along the roads. Families bundled themselves into coats and scarves. Lanterns flickered. Voices drifted through the frosty air. For the Avonlea Christmas concert had become the great occasion of the season. And Anne Shirley, despite all brave intentions, felt quite certain she might perish of nervousness before the evening properly began. "Oh, Diana," she whispered backstage, clutching her hands tightly together. "What if I forget every single word?" "You won't," Diana said loyally. "But what if I do?" "You won't." "But what if I faint?" "You won't." Anne paused. "You always sound very certain." Diana looked thoughtful. "Well," she admitted honestly, "if you did faint, you'd probably do it beautifully." Anne nearly laughed despite herself. The schoolhouse glowed warmly with the lamplight. Evergreen bows decorated the walls. The air smelled faintly of wool coats, melting snow, and winter greenery. Voices filled every corner. Parents, neighbors, and friends gathered shoulder to shoulder upon benches, cheerful and expectant. Matthew and Marilla sat together near the front. Matthew looked more nervous than Anne herself, though he would never willingly have admitted such a thing. "She'll do fine," Marilla said quietly. Matthew nodded, but continued worrying anyway. Backstage, the children fluttered with excitement and alarm. Costumes shifted. Lines were whispered urgently. Miss Stacy moved among them calmly, offering encouragement wherever it was needed. "You'll do splendidly," she told Anne warmly. Anne wished desperately to believe her. But when the curtain first opened and the audience came suddenly into view, so many faces, so many eyes, her courage nearly disappeared altogether. For one dreadful moment, she felt certain disaster had arrived. Then, quite unexpectedly, she thought of something. Her sleeves, her beautiful puffed sleeves. Matthew's kindness, the careful stitches, the feeling of standing before the mirror Christmas morning and believing, perhaps for the first time, that she might look every bit as lovely as the other girls. Somehow, the memory steadied her. Anne lifted her chin, straightened her shoulders, and stepped forward. The Fairy Queen performance passed wonderfully. The audience applauded. Children remembered most of their lines. No one suffered any grand catastrophe, and when Anne's own recitation arrived, the hall grew very still. She stepped forward, heart pounding, hands trembling only slightly, and began, and recited beautifully. Not perfectly, for perfection belonged to angels and geography books, but beautifully. Her voice carried clearly through the room. Her expression glowed with feeling. Her imagination seemed to rise into every word until the audience listened with complete attention. Some laughed softly where they ought. Some wiped their eyes. And when she finished, applause filled the room. Real applause. Warm applause. The kind that wrapped around one like unexpected sunlight. Anne returned backstage glowing. "Oh, Diana," she whispered breathlessly, "I survived." "You were wonderful," Diana said loyally. Anne felt quite certain that she might remember this evening forever. Later, after the performances ended and excitement softened into cheerful conversation, flowers and compliments passed freely among the performers. At some point, rather mysteriously, a single rose found its way to Anne. No one explained how. No one entirely needed to, for when Anne glanced up, she happened to notice Gilbert Blythe standing not very far away, looking unusually pleased with himself. And though Anne quickly looked elsewhere, she did not entirely fail to notice that he seemed oddly satisfied, nor that a rose petal had fallen out of his pocket afterward. Outside, snow drifted softly through the night. Families gathered coats. Lanterns glowed once more. And at last, Green Gables welcomed them home. The kitchen felt wonderfully warm after the cold. Firelight flickered softly against familiar walls. Supper waited. Boots dried near the stove. And slowly, the excitement of the evening settled into quiet memory. "You did very well," Marilla said at last, while pouring tea. Anne glowed immediately. "Do you truly think so?" "I did," Marilla admitted. Matthew nodded earnestly. "Best one there," he said shyly. Anne looked down quickly then, not from disappointment, but because happiness sometimes felt almost too large to carry comfortably. Outside, snow rested peacefully over the orchard. The house settled into stillness, and somewhere deep inside herself, Anne Shirley felt something new. Not pride exactly. Something quieter, steadier, as though little by little she were growing into herself. And upstairs beneath the sloping roof of the east gable, with moonlight resting softly upon the snow outside, Anne fell asleep thinking that life, for all its troubles and embarrassments and dreadful mishaps, was still very beautiful indeed. Spring came back to Avonlea softly, as though the world had been waiting all winter to remember its colors. The snow disappeared from the sunny places along the roads, then from the hollows beneath the fences, and at last from the shadowed corners of the woods. The brooks ran full and bright beneath their little bridges. The fields around Green Gables grew damp and green. In the orchard, bare branches began to soften with buds, and every morning seemed to bring some small new promise that had not been there the day before. Anne Shirley loved spring with a devotion that was almost solemn. She loved the way the air smelled after rain, the way the earth seemed to breathe again, and the way the birds returned as though they had brought news from the bright country far away. Even the walk to school felt different in spring. The birch path no longer held the hushed stillness of winter. It rustled and whispered and shone, full of little sounds and stirrings. Anne was 13 now, which felt to her like a very serious age. Not grown up, of course, but nearer to grown up than 12 had been. There were moments when she felt quite changed by it, as though some new dignity ought to rest naturally upon her shoulders. Then she would forget herself entirely, run down the lane with Diana, and arrived breathless and laughing at school, which made the new dignity rather difficult to maintain. Miss Stacy had made school wonderfully alive. Lessons were no longer dull little tasks to be survived. They had become doors opening into interesting places. History seemed peopled with real men and women. Poetry sounded like music, and geography still suggested romantic journeys, though Anne had learned to keep some of those thoughts private during recitation. Best of all, Miss Stacy believed her pupils should write. And one afternoon, when pale spring sunlight lay across the schoolroom floor, she gave them an assignment that made Anne's heart leap. Each pupil was to write an original composition, not copied, not memorized, original. The word itself seemed to shine. Anne sat very still at her desk, but inside, her imagination had already begun rushing forward. A story appeared almost at once, first as a feeling, then as a title, then as a whole sweeping world of noble sorrow, faithful love, hidden jealousy, and a tragic ending. By the time school was dismissed, Anne could scarcely wait to tell Diana. They walked home together along the birch path, where the tender new leaves made a green mist overhead, and the brook ran beside them with cheerful importance. "Oh, Diana," Anne burst out at last, "I believe Miss Stacy has discovered the very thing I was meant to do." "Write compositions?" Diana asked. "Stories," Anne corrected with shining eyes. "Real stories, not just ordinary compositions about cows or winter or advantages of punctuality. Stories with feeling in them." Diana looked admiring at once. "I'm sure yours will be beautiful." Anne clasped her books tightly against her chest. "Oh, I hope so. I want it to be affecting. I think a story should make you feel as if something has happened inside your heart." Diana considered this gravely, as Diana always did when Anne spoke with conviction. "And what will yours be about?" Anne lowered her voice. "I cannot tell you everything yet, but there will be 2 beautiful girls, and one of them will be noble and good, and the other will be consumed by jealousy. There will also be a young man of remarkable appearance." Diana's eyes widened with interest. "And does anyone die?" Anne gave her a look of deep satisfaction. "More than one person." Diana sighed happily. "Oh, Anne." The path curved beneath the birches, and the 2 girls walked more slowly now, caught between springtime and imagination. Then, as so often happened with Anne, one idea opened the door to another. "Diana," she said suddenly, "why should I be the only one to write stories?" Diana blinked. "What do you mean?" "We should all write them. You and Jane and Ruby, and perhaps Charles Sloane, if he can be persuaded to not make everything too practical. We could meet and read them aloud and improve one another's writing." Diana looked doubtful, but only for a moment. "But I don't know if I could write a story." "You could if you cultivated your imagination," Anne assured her. "Everyone has imagination somewhere, and some people keep it folded away like a good tablecloth and never use it." Diana laughed. "What would we call it?" Anne stopped in the path. The brook hurried beside them. The birches stirred overhead. A robin sang somewhere in the thicket as though approving the moment. "We shall call it the Story Club," Anne declared. The name was simple, but once spoken aloud, it seemed to settle into place as naturally as if it had been waiting for them all along. By the time they reached the berry gate, the plan had grown beautifully important. There would be regular meetings. Each member must bring one original story. Every story should contain a moral, because stories without morals seemed rather irresponsible. Criticism would be kind, though Anne privately felt it should also be improving. and all manuscripts would be preserved in case future generations wished to know how great authors had begun. Diana was glowing now, too. "It will be splendid," she said. Anne looked back towards the birch path, where the spring light lingered among the trees. "Yes," she said softly, "I think it will." And as she walked home to Green Gables, with the brook singing beside her, and a new story already unfolding in her mind, Anne felt that spring had brought not only flowers and birds and green leaves, but a whole new world waiting to be written. The story club came into being almost at once. Anne, who believed all the worthwhile enterprises deserved an orderly beginning, insisted upon drawing up a proper list of members before the first meeting. Diana, of course, was the very first to join. Jane Andrews accepted her invitation with quiet pleasure. Ruby Gillis with romantic enthusiasm, and Charlie Sloane agreed only after being assured that boys were not entirely forbidden from literary pursuits, though Anne privately doubted Charlie possessed much imagination to cultivate. Their meetings were held in the Berry kitchen loft, a snug little room tucked beneath the roof where they could gather without interruption. To Anne, it seemed exactly the sort of place where famous authors ought to begin their careers. Every member was expected to bring one original story to each meeting. Anne considered this an admirable rule. "Inspiration," she told Diana, "is a beautiful thing, but it should never be allowed to become lazy." Their first meeting arrived on a warm afternoon, fragrant with apple blossoms. Sunlight poured through the little loft window, laying bright squares upon the wooden floor, while swallows darted cheerfully outside, beneath the eaves. The girls settled themselves eagerly. Ruby had tied a pink ribbon in her hair for the occasion. Jane carried several neatly folded pages, and Charlie looked faintly uncomfortable, as though uncertain whether stories ought to be treated quite so seriously. Anne, however, regarded the gathering with complete solemnity. She had spent hours preparing her manuscript. Every page had been copied in her neatest handwriting. Every sentence had been carefully improved. Indeed, Anne had become so absorbed in polishing certain passages that Marilla had finally remarked she hoped no sensible person ever worked as hard at imaginary people as Anne Shirley did. When all were seated, Anne rose. "As president," she announced with quiet dignity, "I believe it is only proper that I should read first." No one objected. Anne unfolded her precious pages. "The title," she said, "is The Jealous Rival, or In Death Not Divided." Ruby clasped her hands immediately. "Oh, what a perfectly lovely title!" Anne smiled modestly. "I thought it rather promising myself." Then she began. Her voice rose and fell with wonderful expression as she introduced Geraldine, a heroine of extraordinary beauty and uncommon goodness. Geraldine possessed golden hair, violet eyes, and a disposition so sweet that everyone loved her instantly. Everyone, that is, except Cordelia. Cordelia admired Geraldine at first. Then she envied her. And finally, Anne lowered her voice dramatically, she hated her. Diana leaned forward. Jane forgot to blink. Even Charlie appeared interested. Anne continued with complete sincerity. There was, of course, a handsome young gentleman named Bertram. He immediately fell hopelessly in love with Geraldine, and Geraldine accepted him after a beautifully emotional proposal. A magnificent diamond ring was exchanged. Plans were laid for a grand European tour. Everything appeared perfectly happy. Anne paused. "But happiness," she observed gravely, "can never continue uninterrupted in a truly interesting story." The listeners nodded. That seemed perfectly reasonable. One evening, Geraldine and Cordelia stood together upon a lonely bridge. The moon shone. The river rushed below. Cordelia smiled sweetly. Then, quite unexpectedly, she pushed Geraldine into the water. Ruby gave a tiny gasp. Diana pressed both hands against her cheeks. Bertram, seeing his beloved disappear beneath the waves, threw himself heroically into the river after her. Unfortunately, Anne explained sorrowfully, Bertram could not swim. The lovers drowned together. Their bodies were discovered entwined in one another's arms. They were buried in the same grave beneath a weeping willow. Cordelia, overcome by remorse, lost her reason entirely and spent the remainder of her life wandering sadly through the halls of an asylum. Anne read the final sentence with deep feeling. Then she lowered her pages. Silence filled the little loft. Outside, a robin sang happily, quite unaware that so many unfortunate events had just taken place. At last, Diana drew a long, contented sigh. "Oh, Anne," she whispered, "it is perfectly beautiful." Ruby dabbed suspiciously at the corner of one eye. "I nearly cried." Jane smiled warmly. "I never guessed so many things could happen in one story." Charlie scratched his head. "It certainly had a powerful lot of drownings." Anne accepted the remark graciously. "I do think," she said thoughtfully, "that tragedy leaves a lasting impression." She carefully gathered her pages together. "I believe stories should contain plenty of romance," she continued. "Otherwise, they're apt to resemble ordinary life too closely." The others laughed, and sitting together beneath the warm roof of the Berry loft, surrounded by sunshine, apple blossoms, and the happy certainty that many more stories still waited to be written, the little story club felt to Anne like the beginning of something wonderfully important. The story club flourished. Its members met faithfully each week in the little loft above the Berry kitchen, where sunshine warmed the weather floorboards by the afternoon and the swallows nested beneath the eaves. To anyone passing by outside, the loft might have seemed perfectly ordinary, but to Anne, it had become a place of marvelous importance. It was there that stories were born. Each meeting followed the same pleasant routine. Every member arrived carrying several carefully folded pages. Each story was read aloud in turn. Then came the discussion, which Anne considered almost as important as the writing itself. She believed every author deserved encouragement. She also believed every author ought to improve. Fortunately, these two opinions generally managed to exist together, quite peacefully. Ruby Gillis, Anne declared, possessed a naturally romantic disposition. Her heroines were always extraordinarily beautiful. Her heroes were invariably handsome, wealthy, and devoted. "There is never the slightest doubt that they'll marry," Anne observed one afternoon as the girls walked home together. "Ruby wouldn't allow anything so uncomfortable as uncertainty." Diana laughed. "I don't believe she'd like unhappy endings." "No," Anne agreed thoughtfully. "Neither do I. But I think a story ought to make you cry a little before everyone becomes happy again." Jane Andrews wrote very differently. Her stories were sensible, orderly. Every difficulty appeared exactly when it ought to appear, and was resolved with admirable efficiency. "I always know where I am in Jane's stories," Anne said approvingly. "But not in your own?" Diana teased. Anne smiled. "Oh, no. Mine often surprise even me." Charlie Sloane's contributions, however, presented rather a puzzle. His stories generally concerned hard-working young men who became prosperous through honesty and careful saving. "There is nothing whatever the matter with prosperity," Anne admitted generously. "But I do wish Charlie's people would occasionally fall in love before opening another successful business." Diana burst into laughter. "I'm afraid Charlie doesn't think very much about romance." "That," Anne replied gravely, "is his great literary weakness. Miss Stacy encouraged every new composition they produced. She corrected their grammar with patient care, praised clever ideas whenever she found them, and never laughed at the earnest seriousness with which her pupils regarded their stories. Anne loved her all the more for it. "There are so few grown people," she confided to Diana one afternoon, "who truly understand how important imagination is." Marilla, naturally, held rather different opinions. She listened with patient attention whenever Anne described the latest story club meeting, but she seldom appeared quite as impressed as Anne hoped. One evening, while drying the supper dishes, Anne explained at great length why the club had unanimously agreed that every respectable story ought to contain a moral. "It improves people," she concluded. "So you've told me before," Marilla replied, stacking the clean plates neatly upon the shelf. "But it's perfectly true." "I dare say. And we've decided that stories ought to be interesting from the very beginning." "I shouldn't wonder." "And there should generally be at least one villain." Marilla looked over her spectacles. "That seems rather hard on the villain." Anne laughed. "Someone must make the trouble happen." "I suppose so." Anne dried another plate thoughtfully. "I hope that someday I'll write a book." Marilla smiled faintly. "A very large one, I don't doubt." "Oh, yes." Anne's eyes shone with quiet certainty. "And if ever I do, I hope people will read it many years afterward and feel happier because they did." Marilla didn't answer. She took another dish from the draining board and wiped it carefully with a towel in her hands. "That's a good ambition," she said at last. And Anne was pleased. Encouragement from Marilla was never given carelessly. It was earned. And after a thoughtful silence, Anne added quietly, "Do you know, I don't think I really care about being famous unless the things I wrote made people feel something beautiful." Marilla glanced at her for a moment. There were times now and then when Anne's words surprised her. The little girl who had once talked endlessly simply because she loved hearing herself speak was slowly becoming a young lady who occasionally said something worth remembering. "Well," Marilla replied in her practical way, "the first step toward anything worth reading is finishing the work you've already begun." Anne smiled. "I suppose that is true." "It generally is." For a moment, they worked quietly together. Outside, the evening sunlight rested gently over the orchard, and a robin sang somewhere beyond the kitchen window. Anne folded the last dish towel with unusual care. "I do hope," she said softly, "that no matter how old Diana and I become, we'll always have stories." "I expect you will," Marilla answered. Then, after looking around the spotless kitchen with satisfaction, she added, "And now that you've finished talking about them, perhaps you'd better go and gather tomorrow's eggs before it grows dark." Anne laughed. Somehow, Marilla always knew exactly when it was time to leave imagination for a little while and return to ordinary life. Late April came to Avonlea wrapped in soft rain and warm sunshine. The orchards surrounded Green Gables were touched with swelling buds. The maples had dressed themselves in delicate new leaves, and every roadside brook hurried merrily toward the river, sparkling beneath the afternoon light. Robins sang from the orchard fence, while the fresh scent of damp earth drifted throughout every open window. Even Marilla Cuthbert found herself noticing the beauty of it all. She was not a woman given to idle admiration of landscapes. There was always bread to bake, hens to feed, butter to churn, and stockings to mend. Yet spring had a quiet way of slipping into even the busiest heart. Returning home from Carmody one pleasant afternoon, Marilla found herself noticing the beauty of the countryside, in spite of all the practical matters occupying her mind. With her market basket on her arm, she caught herself thinking how peaceful the white way of delight looked beneath the veil of tender green leaves. Green Gables itself seemed especially welcoming that day. The old white farmhouse rested comfortably among the budding orchard trees, its windows catching the golden afternoon sun. Everything appeared exactly as it should. Until Marilla stepped into the kitchen. The room was strangely still. The fire had burned low. The kettle sat upon the stove. No biscuits waited beneath the clean towel. And there was no cheerful voice humming somewhere about the house. Anne should certainly have been home from school now. Marilla placed her basket upon the table and glanced toward the clock. She knew Anne occasionally lingered with Diana after lessons, but in recent years the girl had become remarkably dependable about her household duties. If she intended to be late, she generally remembered to send word. Stepping onto the back porch, Marilla found Matthew quietly unharnessing the horse after his afternoon's work. "Have you seen Anne?" she asked. Matthew looked up with mild surprise. "I thought she'd be home." "So did I." "Perhaps she stopped at Barry's." "If she did, she ought to have asked first," Marilla replied, though there was less annoyance than uneasiness in her voice. Matthew, knowing from long experience that explanations usually arrived in their own good time, returned peacefully to his work. Marilla searched the downstairs rooms once more before making her way up the narrow staircase. Anne's bedroom door stood slightly open. She pushed it gently. The room was filled with soft golden light of late afternoon. A warm breeze stirred the white curtains at the open window, carrying with it the fragrance of apple blossoms. At first Marilla saw only that Anne was lying face downward on her bed. Then she noticed the slight trembling of her shoulders. The child had been crying. Much of Marilla's irritation disappeared at once. She crossed the room quietly. "Anne," she said more gently than before, "whatever is the matter?" For a moment there was no answer. Then Anne gave a sorrowful little sob without lifting her head. "Go away," came the muffled reply. "I can't do that." "Oh, Marilla," Anne's voice broke miserably. "I am the unhappiest girl in Prince Edward Island." Marilla sat down beside the bed. "What has happened?" "I can't tell you." "You'll have to tell me sooner or later." "I never can. I shall never be able to face anyone again." Marilla waited patiently. Experience had taught her that silence often accomplished more than questioning where Anne was concerned. At last, Anne spoke again. "Promise you won't laugh." "I don't know what I'm promising." "You always say that, because I'm sensible." Anne gave another hopeless sigh before slowly sitting up. Her face was blotched with tears, and an old apron had been tied tightly around her head. She clutched the ends of it with both hands as though they had stood between her and complete disgrace. "What have you done now, Anne?" Marilla asked quietly. Anne closed her eyes. "I've made a dreadful mistake." "We'll see about that." "You can't make it better." "Perhaps not, but I can't judge until I know." With the air of someone surrendering all hope, Anne slowly untied the apron. A few short locks escaped at first. Then the entire unhappy truth was revealed. Marilla stared. For perhaps the first time in many years, she found herself entirely without words. At last she managed to say, "Anne Shirley, what in the world have you done to your hair?" For several long moments, Marilla simply looked. The afternoon breeze wandered quietly through the open window, lifting the white curtains as though nothing extraordinary had happened. Outside, robins continued their cheerful songs, and somewhere in the orchard a bee hummed lazily among the blossoms. Inside Anne's room, however, the world seemed to have come to a complete stop. The hair peeping out beneath Anne's untied apron was unmistakably green, not merely touched with a greenish tint, not changed by an unfortunate trick of light. It was a deep, melancholy shade that reminded Marilla of weathered moss growing upon an old stone wall. Anne watched her anxiously. "You see," she whispered miserably, "I told you there wasn't any use looking. Nothing can ever make it right again." Marilla drew a slow breath. "Anne Shirley," she said carefully, "how did such a thing happen?" Anne closed her eyes. "I bought some hair dye." Marilla stared. "You bought what?" "Hair dye." The words came out in little bursts of shame. "There was a peddler selling it. He said it would turn any person's hair a beautiful raven black. He guaranteed it." Marilla looked at Anne in complete disbelief. "And you believed him?" "I wanted to." Anne's voice trembled. "I've tried to be content with red hair, Marilla. Truly I have. Ever since you told me I must. But when he said it could become black, just beautiful, glossy black, I thought perhaps Providence was giving me one more chance." She covered her face with both hands. "Oh, I know it wasn't Providence. It was simply temptation." Marilla could almost have smiled despite herself. There were moments when Anne's way of describing her troubles made even the gravest situations strangely difficult to take without complete seriousness. Still, this was no laughing matter. "When did you do it?" "This afternoon. I came straight home from school while you were away, and I followed every direction exactly. I waited the proper length of time, and when I washed it," Anne gave a hopeless little sob, "it was green." Marilla crossed the window where the afternoon light fell more clearly across Anne's unfortunate curls. She examined them carefully. There could be no mistake. The peddler's wonderful preparation had indeed worked a remarkable transformation, just not the one Anne had hoped for. "Did you try washing it again?" "6 times. "Soap?"
"Yes."
"Lye soap?"
"Yes. I scrubbed it until my head hurt."
Anne looked up with fresh tears gathering in her eyes.
"It simply grows greener."
Marilla turned away for a moment. She dearly wished to preserve the proper dignity of the occasion. Unfortunately, the image of Anne solemnly washing her hair over and over while it became progressively greener was making that surprisingly difficult. She pressed her lips together very firmly. When she turned back, her expression was once again entirely respectable. "I'm afraid there's only one thing to be done." Anne searched her face desperately.
"You can save it?"
"No." The single word seemed to echo through the quiet room. Anne's shoulders slowly sank. "It must be cut." Anne stared.
"Cut?"
Surely she had misunderstood.
"My hair?"
"Every bit that's green." For one dreadful instant, there was complete silence. Then Anne gave a cry so full of genuine despair that Marilla's practical heart softened.
"Oh, Marilla."
"There is no other remedy."
"But it'll be horribly short."
"It will grow again."
"It'll take years."
"Not years."
"It feels like years."
Anne slipped from her bed and hurried to the little looking-glass. She stood gazing at herself with tragic intensity.
"My beautiful hair,"
she whispered. Marilla wisely made no attempt to remind Anne that she had never before described her hair in quite those terms. Instead, she quietly fetched the scissors. "Come here, Anne." With infinite reluctance, Anne obeyed. The first lock fell silently to the floor, then another and another. Neither of them spoke very much while Marilla worked. The only sounds were the gentle snip of scissors and the robin singing beyond the open window. At last, it was finished. Anne reached automatically for the looking-glass. She stared only a single second. Then, she turned it resolutely toward the wall. "I shall never look at myself again," she declared. "I dare say you will before bedtime," Marilla replied, laying the scissors aside. And she shook her head with mournful certainty. "No." She climbed back slowly onto the bed and drew the quilt over her shoulders. "My career is ended." Marilla raised an eyebrow. "What career?" "My whole future," she sighed deeply. "No one could ever respect a person who looks like this." Marilla tucked one of the shortened curls behind Anne's ear. "I think you'll discover, Anne, that people are far more interested in how you behave than in the color of your hair." Anne was unconvinced. At present, that seemed a very unlikely way for the world to operate. Outside, the apple trees swayed gently beneath the warm spring breeze, entirely unconcerned with whether one young girl's hair was red, black, or most unfortunately of all, green. The weeks that followed were not easy ones for Anne. Although Marilla had assured her again and again that her hair would grow, Anne found very little comfort in promises that required patience. Each morning she caught sight of the short, uneven curls in the looking-glass and felt her heart sink anew. For several days she refused to look at her reflection at all. "I know exactly what I look like," she declared mournfully. "There's no use reminding myself." Marilla wisely allowed the matter to pass, without argument. Experience had taught her that Anne's sorrows, however dramatic they appeared at first, generally softened if left alone for a little while. Like summer storms, they spent themselves most quickly when no one attempted to chase them. The true trial, however, came when Anne returned to school. She walked beside Diana that morning with unusual quietness, her hat pulled as low as possible over the offending curls. "I wish," she sighed, "that hats could be worn indoors. It would solve so many difficulties." Diana slipped her arm gently through Anne's. "I think everyone will soon become accustomed to it." "That is exactly what I dread," Anne replied. "First they'll stare, then they'll become accustomed to it. Both prospects are dreadful." For Anne's fears proved partly justified. The moment she removed her hat, curious eyes turned toward her. Some of the younger children stared openly. Others whispered behind their hands. A few looked away quickly, remembering their manners. But Josie Pye smiled. It was not a cruel smile, exactly, only one of quiet satisfaction. "My," she observed sweetly, "what very short hair you've decided to wear." Anne felt the familiar flash of temper rise within her. There had been times not so very long ago when she would have answered Josie with an equal sharpness, perhaps even sharper. The words came readily enough. She could think of half a dozen before Josie had finished speaking. Yet another thought came with them. It was a small thought, a quiet one that had been growing ever since the unfortunate afternoon of green hair. Had not all this happened because she had been dissatisfied with the providence that had been given her? Had not vanity led her directly into humiliation? Anne drew a slow breath. Then, to Josie's evident disappointment, she merely smiled. "It will grow again," she said simply. Josie seemed rather uncertain what to do with such an answer. She gave a little shrug and wandered away in search of someone more willing to quarrel. Diana looked at Anne with admiration. "I'm glad you didn't answer her." "So am I," Anne admitted. "I wanted to." "I know. I wanted to very badly." The two girls exchanged a smile. "It wouldn't have made my hair any longer," Anne said philosophically. Diana laughed. "No, nor hers any prettier." That afternoon, walking home beneath the fresh green maples, Anne spoke more thoughtfully than was her custom. "I've been thinking, Diana." "About your hair?" "About vanity." Diana nodded gravely. Anne had become very interested in moral lessons whenever one happened to arise from her own misfortunes. "I believe," Anne continued, that this has been sent to improve my character. Do you really think so? I hope so. She smiled faintly. If I suffer all of this and don't become better because of it, it would seem a rather waste. The words made Diana laugh, but Anne remained quite serious. I don't think I'll ever wish for black hair again. No. No. Anne reached up absently and touched one of her short curls. I dare say I'll always wish my own were a little longer. That's different. Yes, Anne smiled. It seems a much more modest wish. By the time Green Gables came into view, the disappointment no longer felt quite so heavy. The sorrow was still there. The curls were still short, but somewhere along the quiet walk home, Anne had begun to understand that mistakes need not remain only mistakes. Sometimes they become lessons, and sometimes they became stories. And sometimes, though it was very difficult to believe, while they were happening, they became memories that could one day be smiled over. Marilla, noticing the brighter expression with which Anne entered the kitchen that evening, said nothing at all. She merely handed Anne her apron and pointed toward the supper dishes. It was her own quiet way of acknowledging that the worst of the storm had passed. Summer settled gently over Avonlea. The orchards that had worn clouds of blossoms in the spring were now clothed in deep green leaves, their broad branches casting cool pools of shade across the sunlit grass. Clover bloomed in the meadows, wild roses brightened the hedgerows, and the little pond below Orchard Slope lay so still beneath the July sky that it reflected every drifting cloud as perfectly as polished glass. Anne often thought it looked less like water than a quiet piece of heaven that had somehow come to rest upon the earth. She and Diana spent many happy afternoons there. Idlewild was gone now. The little woodland retreat where they had once played among the trees had disappeared beneath Mr. Bell's axe, and although Anne had mourned its loss with all the proper sorrow such a tragedy deserved, she had gradually decided that girls approaching 14 naturally exchanged one kind of imagination for another. Avonlea, fortunately, never ran out of beautiful places in which to dream. One warm afternoon, Anne, Diana, Jane Andrews, and Ruby Gillis wandered slowly along the pond, their conversation drifting, as it almost always did, from books to poems, and from poems to castles, queens and ladies of long ago. Ever since Miss Stacy had introduced them to Tennyson, Anne had lived half her days in Camelot. I think Elaine is the loveliest character in all the poem, she declared. There's something so beautiful about loving faithfully and asking for nothing in return. Ruby sighed contentedly. It is dreadfully sad. That is the part that makes it so wonderful, Anne replied. The saddest stories are often the most satisfying. Jane laughed. I believe you would rather read about someone dying nobly than living happily. Anne considered this very seriously. Not always, but if someone must die, I hope they do it poetically. Diana smiled. I don't suppose anyone could die more poetically than Elaine. Anne stopped walking so suddenly that the others nearly walked into her. Oh, she exclaimed, what a splendid idea! The familiar sparkle had returned to her gray eyes. We must act it. The poem? Jane asked. Yes, the whole beautiful ending. Anne pointed eagerly toward Mr. Barry's little flat-bottomed boat resting beneath the willows. That shall be Elaine's barge. Ruby looked doubtful. It seems rather small. It will be magnificent, Anne assured her. One mustn't judge these things too literally. Imagination is far more important than measurements. The girls immediately became absorbed in planning. Jane volunteered to gather flowers. Ruby declared they must have something dark and flowing to represent velvet. Diana thoughtfully considered where everyone should stand when the little boat drifted beneath the bridge. Then came the greatest question of all. Who shall be Elaine? There was a brief silence. Finally, Diana smiled. I think Anne ought to be. Ruby nodded. So do I. Jane agreed at once. No one else could look nearly romantic enough. Anne accepted the honor, with becoming modesty, though inwardly she was delighted. I shall do my very best, she promised. Preparations began immediately. An old black shawl borrowed from Mr. Barry was spread carefully across the little flat to resemble the rich velvet described in Tennyson's poem. Long sprays of blue iris were gathered from the water's edge, while delicate ferns and wildflowers were tucked thoughtfully around the boat, until everyone agreed it looked quite worthy of carrying the Lily Maid herself. When all was ready, Anne stepped carefully aboard. The little craft rocked gently beneath her feet. She settled herself upon the shawl, folded her arms peacefully across her breast, and allowed Diana to arrange the flowers around her. Is my hair lying properly? Anne asked. Ruby bent to inspect it critically. It looks beautiful. I don't wish to look merely beautiful, Anne replied. I wish to look touching. You look both, Diana assured her. Anne smiled with quiet satisfaction. She closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the whisper of the breeze through the trees and the soft lapping of water against the little boat. It required almost no effort at all to imagine herself upon the river leading to Camelot. The warm July sunshine became golden afternoon light upon ancient towers. The overhanging willows transformed themselves into stately trees lining a medieval shore. Even the quiet pond seemed larger somehow, stretching away into a world where knights still rode beneath fluttering banners and faithful hearts endured every sorrow with courage. I believe, Anne said softly, without opening her eyes, this is the most romantic thing we've ever done. I believe it is, Diana answered. She stepped back toward the shore and gave one last approving look at the little boat. Now remember, she called, don't move until you've reached the bridge. I shall remain perfectly still. Anne's lip curved into the faintest smile. I intend to be a very convincing Lily Maid. Jane and Ruby exchanged a glance. Then, with the greatest care, they gave a flat, gentle push. The little boat drifted slowly away from the shore. The current caught it almost at once, and Anne floated peacefully beneath the bright summer sun, surrounded by flowers, wrapped in quiet dreams of Camelot, entirely certain that no afternoon had ever begun more perfectly, or could possibly end in any way but happily. For the first few moments, everything was exactly as Anne had imagined. The little flat glided gently across the pond, scarcely disturbing the mirror-like surface of the water. The flowers resting beside her rose and fell almost imperceptibly with each tiny ripple, while the warm July sunshine filtered through the overhanging branches in dancing patches of gold. Anne remained perfectly still. She scarcely even breathed. A true Lily Maid, she felt, would never fidget. She kept her eyes half closed, allowing herself to imagine that the quiet Avonlea pond had become the broad river leaving toward Camelot. The willows upon the shore transformed themselves into the ancient trees standing guard over forgotten kingdoms. The distant bridge became one beneath which Sir Lancelot himself might be waiting. It was all wonderfully satisfying. From farther down the pond came the cheerful voices of Diana, Jane, and Ruby as they hurried toward the bridge to await Elaine's arrival. Anne smiled to herself. Everything was unfolding precisely according to plan. Then she heard it, a tiny sound, soft, almost too soft to notice. Drip. Anne opened one eye. For a moment she saw nothing unusual. The little boat continued drifting peacefully along the quiet current. She closed her eye again. Drip. This time, She looked more carefully. A small trickle of water had appeared near one corner of the flat. Anne frowned. "That certainly wasn't in Tennyson," she murmured. The trickle became another, then another. Within moments, a thin sheet of water was spreading quietly across the bottom of the boat. Anne sat up. The movement caused the flat to rock gently beneath her. Oh dear. She reached toward the leak, as though determination alone might persuade it to stop. It showed no interest whatsoever in being persuaded. Instead, the water continued creeping steadily inward. Anne glanced toward the shore. The girls had already disappeared from sight on their way to the bridge. She was quite alone. The current, which had seemed so unpleasantly gentle only moments before, now carried her farther and farther from the bank. Anne took a careful breath. "There is no occasion for panic," she told herself aloud. "It's always best to remain calm." Unfortunately, remaining calm proved considerably easier to recommend than to accomplish. The water continued rising. Another minute passed. The flowers floating beside her began to drift away one by one. Anne looked desperately toward the bridge ahead. It was still some distance away. The flat gave another slow, unmistakable lurch. There was no longer any doubt. It was sinking. Anne's imagination, usually so faithful, abandoned her completely. Camelot vanished. Elaine disappeared. There was only a frightened 13-year-old girl alone in a leaking boat. "Oh dear," Anne whispered. "What should I do?" Then she remembered. Just ahead, one of the old bridge piles rose from the water. If she could reach it. The flat drifted closer, closer. The water now covered the bottom of the little boat entirely. Anne waited until she was almost alongside the weathered timber. Then, gathering all her courage, she sprang. For one dreadful instant, she thought she had missed. But her hands caught the rough wood. She clung tightly, her feet scrambling for purchase, until at last she managed to pull herself onto the broad pile. At almost the same moment, the little flat slipped quietly away beneath her. For a second it floated almost upright. Then it disappeared beneath the water, without so much of a splash. Anne looked down in astonishment. "My poor lily maid," she murmured sadly. Far below, the pond rippled peacefully, giving scarcely any sign that the little boat had ever existed. The silence seemed almost unbelievable. Only a few moments earlier, the afternoon had been filled with romance. Now, Anne found herself perched alone upon a weathered bridge support, with no possible way of climbing either up or down. She looked toward the bridge overhead. It was far beyond her reach. She looked toward the shore. That was impossible, too. The girls had not yet returned. No one knew where she was. For the first time that afternoon, Anne felt truly frightened. She folded her hands tightly together. "Please," she whispered, looking up into the bright blue summer sky, "send someone before very long." The breeze stirred the willow branches overhead. The pond continued shimmering peacefully beneath the afternoon sun. And Anne waited. Anne had scarcely finished her whispered prayer when she heard the distant creak of oars. At first, she thought she imagined it. Then the sounds came again, steady, rhythmic, growing nearer. She looked anxiously downstream. A small rowboat rounded the bend beneath the overhanging willows. For one glorious moment, relief swept through her. Then she recognized the boy at the oars, Gilbert Blythe. If ever Anne Shirley had found herself caught between gratitude and wounded pride, it was at this moment. Gilbert saw her almost instantly. His oars paused in mid-stroke. "Anne Shirley," he called in astonishment. "How in the world did you get there?" Anne said nothing. She merely looked at him with as much dignity as a girl stranded upon a bridge piling could reasonably command. Gilbert guided his boat alongside. "I've been looking for my boat," he explained. Then I saw someone up here." His eyes wandered over the water. "The flat is sunk." "It sprang a leak," Anne answered at last. "I climbed here just before it went down." Gilbert looked up at her with genuine concern. "You can't stay there." "I am quite aware of that." "I'll bring the boat alongside. You can step in." Anne hesitated. There was no other choice. Gilbert steadied the little boat against the piling. "Take your time," he said kindly. "It isn't far." Anne gathered her skirts carefully, found her footing upon the rough timber, and stepped into the boat. For one alarming instant it rocked beneath her weight. Gilbert reached out instinctively to steady her. She accepted the help only because refusing it would almost certainly have landed her in the pond. Once she was safely seated, Gilbert resumed rowing. For a few moments neither of them spoke. The only sounds were of the gentle splash of the oars and the soft rustling of the summer leaves overhead. Gilbert cleared his throat. "Anne," she continued, looking steadily toward the opposite shore, "I think this is a good opportunity to say something I've wanted to say for a long time." Anne remained silent. "I'm sorry." His voice was quiet now, entirely free of teasing. "I truly am." The oars dipped slowly into the shining water. "I was foolish that first day at school." He smiled a little. "I've wished 100 times that I never called you carrots." Anne's hands tightened around the damp flower she still carried. "I've been punished often enough for it." Still, she didn't answer. "I hoped," Gilbert continued gently, "that someday you'd forgive me." The boat drifted silently onward. Anne's heart gave an unexpected little tug. She had imagined this apology many times over the years. Sometimes Gilbert had been eloquent, sometimes dramatic. Occasionally he had knelt. She had always imagined herself forgiving him graciously. Now that the moment had actually arrived, she found that she could not. Or perhaps she would not. Her pride had become almost as stubborn as his. "I'm very sorry," Gilbert repeated. "Can't we be friends?" For one brief instant, Anne almost held out her hand. Almost. Then the memory of that long-ago classroom, the laughter, her own burning humiliation returned with surprising force. "No," she said quietly. "I shall never forgive you." Gilbert said nothing more. He simply nodded once. When they reached the shore, he steadied the boat while Anne stepped onto the bank. "I suppose," he said softly, "there's nothing more to say." Anne did not trust herself to reply. She turned and walked toward the bridge where Diana, Jane, and Ruby came running to meet her, their faces pale with relief. "Oh, Anne," Diana cried, throwing her arms around her, "we thought you drowned." Jane looked close to tears. "We couldn't imagine what had happened." Anne smiled reassuringly. "It wasn't nearly as romantic as I intended." The girls laughed through their lingering fright. Together they all walked slowly beneath the quiet evening sky. Marilla listened to the entire adventure with more composure than Anne expected, though there was unmistakable relief beneath her calm expression. When Anne finished, Marilla looked at her thoughtfully. "You've had a narrow escape." "I know. I hope you've learned something." Anne smiled faintly. "I think what I've learned, that trying to be romantic is sometimes a great deal more trouble than it's worth." Matthew, who had listened without interruption from his favorite chair, looked up from his newspaper. His gentle eyes rested on Anne with quiet affection. "Well now," he said, "don't give up all your romance, Anne." She looked at him curiously. "A little bit is a good thing." His smile deepened. "Not too much, of course." Anne laughed. "No, but keep a little." Outside, the last golden light faded gently beyond the orchard. The robin settled quietly among the branches. And somewhere beyond Orchard Slope, the little pond lay peaceful once more, keeping forever the memory of one summer afternoon when a girl had gone looking for Camelot and had found, instead, a lesson she would remember for the rest of her life. And now, Avonlea grows quiet once more. The little pond lies still beneath the evening sky. The willows rest peacefully along its banks, their branches swaying ever so gently in the summer breeze, while the orchard at Green Gables settles into the golden hush of day's end. Inside the farmhouse, the supper dishes have long since been washed, and the kitchen has grown still. The windows stand open to the cool evening air, carrying with them the scent of clover, apple leaves, and the distant song of robins preparing for the night. Somewhere nearby, Matthew sits quietly on the porch for a little while longer, watching the last light fade beyond the fields. Marilla has finished the day's work at last. The house, so full of ordinary moments, grows peaceful around her. And upstairs, beneath the sloping roof of the east gable, Anne Shirley has finally fallen asleep. Perhaps she is dreaming of stories still unwritten, of quiet ponds and little boats, of knights and Camelot, of friendships that grow stronger with every passing season, and perhaps, just perhaps, of a future that is already unfolding, one beautiful chapter at a time. So let the evening grow soft around you now. Let the world grow quiet. There's nowhere left to be, nothing left to do, only rest. Sleep now. You are safe. You are loved. You've been listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle. The September evening had come to Avonlea with all the quiet beauty of early autumn. The maples along Lover's Lane had begun to blush with crimson, while golden sunlight lingered softly among the fir trees. A cool breeze wandered through the branches overhead, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine in distant fields where the harvest was nearly gathered. Anne followed the cows home at their own leisurely pace. She scarcely needed to guide them. Like sensible old friends, they knew the way to Green Gables perfectly well and required very little attention. That suited Anne, whose thoughts were happily occupied elsewhere. Miss Stacy had recently given the class passages from Marmion to memorize, and Anne had fallen completely under the spell of the poem. As she walked beneath the whispering firs, she recited the stirring verses aloud, her voice rising and falling with the gentle evening wind. The poetry transformed Lover's Lane. For a few delightful moments, the quiet woodland became an ancient battlefield where knights rode bravely beneath fluttering banners. Anne had always found it wonderfully easy to step through the doorway of her imagination. She had just reached one of her favorite passages when she caught sight of Diana hurrying across Berry pasture. Even from a distance, Anne could tell something exciting had happened. Diana was almost running. Her cheeks were rosy, her dark eyes sparkled with excitement, and she scarcely waited until she reached the gate before calling out, "Oh, Anne, I have the most wonderful news. Guess what it is?" Anne laughed. "You know perfectly well I'll never guess." "You must try," Diana insisted. "I want to see if you can." Anne pretended to consider very seriously. "Mrs. Allen is planning another Sunday school picnic?" Diana shook her head. "No." "Jane Andrews has been invited to visit Charlottetown?" "No." Anne smiled mischievously. "Then Moody Spurgeon McPherson has finally asked you to walk home from prayer meeting." Diana laughed so hard she nearly forgot her wonderful news. "Of course not, Anne. You aren't guessing properly." "Well, I've used all my sensible guesses." "You have one more." Anne shook her head. "I surrender." Diana leaned closer, no longer able to keep the secret another moment. Mother had a letter from Aunt Josephine this morning. She wants both of us to come to Charlottetown next Tuesday and stay with her while the exhibition is there. For a moment, Anne simply stared. Charlottetown? The exhibition? Several whole days away with Diana? It sounded almost too wonderful to believe. "Oh, Diana," she breathed at last. "Do you really mean it?" "I certainly do. Won't it be splendid?" Anne's eyes shone. Then, almost as quickly as her delight had come, it faded. "But Marilla," Diana's smile softened. "You think she won't let you go?" "I'm afraid she may not," Anne sighed. "You know how she feels about too much visiting. Only last week Jane invited me to go to the concert at White Sands Hotel, and Marilla thought it was better for us to stay home and study." She smiled a little sheepishly. "I was so disappointed that I forgot to say my prayers that night." Diana looked positively horrified. "You didn't!" "I remembered before morning," Anne admitted quickly. "I woke up and said them then, but it does show how dreadfully disappointed I was." "I'm sure Mother can persuade Marilla," Diana said confidently. "If she asks her, she'll probably say yes." "Oh, I hope so," Anne replied quietly. "But I don't dare expect it." As they continued toward Green Gables, the conversation drifted, as it often did, to clothes. Anne confessed that she was looking forward almost as much to wearing her new coat as she was to seeing the exhibition. "Matthew insisted I should have one," she said gratefully. "Marilla thought the old coat would do another winter, but Matthew declared a growing girl ought to have a proper new coat." "And what is it like?" Dinah asked eagerly. "It's blue broadcloth," Anne answered happily, "and I have the sweetest little blue velvet cap to wear with it." She laughed at herself. "I'm afraid I care far too much about clothes." "I think every girl does." "I don't believe naturally good people think very much about them," Anne said thoughtfully. "But I'm only an ordinary person, and pretty clothes do help me feel happier." When they reached Green Gables, Diana squeezed Anne's hand. "I'll ask Mother to speak to Marilla tonight." Anne nodded. "I shall try not to think about it until I know." But trying not to think about it proved almost impossible. Even while helping Marilla wash the supper dishes that evening, Anne found herself imagining the bustling streets of Charlottetown, the wonders of the exhibition, and Aunt Josephine's elegant home. The next afternoon, as Marilla folded the last dry dish towel, she looked across the kitchen table at Anne. "Mrs. Barry stopped by today," she said. Anne's heart gave a hopeful little leap. "She told me all about Aunt Josephine's invitation." There was a pause, just long enough to make Anne hold her breath. Then Marilla smiled. "You may go." For one joyful moment, Anne could do nothing but throw her arms around her. "Oh, Marilla, thank you." "I expect you'll have a very pleasant visit," Marilla replied, trying to sound perfectly matter-of-fact. "Oh, I know I shall," Anne said happily. As Anne climbed the stairs to the east gable that night, sleep seemed very far away. Tomorrow, she would see Charlottetown for the first time, and somewhere, beyond the quiet fields of Avonlea, a wonderful adventure was already waiting. Tuesday morning arrived bright and clear. Anne was awake before the sun had fully climbed above the trees beyond Green Gables. For a moment, she lay perfectly still, smiling to herself as she remembered where the day would take her. She was going to Charlottetown. Downstairs, Matthew had already finished the morning chores, and Marilla was setting breakfast upon the table. "I hope you'll enjoy yourself," Marilla said as she poured Anne a cup of tea. "Oh, I know I shall," Anne replied. "I don't believe anyone could help but enjoy a visit to Charlottetown." Matthew looked across the table with quiet amusement. "You'll have plenty to tell us when you come home." "I shall probably talk for a whole week," Anne laughed. "I hope you'll bear with me." "I expect we shall manage," Marilla answered, though there was the faintest smile about her lips. Soon afterward, Anne buttoned her new blue broadcloth coat, settled her little blue velvet cap carefully upon her auburn curls, and hurried across the brook to Orchard Slope. Mr. Barry and Diana were already waiting. The morning air was cool and sparkling with the first breath of autumn. As the horse trotted steadily across the country road, Anne sat drinking in every lovely sight. Golden fields stretched away beneath a cloudless sky. Apple orchard bent beneath the ripening fruit. The woods glowed with the first crimson hints of approaching autumn, and every brook they crossed flashed like silver in the sunshine. "I do believe Prince Edward Island is the prettiest place in the whole world," Anne said happily. "It certainly looks its best today," Mr. Barry agreed. Long before Anne wished the journey to end, the streets of Charlottetown opened before them. Everything seemed wonderfully busy. There were rows of handsome shops, neat brick buildings, elegant ladies carrying parasols, and so many horses and carriages that Anne scarcely knew where to look first. "I feel as though I've stepped into one of my daydreams," she whispered to Diana. Mr. Barry soon turned into the familiar drive at Beechwood. Before the buggy had quite stopped, Miss Barry came briskly down the steps to greet them. "My dear girls," she exclaimed warmly. "I was beginning to think you had lost your way." She kissed Diana affectionately before taking both of Anne's hands in her own. "My dear Anne, I'm so delighted you've come. I've been looking forward to this visit ever since I sent the invitation." "So have I," Anne replied warmly. "I've been counting the days." "I suspected as much," Miss Barry said with a smile. "Now come inside. Dinner is nearly ready, and afterward you shall have all evening to visit." Anne was delighted to see Miss Barry again, as she expected to be. There was something wonderfully comforting about her lively manner and quick wit. Although she lived in a handsome city home and seemed to know so many interesting people, she never made Anne feel awkward or out of place. Beechwood itself was every bit as beautiful as Anne remembered. The spacious rooms were filled with books, pictures, and graceful furniture. Sunshine streamed through the tall windows, falling across polished floors, and bright autumn flowers arranged throughout the house. Anne admired everything. Yet, as she and Diana wandered through the rooms later that afternoon, she found herself smiling thoughtfully. "I used to imagine living in a house like this would be the most wonderful thing in the world," she confessed. "And don't you now?" Diana asked. "Oh, I think it's perfectly beautiful." Anne looked out toward the quiet garden beyond the windows. "But I wouldn't exchange Green Gables for it." Diana nodded. "I feel exactly the same about Orchard Slope." Anne laughed softly. "I suppose that's because home isn't only the house. No, it's all the people waiting inside." Miss Barry, passing quietly through the hall, happened to overhear the last few words. She smiled to herself, but said nothing. There would be plenty of time tomorrow for excitement. The exhibition awaited them. Tonight, there was only the quiet pleasure of being together once again beneath the hospitable roof of Beechwood, while outside the September evening settled gently over Charlottetown and promised wonderful adventures still to come. The next morning dawned bright and cloudless. Long before the exhibition grounds became crowded, Miss Barry, Anne, and Diana were already making their way through the entrance gates, eager to enjoy every possible moment of the day. To Anne, it seemed as though the whole island had gathered there. Wherever she looked, there were cheerful faces, fluttering banners, flowers in every imaginable color, prize vegetables, preserves, quilts stitched with astonishing patience, paintings, fine horses, sleek cattle, and long rows of curious exhibits that invited closer inspection. "I don't know where to look first," Anne exclaimed. "I want to see everything." "Well, you'd better begin somewhere," Miss Barry laughed, "or you'll spend the whole day trying to decide." So they wandered happily from one building to another. Anne admired the magnificent displays of fruit and flowers, paused to examine beautifully woven rugs and embroidered linens, and declared more than once that she had never dreamed there were so many interesting things in the world. She was especially delighted when she discovered that Josie Pye had won first prize for butter. "I really am glad," Anne said sincerely. "A year ago, I might not have been." Miss Barry smiled knowingly. "Growing older has its advantages." "I believe it does," Anne answered. "One doesn't seem to mind other people's successes quite so much." The horse races proved wonderfully exciting, though Anne confessed she remembered very little afterward except the thunder of hooves and the cheering of the crowd. She watched the great balloon rise slowly into the clear blue sky until it became only a tiny speck above the fairgrounds. "It would be glorious," she sighed, "to float above the world for just a little while." "And how would you come down?" Diana asked. Anne laughed. "I hadn't thought that far." By evening, they were pleasantly tired, but Miss Barry had one final surprise. She took the girls to a concert. Anne listened as though she had never truly heard music before. The rich voices, the beautiful melodies, and the grand piano seemed to fill every corner of the hall with wonder. When the final notes faded away, she remained perfectly still for a moment. "I don't believe," she said quietly as they stepped out into the cool evening air, "that I have ever enjoyed anything quite so much." "And now," Miss Barry said with a smile, "I think 3 tired ladies deserve ice cream." The girls agreed immediately. As they sat together enjoying that unexpected treat, Anne looked about the busy streets of Charlottetown, glowing beneath rows of lamps that twinkled warmly in the gathering darkness. "It has been a perfect day," she said. "It certainly has," Diana agreed. "But do you know," Anne continued thoughtfully, "I don't believe I should like to live in a city all the time." "No?" Anne shook her head. "It is delightful to visit." She smiled as she thought of Green Gables. "But I believe I should begin to miss the fields, the orchards, and Lover's Lane before very long." Miss Barry looked at her with quiet affection. There was something refreshingly honest about Anne. She admired beautiful things with all her heart, yet she loved home still more. The following morning, Mr. Barry came to take the girls back to Avonlea. Miss Barry kissed them both goodbye. "You must come again before very long," she said. "I shall count the days until I do," Anne replied warmly. As the buggy rolled away, Miss Barry stood upon the veranda, watching until they disappeared from sight. Turning back into the house, she smiled to herself. "That Anne girl improves upon acquaintance," she murmured. The drive home seemed quieter than the journey to Charlottetown. Perhaps it was because every happy adventure carries with it a peaceful contentment afterward. The September sun slipped slowly westward. By the time Green Gables came into view, the first stars were beginning to appear, and the warm lamplight glowed softly in the kitchen windows. Anne drew a long, happy breath. "Oh," she said softly, "it is good to be alive, and it's even better to be coming home." Marilla welcomed her with a hearty supper waiting on the table, while Matthew listened quietly as Anne tried very hard to tell them everything she had seen. It proved quite impossible. There had been simply too much happiness for one evening's conversation. When at last she climbed the stairs to the east gable, and paused beside the window for a moment, looking out across the quiet fields lying peacefully beneath the September moon. "I've had a splendid time," she whispered to herself. "It truly has been an epic in my life." Then she smiled. But the best of it all, her eyes rested on the familiar orchard, the lane, and the beloved old house that had become her home, was the coming home. November settled quietly over Green Gables. Outside, the last leaves had long since fallen from the maples, leaving graceful branches outlined against a pale evening sky. A cool breeze wandered through the firs beyond the brook, carrying with it the clean scent of approaching winter. Indoors, the kitchen glowed with gentle warmth. The fire crackled cheerfully in the stove, while the old clock upon the mantel marked the passing minutes with its steady, familiar ticking. Marilla sat beside the table with her knitting. Her eyes had been troubling her again, and every so often she paused to hold her work a little farther away before returning patiently to her stitches. Across the hearth, Anne lay comfortably upon the braided rug. A book rested beside her, forgotten almost as soon as she had begun reading it. The dancing firelight had carried her imagination elsewhere, as it so often did. She watched the glowing embers thoughtfully, seeing far more than burning wood. Castles rose where others might have seen only flame. Brave knights crossed distant hills, and lovely ladies wandered moonlight gardens where every story found a happy ending. Marilla glanced toward her. How quietly Anne could dream now. There had been a time when every passing thought immediately found its way into words. Anne still possessed that lively imagination, but she was slowly learning that some thoughts were pleasant simply to keep for oneself. It was a change Marilla had noticed more than once. "Anne," she said at last, "Miss Stacy was here this afternoon while you were over at the orchard slope." Anne looked up at once. "Was she?" "Yes. I wish I had known she was coming," Anne said. "Diana and I were walking through the haunted wood. It was so beautiful. Everything seems tucked away for the winter. I told Diana that the ferns looked as though the little woodland fairies had covered them with blankets of fallen leaves before going to sleep until spring." Marilla smiled faintly. "Diana didn't seem quite as impressed with the idea," Anne continued. "She grows more sensible every year. We talked instead about very serious matters." "What sort of serious matters?" "Oh, growing up." Anne folded her hands thoughtfully. "Miss Stacy says these are the years when we begin forming the habits that stay with us all our lives. Diana and I are decided that we must become exceedingly respectable." "And have you succeeded?" "Not yet," Anne laughed. "But we have made an excellent beginning." She grew thoughtful again. "We also discussed whether we ought to remain old maids and live together." Marilla looked up. "And what conclusion did you reach?" "I rather like the idea," Anne admitted. "But Diana thinks she might marry someday if she met a very wicked young man who needs reforming." "And what do you think?" "I think reforming people would be very tiring." Marilla's knitting paused. "I should much rather read books." For a moment, the only sound in the room was the gentle crackle of the fire. Then Anne remembered. "But why did Miss Stacy come?" Marilla looked over at the top of her spectacles. "That is exactly what I've been trying to tell you." Anne laughed. "I've been talking again." "You have. I really do mean to improve." "So I believe." Anne folded her hands tightly in her lap. "I won't interrupt another word." There was a brief silence. Then Anne's expression suddenly changed. "Oh, what is it?" "I know why Miss Stacy came." Marilla raised an eyebrow. "You do?" "It was about Ben-Hur." The confession came tumbling out before Marilla could answer. "I was reading it during history yesterday." Anne covered her face with both hands. "I know I shouldn't have been. I had hidden it inside my history book because I reached the chariot race, and I simply couldn't stop. Then Miss Stacy caught me." She peeked through her fingers. "I was dreadfully ashamed. Miss Stacy kept me after school and explained that I had been wrong, not only because I neglected my lesson, but because I had tried to deceive her." Anne sighed. "I asked her to forgive me, and she did." She looked anxiously at Marilla. "But I didn't suppose she'd come all the way to Green Gables afterward." Marilla could not help smiling. "Anne, Miss Stacy never mentioned Ben-Hur." "She didn't?" "No." Anne blinked in surprise. "Then why did she come?" Marilla laid her knitting quietly aside. "She has organized a special class for those who hope to enter Queen's Academy next year." Anne scarcely seemed to breathe. "And she wishes you to be one of her pupils." For a long moment, Anne simply looked at Marilla. "I? You? Truly?" "Miss Stacy believes you're quite capable of preparing for the entrance examinations." Anne's gray eyes shone with wonder. "And may I go?" Marilla smiled. Matthew and I have talked it over." She reached for her knitting once more. "And we think you should." For one beautiful moment, Anne could find no words at all. The firelight danced across the quiet kitchen. Outside, the November wind stirred gently through the bare branches. Inside Green Gables, it seemed to Anne that an entirely new door had quietly opened before her, and beyond it lay a future she had scarcely dared to imagine. For several days after Miss Stacy's visit, Anne could think of very little besides Queen's Academy. The words themselves seemed wonderfully grown up. Whenever she paused over her lessons, helped Marilla dry the supper dishes, or walked to school beneath the bare November trees, she found herself imagining what it would be like to stand before a classroom of her own one day. "I scarcely dare to believe it," she told Diana as they walked to school together one crisp morning. "Every now and then, I think I shall wake up and discover it has all been a beautiful dream." "It isn't a dream," Diana replied with a smile. "You're really going." Anne slipped her arm through her friend's. "I've wanted to be a teacher ever since Miss Stacy first came to Avonlea. Don't you think it would be lovely to spend one's whole life helping little boys and girls discover beautiful things?" "I think you'd make a splendid teacher." "I hope so." Anne laughed softly. "I should certainly try to never frighten anyone over arithmetic. That seems a very unnecessary thing for a teacher to do." The girls laughed together as they continued along the frosty road. Then Anne grew thoughtful. "I do wish we could both go to Queen's." "So do I," Diana admitted. "But Mother says 1 year at the academy will be quite enough education for me." Anne squeezed her friend's arm gently. "I'm sorry." Diana smiled her sweet, contented smile. "I don't mind very much. I'd rather have you go than neither of us." Anne looked affectionately at her. "You are the most unselfish person I know." Before long, Miss Stacy announced that the Queen's class would begin. Only those preparing for the entrance examinations would remain after the regular school day ended. The classroom felt strangely different that first afternoon. Most of the younger pupils had already gone home, leaving only a small group gathered around Miss Stacy's desk. The room seemed quieter somehow, more serious. Outside, the November light faded early beyond the schoolhouse windows, while inside the lamps cast a warm glow over slates, books, and eager faces. Anne loved it immediately. Miss Stacy expected much more of them now. Lessons became longer. Questions became more difficult. Every answer required careful thought. Instead of discouraging Anne, the harder work only delighted her. It made her feel as though she were climbing steadily towards something she had long dreamed of reaching. When she returned home that evening, she talked almost without stopping through supper. "I believe," she declared happily, "that difficult lessons are actually more interesting than easy ones. One has such a satisfying feeling when they finally begin to make sense." Matthew smiled quietly across the table. Marilla pretended to be occupied with the teapot, though she could not quite hide her own satisfaction. As the weeks passed, the little class settled into a pleasant routine. Jane Andrews worked faithfully, hoping to become a teacher herself. Josie Pye remained as certain as ever that she would distinguish herself in every subject. Ruby Gillis confessed more interest in the handsome young men she expected to meet someday than in algebra. Anne listened to them all with amusement. Everyone seemed to have a different dream waiting beyond Avonlea. And then there was Gilbert Blythe. Gilbert seldom talked about his ambitions. He simply worked, steadily, quietly. Day after day he reigned Anne's strongest competitor in every lesson. Sometimes she earned the highest marks, and sometimes Gilbert did. Miss Stacy often smiled to herself as the two bright students pushed one another to do their very best, though neither would ever have admitted how much the friendly rivalry sharpened their efforts. Anne still never spoke to Gilbert, not because she truly hated him anymore. If she were perfectly honest with herself, she had forgiven him long ago. The old slate-breaking quarrel had faded with the passing years until it seemed almost childish. Sometimes she even smiled a little when she remembered how fiercely determined she had been never to forgive him. Yet now, another difficulty had arisen. Gilbert no longer seemed interested in earning her forgiveness. He had stopped trying to speak to her. He'd stopped looking for opportunities to apologize. He treated her with the same pleasant courtesy he showed everyone else in class, and nothing more. That, Anne discovered, was unexpectedly disappointing. Once, she had imagined the day she would finally forgive Gilbert Blythe, with great dignity and generosity. Now, she realized that opportunity had quietly slipped away. Without either of them noticing, it had become too late. Winter settled gently over Avonlea. Snow drifted quietly across the fields until fences, orchards, and winding lanes disappeared beneath white blankets. Each morning, Green Gables awoke sparkling with frost, while smoke curled lazily from the kitchen chimney into the crisp blue air. For the members of the Queen's class, however, there was little time to admire the winter scenery. Miss Stacy expected more from them now than ever. Lessons grew steadily more demanding, recitations longer, and examinations more frequent. She challenged every pupil to do his or her very best, refusing to accept work that she knew could be improved. Anne welcomed the challenge with all her heart. There were evenings when algebra seemed determined never to make sense, and mornings when Latin verbs refused to remain in her memory. Yet, she discovered that every difficult lesson carried its own quiet satisfaction once it had finally been mastered. I believe difficult things become interesting if one stays with them long enough, she remarked one evening as she struggled over a particularly stubborn geometry problem. Marilla glanced up from her sewing. There's a good deal of truth in that. Anne smiled. I'm becoming sensible at last. I hope not entirely, Marilla answered. Anne laughed. So do I. It would be dreadful to lose one's imagination altogether. The winter slipped away quietly. The days lengthened almost without anyone noticing. Little streams began singing beneath the melting snow. The bare branches slowly clothed themselves in tender green once more, and before long, Avonlea was celebrating another spring. Then came welcome news. Miss Stacy announced that she had decided to remain in Avonlea for another year. The Queen's class could scarcely contain its delight. I don't know what we would have done without her, Anne told Diana as they walked home beneath the budding maples. Neither do I, Diana replied warmly. Before long, the school year ended. Books were tucked away for a season, slates were carried home, and another glorious island summer spread itself over Green Gables. The orchard bloomed in clouds of white and pale pink. The brook laughed beneath the little bridge. Long golden evenings invited leisurely walks through Lover's Lane, where Anne and Diana still talked of books and dreams and the future that seemed to draw a little nearer with every passing month. Anne often reminded herself that this might be her last long summer of complete freedom before Queen's Academy. The thought made every pleasant afternoon seem a little more precious. Life moved peacefully along, yet there were small changes taking place that no one fully understood. Matthew tired more easily than he once had. Sometimes, after finishing chores, he paused quietly on the back step before coming inside, resting only a few moments before insisting he felt perfectly well. Neither Anne nor Marilla thought it anything more than the natural consequence of growing older. One warm June afternoon, Miss Rachel Lynde stopped by Green Gables for a visit. She found Anne helping Marilla prepare supper, moving confidently about the kitchen with an ease that seemed perfectly natural now. Gone were the days when broken plates and forgotten errands followed her wherever she went. Anne still talked cheerfully, still laughed often, but there was a quiet steadiness in her now that had not always been there a few years before. When Anne had gone upstairs to fetch a basket from her room, Mrs. Lynde watched her disappear before turning thoughtfully toward Marilla. You know, she said. "That girl has changed wonderfully." Marilla nodded. "Yes, I've been noticing it for some time." Mrs. Lynde folded her hands. "She's growing into a remarkably handsome young woman." Marilla smiled faintly. "I suppose she is." "Those big gray eyes of hers have always been beautiful," Mrs. Lynde continued, "but there's something different about her face now. It's softer somehow, and sweeter." She smiled to herself. "When Matthew first brought her here, I never imagined she'd blossomed as she has." "Neither did I," Marilla admitted quietly. Mrs. Lynde nodded. "She still has all her imagination." "Oh, yes. I don't believe she'll ever lose that." "And I hope she never does," Marilla replied. "But she's gained something besides." "Judgment." Mrs. Lynde smiled approvingly. "Exactly." For a little while the two women sat without speaking. From upstairs came the faint sound of Anne humming as she searched for the basket Marilla had sent her to fetch. Mrs. Lynde looked toward the staircase. "She's a good girl, Marilla." Marilla's eyes rested on the doorway through which Anne had disappeared only moments before. "Yes," she said softly. "I believe she is." Outside, the June breeze stirred gently through the orchard blossoms. Summer had come again to Green Gables, and while Anne herself scarcely noticed the change, those who loved her could see that the bright, imaginative little girl who had arrived one July evening was quietly becoming a thoughtful, gracious young woman. Anne's summer proved to be every bit as wonderful as she had hoped. Not long after school ended, the doctor from Spencervale happened to see her while visiting another patient. He studied the slender, red-haired girl thoughtfully before sending a message home to Marilla. "Keep that red-headed girl outdoors all summer," he advised. "Don't let her bury herself in books until autumn. She needs fresh air more than lessons." Marilla obeyed the instructions with surprising determination. To Anne's amazement, she found herself almost forbidden to study. "There'll be plenty of time for books when September comes," Marilla said. "Just enjoy being young while you can." Anne needed very little encouragement. She and Diana spent nearly every waking hour outdoors. They wandered beneath the green cathedral of Lover's Lane, where sunlight sifted through maple leaves and danced across the path. They sat beside Dryad's Bubble, listening to the cheerful murmur of the little spring, or rode quietly upon Willowmere until the lake reflected the clouds so perfectly that it seemed as though the boat floated between two skies. Victoria Island had become their favorite refuge once again. Sometimes they carried little baskets for picnics beneath birch trees. Other afternoons they stretched upon the warm grass, speaking of books they loved, dreams they cherished, and the mysterious future that seemed to be drawing a little nearer every day. Anne's imagination had lost none of its brightness. It had simply become gentler. She no longer felt the need to invent marvelous adventures around every bend in the road. Instead, she discovered the world itself was already filled with quiet wonders, if only looked closely enough. And when September arrived at last, Anne returned to her books with genuine delight. She carried the familiar volumes down from the attic, dusted each one carefully, and smiled as she arranged them upon the kitchen table. "Oh, you dear old friends," she laughed. "I'm very glad to see you again. Even you, geometry." Marilla looked up from her sewing. "I thought you'd grown tired of studying." "Oh, not at all." Anne opened one of the books and turned its pages affectionately. "I've had the happiest summer of my life, but now I feel ready to work with all my might again. Mr. Allen said in his sermon last Sunday that we ought to rejoice as a strong man preparing to run a race. That's exactly how I feel." She paused thoughtfully. "Don't you think Mr. Allen preaches beautiful sermons?" "He does well enough," Marilla replied. "I think he grows better every week." Anne rested her chin upon her hand. "Mrs. Lynde says some city church will surely persuade him to leave Avonlea one day." "Perhaps. But I don't see the use of worrying about that now," Anne said. "If he leaves some day, we'll be sorry then. Until that happens, I'd much rather enjoy hearing him." Marilla nodded approvingly. There isn't much sense in borrowing tomorrow's troubles. Anne smiled. If I had been born a boy, I believe I should have liked to be a minister. Marilla raised an eyebrow. Indeed. I think it must be wonderful to stand before people and speak words that make them kinder. She hesitated only a moment before continuing. And I don't really understand why women cannot be ministers. You've been talking to Miss Lynde, Anne laughed. I asked her exactly that question, and she looked absolutely horrified. Marilla could not help smiling. I imagine she did. She declared it would be scandalous. Anne shook her head thoughtfully. I can't see why. Women seem perfectly capable of doing nearly everything else that keeps the church going. Marilla's eyes twinkled. They certainly do. And I'm quite sure Miss Lynde could preach very well herself. Yes, Marilla answered dryly. Rachel always does a considerable amount of unofficial preaching. They both laughed. And after the laughter faded, Anne became unusually quiet. Marilla, what is it? I've wanted to ask you something. She folded her hands together. I truly do want to do good, to be good. Whenever I'm with you, or Miss Stacy, or Mrs. Allen, I feel as though I'm becoming a better person. It's the easiest thing in the world. Marilla silently listened. But whenever I'm with Mrs. Lynde, Anne admitted with an embarrassed smile, I find myself desperately wanting to do exactly the opposite of whatever she tells me. For a moment Marilla simply stared. Then to Anne's complete surprise, she laughed aloud. If you're wicked for that, Marilla said, then I must confess I'm wicked too. Anne blinked. Rachel has that effect on me sometimes. They laughed again together. Marilla's expression softened. The trouble is, people don't always improve by being reminded of their faults every minute. Rachel means well. She has one of the kindest hearts in Avonlea. But kindness and tact don't always arrive together. Anne nodded thoughtfully. I'm relieved you understand. I felt quite ashamed of myself. You needn't. Anne looked toward the orchard, where the autumn sunlight rested softly upon the trees. It seems growing up is much more serious business than I expected, she said quietly. There are so many things to think about, and so many decisions to make. Well, there always will be. But I think, Anne said with a gentle smile, that if I keep listening to people like you, Matthew, Miss Stacy, and Mrs. Allen, I'll have a fair chance of growing up properly. Marilla looked at the thoughtful young face before her. The little girl who had once filled Green Gables with endless chatter was still there. But alongside that bright imagination had grown something quieter and deeper, a steadiness that came not from losing wonder, but from learning how to carry it wisely. Outside, the September breeze stirred the orchard leaves. Inside Green Gables, Anne gathered her books together with eager hands, ready to begin another year, not merely of lessons, but of growing. The autumn days slipped quietly into winter. Once more, the members of Queen's class settled into the steady rhythm of lessons, recitations, compositions, and long evenings of study. There was very little idle time now. The entrance examinations no longer seemed like some distant event far beyond the horizon. With each passing week, they drew steadily nearer. Every member of the class carried private worries. Jane Andrews feared mathematics. Ruby Gillis declared she would never understand history properly. Josie Pye insisted she had no weaknesses at all, though few of her classmates believed her. Anne smiled at their conversations, but she knew perfectly well that she had worries of her own. Geometry remained her greatest trial. There are moments, she confessed to Diana one snowy afternoon, when I truly believe geometry was invented for the sole purpose of humbling otherwise cheerful people. Diana laughed. I feel exactly that way about grammar. I'm quite certain, Anne continued gravely, that if Euclid had known he would someday become the despair of schoolgirls,
He might have written something a little easier. Even so, she refused to surrender. Night after night, the lamp burned late in the east gable while Anne patiently worked through one difficult proposition after another. Matthew often glanced toward the staircase before retiring for the evening. "Don't let her study too hard, Marilla," he would say quietly. Marilla smiled. "I couldn't stop her if I tried." Yet the work was not without its rewards. Miss Stacy possessed the rare gift of making her pupils believe they were capable of more than they might imagine. She encouraged them to think clearly, to write honestly, and to choose simple words whenever simple words would do. One afternoon, after returning from school, Anne laid aside a composition with an amused smile. "I don't believe Miss Stacy would recognize the essays I used to write." Marilla looked up from her mending. "Why not?" "Because I hardly use any grand expressions anymore." She laughed softly. "There was a time when I thought a composition wasn't worth writing unless it contained at least 3 words no one ordinarily used." Marilla smiled knowingly. "I remember." Anne laughed with her. "Now Miss Stacy says the finest writing is often the simplest." She grew thoughtful. "I believe she's right." There was a quiet satisfaction in expressing exactly what one meant, instead of searching endlessly for magnificent phrases. Anne had begun to discover that the truth needed very little decoration. It was enough to simply tell it beautifully. One evening, while sorting through a drawer in the east gable, Anne came upon several worn notebooks tied together with faded blue ribbon. She carried them downstairs. "Marilla, look what I found." Marilla glanced at the little bundle. "The Story Club." Anne nodded. "I haven't opened these in ages." She untied the ribbon and smiled as she recognized familiar titles written in her own careful hand. "The Jealous Rival," "The Fatal Vow," "The Haunted Bride of Willowmere." She laughed until tears gathered in her eyes. "I thought they were masterpieces." "Weren't they?" Marilla asked with a twinkle. "Oh, dear, no." Anne shook her head. "No, they were wonderfully dreadful." She turned a few more pages. "The heroines faint every other paragraph. Everyone speaks impossibly, and nearly all the gentlemen are either terribly noble or frightfully wicked." Marilla smiled. "It sounds entertaining." "It is." Anne carefully tied the ribbon once more. "But I don't think we'll ever have another story club." "No." Anne looked thoughtfully toward the window where snowflakes drifted softly through the evening darkness. "We've all outgrown it." There was no sadness in her voice, only gratitude. "It was exactly right for us then. And now," Anne smiled, "now I think real life has become almost as interesting as the stories we used to invent." She paused for a moment. "I don't believe imagination leaves us when we grow older. It simply grows up too." Marilla looked at Anne across the warm kitchen. Sometimes she still caught glimpses of the little orphan who had arrived at Green Gables with bright eyes, endless words, and impossible dreams. But more and more often, she saw the thoughtful young woman Anne was becoming. Outside, winter settled quietly over Avonlea, and inside, beneath the warm glow of the lamp, Anne gathered the old Story Club notebooks and placed them gently back in the drawer. They had belonged to one season in her life. Another was already beginning. The winter days passed swiftly. Each morning Anne crossed the snowy fields to school with her books tucked securely beneath one arm, while each evening she returned to Green Gables carrying another day's worth of lessons to master before bedtime. The members of the Queen's class worked harder than ever. The entrance examinations no longer seemed far away. Now they were spoken of almost every day. Sometimes the pupils compared notes on the subjects they feared most. Jane Andrews confessed that mathematics filled her with dread. Ruby Gillis declared history dates had been invented solely to torment students. Even Josie Pye admitted, though rather reluctantly, that English grammar occasionally puzzled her. Anne smiled whenever these conversations arose. She knew she wasn't alone. Yet her own greatest struggle remained unchanged: geometry. "I believe," she told Diana one afternoon as they walked home together beneath a pale March sky, "that if I should fail my entrance examinations, geometry will almost certainly be responsible." Diana laughed. "You aren't going to fail." "I wish I felt as certain," Anne sighed. "Sometimes every proposition seems perfectly clear while Miss Stacy is explaining it. Then I come home, open my book, and it all vanishes as completely as last winter's snow. But the next day you always understand it." "Yes." Anne smiled a little. "Perhaps that is what keeps me from despair." She paused before adding more seriously, "I don't mind working hard. You never have. No, it is the possibility of disappointing everyone that troubles me." She looked thoughtfully toward Green Gables in the distance. "Matthew believes in me, and so does Marilla, and Miss Stacy. I don't want any of them to think they were mistaken." Diana slipped her arm gently through Anne's. "They won't." Anne returned the smile, grateful as always for her friend's quiet confidence. At Green Gables that evening, Anne spread her books across the kitchen table after supper. Outside, the March wind rattled the bare branches against the windows. Inside, the lamplight fell warmly across the well-worn textbooks, neat pages of notes, and a geometry book that seemed determined to test every ounce of patience she possessed. Matthew glanced over the top of his newspaper. "Studying again?" "I'm afraid so." He smiled. "I don't believe anyone has ever worked harder." Anne laughed softly. "I hope hard work counts for something." "It generally does." Matthew returned to his newspaper, though every so often he looked over its edge with quiet pride. Marilla noticed. She noticed many things these days. The careful way Anne organized her books, the determination that carried her through difficult lessons, the willingness to begin again whenever she made a mistake instead of giving way to tears as she once might have done. Without quite realizing when it had happened, Anne had become dependable. There were still flashes of her old impulsiveness. There always would be. But beneath them lay a calm strength that had grown steadily year by year. One afternoon, as Anne paused over a particularly stubborn geometry problem, she finally closed the book for a few moments and wandered to the window. Outside, the first unmistakable signs of spring were beginning to appear. Tiny streams sparkled beneath the melting snow. A few adventurous birds had returned, filling the quiet afternoon with cheerful songs. The orchard, though still bare, seemed to hold the promise of blossoms waiting patiently beneath every branch. Anne rested her forehead lightly against the cool glass. "Oh," she whispered, "how beautiful it all is." For one delicious moment she longed to close every book, run outdoors, and lose herself among the fields and the woods she loved so dearly. Spring had always seemed to call her by name. But after a little while, she smiled to herself. There will be other springs. Quietly, she returned to the table. She opened her geometry once more. The figures and propositions still looked as puzzling as ever, yet they no longer seemed impossible. Anne dipped her pen into the ink, turned to a fresh page, and began again. Outside, Avonlea awakened slowly beneath the touch of spring. Inside Green Gables, another kind of spring was unfolding, just as quietly. Not one of blossoms and bird song, but of hope. And though Anne Shirley could not yet know what the coming months would bring, she met them with the same brave heart that had carried her from the station platform years before, eager to learn, determined to do her best, and grateful for the little home that had given her courage to dream. With the closing days of June came the quiet ending of one chapter of Anne Shirley's life. The fields around Avonlea had ripened into the deep green fullness of early summer. Clover blossomed alongside the road, swallows skimmed low across the meadows.
and the warm afternoon breeze carried the fragrance of hay and wild roses through the open schoolhouse windows. For the older pupils of Avonlea School, however, the beauty of the day was touched with sadness. Their last afternoon with Miss Stacy had come to an end. Books were gathered. Slates were tucked beneath eager young arms. Desks that had been filled with lessons, laughter, and whispered conversations all winter now stood empty once again. No one seemed eager to leave. Small groups lingered beneath the maple trees outside while Miss Stacy stood at the doorway, saying a few quiet words to each pupil before they went their separate ways. When Anne's turn came, Miss Stacy took both her hands. "You've worked so faithfully this year, Anne," she said warmly. "Remember what I've told you. Trust yourself and don't spoil your good work by worrying." "I'll try," Anne answered, though her voice trembled a little. Miss Stacy smiled. "I know you will." Only then did Anne realize how difficult it truly was to say goodbye. She hurried away before the tears could betray her. Diana was waiting beneath the maples. Neither girl spoke for several moments. They simply turned toward home together. By the time they reached Spruce Hill, both had cried enough that their handkerchiefs were of very little use. At the foot of the hill, Diana looked back. The little white schoolhouse rested peacefully among the trees, its windows glowing softly in the late afternoon sunshine. "It really feels as though everything is ending," she whispered. Anne followed her gaze. "It does." She smiled sadly. "If I pass the entrance, I suppose I've gone to that dear old school for the last time. Oh, it won't be the same without you. Nor without Miss Stacy. And perhaps Jane and Ruby won't come back either." Anne slipped an arm through Diana's. "We've had such happy years. The happiest." For a little while they walked without speaking. The road wound gently between fields where the hay was nearly ready for cutting. A meadowlark called somewhere beyond the pasture. The world looked exactly as it always had. Only they themselves had changed. Anne sighed. "I almost wish the examinations were over." "Oh, but you've done so well all year, Anne." "Oh, Miss Stacy's examinations never frightened me." She laughed softly. "But these are the real entrance examinations." Her smile faded. "Sometimes I feel quite certain I'll pass. And sometimes I feel perfectly convinced I'll fail." Diana looked surprised. "You? I'm afraid my courage changes every few hours." She smiled at herself. "And then there's my examination number." "Well, what is it?" 13. Diana laughed. "You don't really believe that's unlucky." "I know perfectly well it isn't," Anne laughed. "At least I know it oughtn't matter." She paused. "But I do wish it had been 12, or 14, or almost anything else." The girls laughed together, and somehow the road seemed a little less heavy afterward. "I wish I were going with you," Diana said. "So do I. But Miss Stacy has forbidden all the cramming." "Really?" Anne nodded. "She says we are not to open a single lesson book before the examinations." "Not one?" "Not one." Anne smiled. "She says we've done all the studying we can do. Now we're to walk, sleep well, enjoy ourselves as much as possible, and trust what we've learned." "That sounds very sensible." "It does," Anne laughed. "Though I suspect it will be much easier to admire such advice than to follow it." They had reached the place where their roads divided. "My Aunt Josephine will be so glad to have you at Beechwood," Diana said. "I know," Anne smiled. "It was so kind of her to invite me." "And you'll write?" "The very first evening." "I'll be watching for the postman." I knew you would." The girls embraced before going their separate ways. The following Monday morning, Matthew drove Anne to town beneath a bright June sky. Neither spoke very much. Sometimes silence carried love more faithfully than words could ever. Beechwood welcomed Anne with its broad verandas, cool shaded rooms, and Aunt Josephine's gracious hospitality. Everything was comfortable. Everything was peaceful. Yet beneath it all lay tomorrow. Tomorrow the entrance examinations would begin. That evening, before retiring, Anne unfolded a sheet of stationery and dipped her pen into the ink. She had promised Diana a letter, and there was already so much to tell. The first evening at Beechwood passed more quietly than Anne had expected. After the excitement of arriving, Aunt Josephine insisted that she put every thought of the examinations aside until morning. "You shall not open a single school book while you're here," she declared firmly. "Miss Stacy has already instructed you wisely, and I refuse to interfere." Anne laughed. "I believe everyone has entered into a conspiracy to keep me from studying. It's a very sensible conspiracy." Supper was served upon the broad veranda overlooking the beautiful lawns. The evening air carried the scent of flowering shrubs, while somewhere beyond the trees a thrush sang the last notes of the day. Beechwood possessed a calm unlike Green Gables. It was elegant without being grand, quiet without ever feeling lonely. Yet Anne found herself thinking more than once of the familiar kitchen at home, where Matthew would now be finishing the evening chores and Marilla would already be clearing the supper table. After the lamps were lit, Anne carried her writing case to a small table beside the open window. She had promised Diana a letter. Drawing a fresh sheet of paper toward her, she dipped her pen into the ink. "My dearest Diana, here I am at Beechwood at last, and tomorrow morning the dreadful examinations begin. I have tried faithfully not to think about them all evening, but they keep slipping into my mind when I least expect them. Miss Stacy would be very disappointed in me. Aunt Josephine has been wonderfully kind. She declares I am not to look at one single lesson tonight, and she has watched me so carefully that I couldn't possibly disobey even if I wished to. This morning we all gathered at the academy. Nearly everyone looked frightened. Moody Spurgeon walked up and down repeating the multiplication table under his breath as though it were a prayer. Poor Moody. I don't believe he heard a single word anyone said to him. Jane, she looked very pale. Ruby confessed she had scarcely slept all night. And Josie Pye tried to appear perfectly unconcerned, which naturally convinced no one. Gilbert looked astonishingly calm. I don't know whether he truly felt so confident or merely wished everyone to think he did. When the English examination papers were placed before us, my heart gave one terrible leap. For one dreadful moment I thought I had forgotten everything that I had ever learned. Then I read the first question and discovered that I actually knew the answer. And then after that, I began to breathe again. History was much kinder to me than I expected. Grammar, too. But tomorrow comes geometry. I confess I approach it with less enthusiasm than any Christian ought to display. If Euclid ever intended to comfort schoolgirls, he certainly concealed his intentions very successfully. After today's examination, we all went for ice cream together. Imagine such a thing! It seemed impossible to spend the morning trembling over examination papers and the afternoon eating strawberry ice cream beneath the trees. Poor Ruby was convinced she had failed everything. Poor Moody was equally certain he had forgotten his own name halfway through the history paper. I did my best to encourage them both, although I cannot honestly say I felt especially courageous myself. Dear Diana, I do wish you were here. Everything feels a little strange without you beside me. Whenever anything amusing happens, I find myself turning to tell you before remembering you are 30 miles away. Still, I have your friendship with me even here.
That is one of the pleasant things about true friends. Distance doesn't seem quite able to separate them. Now, I must close. Tomorrow's geometry awaits me. Please think hopeful thoughts for me. Your loving Anne. Anne smiled as she folded the letter. Outside, the warm June evening settled peacefully over Beechwood. Tomorrow would bring another examination, another opportunity to worry. But tonight, the letter was written. Her promise to Diana had been kept. And somehow, that made the world feel a little more like home. The examinations came and went more quickly than Anne had expected. One by one, the papers were finished. English, history, grammar, geography, even geometry, which had haunted her imagination for weeks beforehand, finally became nothing more than another completed examination folded neatly upon the examiner's desk. When the last paper had been collected, the entire company of weary students poured out into the warm June sunshine with expressions that ranged from relief to complete bewilderment. No one seemed quite certain how he or she had performed. Ruby Gillis declared that she had certainly failed history. Moody Spurgeon was convinced he had made a dreadful mistake in arithmetic. Jane Andrews admitted that she could scarcely remember a single answer she had written. Anne listened to them all with a sympathetic smile. She understood exactly how they felt. The examinations were over. Nothing could be changed now. All that remained was waiting. Before leaving town, Anne spent one last pleasant evening at Beechwood with Aunt Josephine. The gracious old house felt wonderfully restful after the strain of the previous days. They sat together upon the veranda while the evening breeze wandered gently through the great elm trees, speaking of books, gardens, and pleasant memories instead of examinations. Anne found the conversation wonderfully soothing. For a little while she almost succeeded in forgetting the past list altogether. The following morning, Matthew came to bring her home. The familiar drive back to Green Gables seemed shorter than ever before. How comforting it was to see the white farmhouse waiting among its orchards. How pleasant it felt to step once more into the cool kitchen where Marilla stood preparing dinner. "Well," Marilla said quietly, "it's good to have you home again." "It's even better to be here," Anne smiled. "I don't believe any place in the world feels quite so much like home." Life quickly settled into its ordinary summer rhythm once more. The hayfields waited to be cut. The gardens demanded constant attention. Diana came nearly every afternoon. Outwardly, everything seemed exactly as it always had. Only, Anne's thoughts refused to become ordinary again. Every morning she wondered whether the newspaper had arrived. Every afternoon she found herself listening for footsteps upon the lane. Every evening she reminded herself that worrying accomplished absolutely nothing. Then she worried anyway. Matthew noticed. More than once he looked across the supper table with quiet concern. "You aren't eating much these days, Anne." Anne smiled bravely. "I suppose I'm living upon examination nerves." "I'd rather see you living upon Marilla's biscuits." Anne laughed. "I believe I should rather prefer that too." But even laughter could not entirely banish the waiting. Mrs. Rachel Lynde stopped by one afternoon and found Anne sitting beneath the Snow Queen cherry tree with a book lying unopened in her lap. "Still waiting?" "I'm trying not to." Mrs. Lynde nodded knowingly. "I've always said those examination boards take far too long." She settled herself comfortably. "And if they don't pass every one of Miss Stacy's scholars, it'll be a disgrace." Anne smiled. "I'm afraid they won't consult either of us before deciding." "No," Miss Lynde answered briskly. "But they ought to." The days slipped by quietly. Sometimes Anne persuaded herself she had certainly passed. An hour later she became equally convinced she had failed. Then she would remember one answer that she had forgotten, only to discover the next morning that she had remembered it correctly after all. It seemed impossible for the mind to remain settled. One warm evening, after supper, Anne carried a chair to the east gable window. Outside, the fields glowed softly beneath the last light of day. The brook wandered peacefully through the pasture, and far away she could see the white bridge crossing the little stream below the Berry farm. The beauty of the evening gradually quieted her restless thoughts. Perhaps, just perhaps, she would spend one entire hour without thinking of examinations. Then, all at once, movement caught her eye. Someone was running across the bridge, running as fast as she could. Anne leaned forward. The figure came nearer. Even at a distance, she recognized it was Diana's straw hat. In one hand, she held something white that fluttered wildly as she ran. A newspaper. Anne sprang to her feet. Her heart gave one great leap. The pass list had come. Anne was halfway down the stairs before Diana reached the front gate. She scarcely remembered crossing the hallway or opening the door. Only moments before, the evening had been perfectly still. Now, her heart seemed louder than every sound around her. Diana came flying up the lane, flushed from running, the newspaper clutched tightly in one hand. "Oh, Anne!" She could scarcely catch her breath. "It's here!" Anne stopped short. For one impossible moment, she could not make herself move. The newspaper. It had finally come. Diana reached her at last, laughing and panting all at once. "Father brought it from Bright River." She thrust the folded paper toward Anne. "I looked. I couldn't help looking." Anne drew back a little. "I can't." "You must." "I truly can't." For all the long weeks she had imagined this moment, she found herself utterly unable to unfold the paper. Suppose her name was not there. Suppose everyone she loved had hoped for too much. Diana understood at once. Her own smile softened. "Then I'll tell you." She looked down at the newspaper again, though she already knew every word by heart. "Anne Shirley." She paused, just long enough to make Anne catch her breath. "You passed." Anne closed her eyes. A wave of thankfulness swept over her so suddenly that for a moment she couldn't speak. "You've passed," Diana repeated, laughing now. "And not only passed," she caught both of Anne's hands. "You came first." Anne stared at her. "What?" "You and Gilbert Blythe are tied for the highest standing on the whole Prince Edward Island list." For one perfectly still moment, neither girl spoke. Then Anne gave a little cry that was half laughter and half disbelief. "Oh, Diana, I knew you could do it. I never dared hope. You did." Anne laughed through sudden tears. "Perhaps a very tiny little bit." Together, they hurried toward the house. Matthew had already stepped out onto the porch. He looked from Anne to Diana and then to the newspaper folded beneath Diana's arm. He needed no explanation. Anne ran to him. "Oh, Matthew!" She threw both arms around him. "I've passed." Matthew patted her shoulder awkwardly. "I knew you would." His voice was quiet, but his eyes shone with unmistakable pride. "And," Anne laughed, "I've tied with Gilbert Blythe for first place." Matthew smiled the slow, gentle smile that Anne loved better than almost any words. "I always knew you were clever." Marilla had come to the doorway by then. "What is all this excitement?" Anne turned toward her. "I've passed, Marilla." Marilla took the newspaper and adjusted her spectacles. She read the list carefully. Then she read the first names again. Anne Shirley, Gilbert Blythe, equal honors. She lowered the paper. "Well," there was a little pause. "You've done very well, Anne." Anyone who did not know Marilla might have thought the words ordinary. Anne knew better. She crossed the porch and kissed Marilla warmly. "I hoped you would be pleased." "Pleased?" Marilla's eyes softened.
I'm proud of you." The words were spoken quietly, but Anne thought she had never heard anything more wonderful. Before long, the news had spread through Avonlea. Mrs. Rachel Lynde arrived before sunset, full of congratulations and opinions in equal measure. "I always said Miss Stacy's class would do credit to Avonlea," she declared. "And tying with Gilbert Blythe," she nodded approvingly. "John Blythe would have been proud of that boy." Then she turned toward Anne. "And I suppose we'll have to admit you've done remarkably well yourself." Anne laughed. "I shall treasure that compliment forever, Mrs. Lynde." "You may." Mrs. Lynde smiled despite herself. "You've earned it." That evening, after the visitors had gone home and quiet settled once more over Green Gables, Anne wandered out beneath the Snow Queen cherry tree. The last light lingered softly across the fields. The brook sang its familiar evening song, and everything looked exactly as it had the day before. Yet somehow, everything had changed. The road that stretched beyond Green Gables no longer seemed quite so mysterious. It had opened a little wider, and somewhere beyond its next bend, another chapter of Anne Shirley's life was waiting to begin. Several weeks after the entrance results had brought such excitement to Green Gables, another important event began stirring in Avonlea. A grand concert was to be held at the White Sands Hotel in the aid of the Charlottetown Hospital. The hotel guest would provide several music selections, and talented performers from surrounding districts had all been invited to take part. Anne Shirley had been asked to recite. From the moment the invitation arrived, Anne looked forward to the evening with a mixture of delight and nervous anticipation. "To think of reciting before all those fashionable people," she told Diana. "People who have traveled and attended concerts in great cities and heard celebrated singers. It is enough to make a person feel very insignificant." "You've recited before," Diana reminded her. "Yes, but never at the White Sands Hotel." Anne spoke the name with suitable gravity. "That makes an enormous difference." The evening of the concert arrived warm and clear. Anne, dressed carefully in the beautiful white organdy gown Matthew had bought for her. Its soft folds felt lightly around her, and the delicate frills at the neck and the sleeves gave it exactly the fashionable appearance Anne had once longed for so deeply. It was still the loveliest dress she had ever owned. Around her neck she fastened the little string of pearl beads Matthew had bought for her. The pearls rested softly against the white organdy. For a moment, Anne stood before the mirror, scarcely recognizing the tall young girl reflected there. The red hair she had once despaired over had deepened into a rich auburn. Her gray eyes seemed unusually bright, and the soft white dress made her look older somehow. Not grown up entirely, but no longer a child. And when she came downstairs, Matthew looked up. For several moments he simply gazed at her. "Well now," he said at last. Anne smiled. "Do I look presentable?" "You look real nice." Matthew's face brightened with quiet pride. Anne touched the pearls gently. "I feel beautiful tonight, Matthew." Then she laughed. "I hope it isn't terribly vain to say so." "I don't reckon it is." Anne slipped her arms around him. "The dress and the pearls are both perfect." Matthew smiled. He had never found it easy to say everything he felt, but Anne understood him anyway. Later that evening, Anne and Diana rode to White Sands with Jane Andrews and her brother Billy. The road wound through fields glowing beneath the last golden light of day. Diana wore a lovely sky blue dress, and Anne thought she had never seen her look prettier. "You look exactly like a piece of summer sky," Anne told her. "And you look like a princess," Diana replied. Anne laughed. "I'm afraid princesses are probably much calmer before public performances." At first the girls talked eagerly, but the nearer they came to White Sands, the quieter Anne became.
Then the hotel appeared beyond the trees. Its broad verandas overlooked the water, and lanterns glowed softly beneath the eaves. Carriages filled the drive. Ladies in beautiful evening gowns moved beneath the lights. Gentlemen gathered in small groups along the veranda. Anne drew a small, slow breath. "Oh, Diana, isn't it beautiful?" "It is." Anne looked down at her white organdy gown. For once, she didn't feel plain or awkward. She and Diana were dressed as beautifully as anyone else could wish. Yet, the elegance surrounding them made the evening seem more important than ever. Inside, polished floors shone beneath the lamps. Flowers filled great vases along the hallway. Silk skirts rustled past. Everywhere Anne looked were people who seemed perfectly at ease in elegant rooms and fashionable company. She touched Matthew's pearls. "I'm beginning to feel nervous." "Oh, you'll be splendid," Diana assured her. "I really hope so." The concert room was already crowded. Rows of chairs faced a platform decorated with flowers and greenery. Anne and Diana found Jane and several other familiar faces among the performers. The sight of people from Avonlea helped a little. Then the concert began. A professional elocutionist performed first. She was tall and beautifully dressed, with a trained voice and graceful gestures. The audience applauded warmly. Anne listened with growing uneasiness. Next came a celebrated singer whose voice filled the room with effortless beauty. Then another polished performance followed. Each seemed grander than the one before. Anne's confidence slowly disappeared. She had felt proud of her own recitations in Avonlea, but here, surrounded by performers who had studied in great cities and appeared perfectly at home before fashionable audiences, she suddenly felt very young, very inexperienced, and very much like a country girl who had wandered into a far world larger than her own. "I wish I was back at Green Gables," she whispered. Diana reached for her hand. "You don't mean that." "At this moment, I truly do." "But you've recited before." "Not after listening to people like these." Anne looked toward the crowded room. "They know exactly what to do. They aren't frightened at all." "You don't know that." "They certainly don't look frightened." Diana squeezed her hand. "You'll be every bit as good." Anne smiled faintly. "You are the most loyal friend in the world." "And I'm right." Another round of applause filled the room. Then someone stepped onto the platform. Anne heard her name announced. For one terrible moment, every word she had practiced disappeared. Her hands grew cold. The room beyond the curtain seemed impossibly large. She thought of Green Gables, of Matthew's face when she had come downstairs in the beautiful white dress, of the pearl beads resting gently at her throat, of Diana waiting faithfully beside her. Anne lifted her head. The words were still there. She stepped toward the light. For one terrible moment, Anne stood beneath the bright lights and wished herself anywhere else in the world. The concert room seemed far larger from the platform than it had from behind the curtain. Rows upon rows of unfamiliar faces looked back at her. Ladies in beautiful gowns sat beneath the warm glow of the lamps. Gentlemen leaned forward in their chairs. Beyond the open windows, the summer night rested quietly over the sea. Anne could hear the faint rustle of silk, the gentle movement of a fan, a chair shifting somewhere near the back of the room. Then even those small sounds faded. Everyone was waiting. Anne's heart beat so quickly that she wondered whether the people in the front row could hear it. Every word of the recitation seemed to have vanished. Only moments before she had known exactly each line perfectly. Now, her mind felt empty. She looked across the audience helplessly. There was Diana, lovely in her sky-blue dress, watching with complete faith in her eyes. There was Jane Andrews and several familiar faces from Avonlea. but even the sight of her friends could not quiet the dreadful fear that had taken hold of her. What if she couldn't begin? What if she stood there in silence before all of those fashionable strangers? What if she disgraced herself after everyone at home had been so proud of her? Then Anne saw Gilbert Blythe. He was sitting near the front, and he was smiling. Perhaps it was only a smile of encouragement. Perhaps Gilbert understood exactly how frightened she was and wished, in his own quiet way, to reassure her. But Anne did not see it that way. To her anxious mind, the smile looked triumphant, almost teasing, as though Gilbert had expected her to fail, as though he were waiting to see Anne Shirley lose her courage before the whole crowded room. Something within Anne changed. Her fear didn't disappear, but beneath it rose something older and stronger. Pride, determination. The familiar spirit that had carried her through years of rivalry at the Avonlea school. Gilbert Blythe would not see her fail. She would not stand helpless before him. She would not allow him to triumph over her. Anne lifted her head. The words returned. She drew one steady breath. Then she began. Her voice trembled slightly through the opening lines, but she continued. One line followed another. The familiar words gathered around her, and slowly the crowded concert began to disappear. Anne forgot the professional elocutionist. She forgot the fashionable hotelist. She forgot Gilbert Blythe. She forgot even to wonder whether anyone thought her young or inexperienced. The recitation itself became all that mattered. Anne had always possessed the rare ability to enter completely into a story. And when she imagined sorrow, she felt it. When she spoke of courage, something courageous rose within her. And when beauty lived inside a line, she could never merely repeat the words. She believed them. Her voice grew clearer. The nervousness that had followed her into the platform had slowly loosened its hold. In place of the crowded hotel came a world of the recitation. Anne moved through each passage with all the feeling and imagination she possessed. The audience grew still. A lady near the front lowered the fan that she had been moving idly only moments before. Several people who had been whispering turned their full attention toward the platform. Even those that had expected little more than a pleasant little performance from an Avonlea schoolgirl began to listen. Anne noticed none of it. She had forgotten herself entirely. By the final lines, her voice carried easily through the room. Then the recitation ended. For one brief moment, there was silence. Anne stood very still. Had she failed? Had she spoken too softly? Had the audience merely waited politely for her to finish? Then the applause began. It rose warmly through the room. Anne's cheeks flushed. She bowed and turned to leave the platform. But the applause continued. Someone called for an encore. Then another voice joined. Anne glanced uncertainly toward the side of the stage. The concert manager smiled and motioned for her to return. So Anne stepped forward once more. This time, the room no longer seemed quite so frightening. She gave a second selection, lighter than the first, but filled with the same warmth and expression. The audience laughed in all the proper places. When she finished, the applause came even more quickly. Anne bowed again. And as she left the platform, Diana hurried to meet her. "Oh, Anne," she caught both of Anne's hands. "You were wonderful." "Was I?" Anne's eyes were shining. "Truly?" "Everyone thought so." "I was certain I couldn't do it. But you did." Anne glanced toward the audience. I saw Gilbert smiling. Diana looked puzzled. "Gilbert?" "Yes." Anne lifted her chin. "I thought he was laughing at me, or expecting me to fail, and I decided then and there that I would not give him the satisfaction." Diana's eyes sparkled. "Perhaps he was only trying to encourage you." Perhaps. Anne considered this. Then she smiled. But I'm very glad I misunderstood him. The remainder of the concert passed in a happy blur. Anne listened to the other performers with new appreciation. The professional elocutionist no longer seemed like someone from an unreachable world. She was talented and graceful, certainly, but Anne no longer felt diminished beside her. She had discovered that there was room in the world for more than one kind of gift. When the final number ended, the audience drifted toward the broad hotel verandas. The night air was cool after the warmth of the crowded room. Lanterns swayed gently beneath the eaves. And beyond the lawns, the sea moved softly beneath the sky scattered with stars. Anne and Diana stood near the veranda railing, while groups of guests passed around them. Several stopped to congratulate Anne. A dignified gentleman told her that her recitation had been one of the finest parts of the evening. A lady in shimmering gown asked where she had studied. At the Avonlea School, Anne answered. The lady seemed surprised. Oh, you have a remarkable gift. Thank you, Anne smiled. My teacher, Miss Stacy, encouraged me a great deal. Then the professional elocutionist approached. Anne recognized her at once. Only a short time earlier, the woman's polished performance had made Anne feel very small and inexperienced. Now, she warmly smiled. You recite beautifully, she told Anne. You have something that cannot easily be taught. For once, Anne had no ready answer. Thank you, she managed at last. The woman smiled and moved on. Anne watched her disappear into the crowd. Diana? What is it? She said, I recite beautifully. The professional elocutionist? Yes. Anne touched the pearl beads at her throat. I think I shall remember that for the rest of my life. A little later, as the girls prepared to leave, Anne paused at the top of the hotel steps. The lanterns glowed behind her. Music and laughter drifted through the open doors. Beyond the lawn, the sea rested beneath the summer stars. Only a few hours earlier, she had entered the hotel feeling very small. Now, she understood something she had not known before. The larger world might be grand. It might be unfamiliar. It might even be frightening at first. But perhaps there was a place for Anne Shirley within it. And perhaps, when the time came, she would be brave enough to find it. September came quietly to Avonlea. The fields had begun to lose the deep green of summer, and here and there along the lanes, a maple branch had turned crimson overnight. Goldenrod bloomed beside the fences. The evenings arrived a little earlier, and the air carried the faint promise of autumn. At Green Gables, preparations were underway. Anne was leaving for Queens. Her trunk stood open in the East Gable room while neatly folded dresses, freshly ironed shirtwaists, books, stockings, and carefully mended garments waited to be packed. Marilla approached the task with her usual practicality. She checked every seam, counted every handkerchief, insisted that Anne would need more warm stockings than Anne believed any person could possibly wear. You'll be glad enough of them when the weather turns cold, Marilla said, placing another pair inside the trunk. I'm sure I shall, Anne answered. She sat upon the edge of the bed, watching Marilla fold a woolen shawl. I believe I shall appreciate every single thing you have packed, even if I never use half of it. You'd better use it. I shall try, Anne smiled. But I think knowing you folded everything will make it feel a little like carrying Green Gables with me. Marilla didn't answer. She bent over the trunk and carefully rearranged a stack of neatly folded garments that did not appear to need rearranging. For several moments, the room was quiet. Through the open window came the soft rustle of the Snow Queen's leaves. The old cherry tree had begun to turn, and a few yellow leaves drifted slowly past the glass. Anne looked around the little room beneath the eaves. How small it had seemed when she first came to Green Gables. How empty. How wonderful. She remembered standing at the window on the first evening, looking out at the blossoming cherry tree and imagining
that its reflection belonged to a dear friend. Now, every corner held a memory. The narrow bed, the little table, the window overlooking the orchard, all of it had become part of her. "I don't believe I shall sleep very much tonight," Anne said. "You'd better." "I know," she sighed. "But there are so many things to remember." Marilla straightened. "You'll be home often enough." "Yes," Anne smiled. "But it won't be quite the same." "No." The answer came more softly than Anne had expected. Marilla turned toward the bed. "There's one more thing." She lifted a carefully wrapped parcel and placed it in Anne's lap. Anne looked surprised. "What is it?" "Open it and see." Anne untied the string. Inside lay a beautiful evening dress of soft pale green. For a moment, she only stared. The fabric was delicate and lovely, with graceful folds and carefully finished details. It was fashionable without being showy. Exactly the sort of dress Anne would have dreamed about for weeks. "Oh, Marilla." She lifted it gently. "Is it truly for me? Who else would it be for?" "But when did you—" "I had Mrs. Allan help me choose the pattern." Marilla spoke briskly, as though the matter were entirely ordinary. "You'll need a proper evening dress at Queen's. There may be concerts and gatherings, and I don't want you feeling different from the other girls." Anne looked from the dress to Marilla. Something warm rose in her throat. "You thought of all of that?" "Someone had to." Anne stood and held the pale green dress against herself. "It's beautiful. I thought the color might suit you." "It does." Anne turned toward the small mirror. The soft green fabric brought out the warmth of her auburn hair. For a moment, she saw not the thin, freckled orphan who had arrived at Green Gables years before, but a tall woman preparing to step into a wider world. Then she caught Marilla watching her. There was an expression on Marilla's face Anne had rarely seen. Pride, tenderness, and something that looked almost like sadness. Anne lowered the dress. "What is it?" "Nothing." "It isn't nothing." Marilla sat down beside the open trunk. For a moment she smoothed one hand across the folded shawl. Then she said quietly, "I was wishing you could have stayed a little girl." Anne's eyes softened. "Oh, Marilla." "You've grown so fast." Marilla looked around the East Gable room. "It doesn't seem long ago that you came here, thin as a rail, talking from morning until night and getting into one scrape after another. I still talk a great deal. You do. And I dare say I'm not entirely beyond getting into scrapes." Marilla smiled faintly. "No, I suppose not." Anne sat beside her. "But I'm not really changed." "Aren't you?" "Oh, I've grown taller," Anne smiled. "And perhaps I'm a little wiser." "A good deal wiser." "And I don't use quite so many large words." "That is a blessing." They both laughed. Then Anne reached for Marilla's hand. "But the real me is still the same." Her voice softened. "I'm only just pruned down and branched out." Marilla looked at her. "The things I've loved since I came to Green Gables, I love them more than ever." Anne glanced toward the open window. "The trees, the brook, the lake of shining waters, Diana, and you and Matthew." She squeezed Marilla's hand. "I will always be your Anne." Marilla looked away. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Then she cleared her throat. "You'd better finish packing." "Yes," Anne smiled through their bright eyes. "I suppose I had." Downstairs, Matthew sat quietly near the kitchen door. When Anne came down wearing the pale green dress, he looked up. His face changed. "Well now," he said softly. Anne turned slowly so he could see the dress. "Marilla gave it to me." "It looks real nice." "Do you like it?"
"I do." Anne crossed the room and kissed his cheek. Matthew smiled. Then, quite suddenly, he stood. "I reckon I'd better go see to the cows." He reached for his hat and went outside. Anne watched the door close behind him. She did not see the tears in Matthew's eyes, but Marilla did. And for once, she said nothing at all. The morning of Anne's departure arrived clear and golden. A light mist rested over the low fields beyond Green Gables, and the orchard trees stood quietly beneath the pale September sky. Here and there, the maples along the lane had begun to show their first touches of crimson. Anne was awake before Marilla called her. For several moments, she lay beneath the familiar sloping roof of the east gable and listened. The old house was beginning to stir. A door opened softly downstairs. The kitchen stove was being lit. Outside, Matthew crossed the yard toward the barn, his footsteps following the same path they had followed on nearly every morning Anne could remember. Everything sounded ordinary, yet nothing felt ordinary at all. Today, Anne was leaving for Queens. Her trunk had been packed and fastened the night before. Her books were gathered. Her traveling dress hung neatly beside the bed. Anne rose and crossed to the window. The Snow Queen stood just beyond the glass, touched here and there with early autumn gold. Beyond the orchard lay the familiar fields, the brook, the little white bridge, and the distant glimpse of the lake of shining waters. Anne rested one hand against the window frame. "I'm not saying goodbye," she whispered. "Only until Friday." Still, when she turned away, her eyes were bright. Breakfast was quieter than usual. Marilla moved briskly between the table and the stove, reminding Anne of practical matters. "You've enough money for what you'll need?" "Yes." "And you know the way from the station to the boarding house?" "Yes." "Miss Barry says the place is respectable." "She does." "The widow keeps a proper house, and you're not to be too shy to speak if there's anything you need." Anne smiled. "I don't believe anyone has ever accused me of being too shy to speak." Matthew looked down at his plate. A faint smile crossed his face. Marilla ignored the remark. "And write when you arrive." "I will." "You needn't write a book." "I shall try to restrain myself." Marilla gave her a look. "But I make no promises," Anne added. After breakfast, Matthew carried Anne's trunk to the buggy. Marilla checked the straps twice. Then she went back inside and returned with a parcel of food for the journey. "You may not need it," she said, "but you'd better take it." Anne accepted the parcel. "Thank you." For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Anne put her arms around Marilla. "I'll be home before you have time to miss me." Marilla held her tightly. Only for a moment. Then she stepped back. "You better get along. You don't want to miss the train." Anne turned toward Matthew. He stood beside the buggy with one hand resting upon the wheel. "Well now," he said quietly. Anne smiled. "Well now." She kissed his cheek. "I'll write." "You do that." "And I'll study hard." "I know you will." Matthew looked at her for a long moment. "We'll be looking for you Friday." Anne climbed into the buggy, and as they drove down the lane, she turned and looked back. Marilla stood upon the porch. The morning light rested upon the white walls of Green Gables. The orchard spread quietly around it, and Anne waved. Marilla raised one hand. Then the bend in the road hid the house from view. For the first few miles, Anne was unusually quiet. She watched the familiar places pass. The berry orchard, the old schoolhouse, the lane she and Diana had walked so many times. Each seemed more precious now that she was leaving it behind. But as the journey continued, anticipation slowly began to rise beside the sadness. Queens was waiting. New lessons, new teachers, new possibilities. By the time Anne reached town, excitement and homesickness had become so closely tangled that she could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. Miss Barry had already arranged everything. A respectable boarding house that had been found near the academy, kept by a widow who had once been married to a British officer. The house stood upon a quiet street with easy walking distance of Queens. It was neat and comfortable, but it was not Green Gables. Anne noticed that immediately. Her room was small. There was a narrow bed beneath one wall, a washstand, a wooden chair, and a little desk beside the window. The curtains were plain. The walls held no familiar pictures. Outside the window were rooftops and chimneys instead of orchards and green fields. Anne set her traveling bag upon the bed. The room seemed very quiet. For the first time that day, she was entirely alone. She unpacked slowly. Marilla's careful work appeared everywhere. Each garment had been folded neatly. Every stocking had been mended. Between two shirtwaists, Anne found a small parcel of cakes, wrapped in clean paper. She smiled. Oh, Marilla. At the bottom of the trunk lay the pale green evening dress. Anne touched the soft fabric. Then she thought of the evening before, of Marilla wishing she could have remained a little girl, of Matthew leaving the kitchen because his eyes were filled with tears. The room blurred. Anne sat upon the edge of the bed. For several minutes she had allowed herself to be homesick. She missed Green Gables. She missed the east gable. She missed the sound of Matthew moving quietly through the yard. She even missed Marilla reminding her not to leave books upon the stairs. The homesickness rose until Anne felt that one more thought of home would bring her to tears. Then footsteps sounded in the hallway. A moment later came a knock. Before Anne could answer, the door opened and Josie Pye appeared. "Well, Anne," she said, looking around the little room, "so this is where you are." Anne blinked quickly and turned away from the window. She hoped Josie had not noticed the tears gathering in her eyes. "Yes," she said. "I only just finished unpacking." Josie stepped inside and sat down upon the edge of the bed. "I'm nearly starved." Anne stared at her. "Starved? I haven't had anything worth eating since dinner. Did you bring any cake?" The question was so unexpected and so entirely like Josie that Anne almost laughed. "As a matter of fact, I did." She opened the parcel Marilla had tucked into her trunk and brought it out, the little cakes wrapped carefully in clean paper. Josie accepted one without hesitation. "Oh, these are good," she announced after her first bite. Anne smiled. "Marilla made them." For a few moments the room was quiet except for the soft rustle of paper and the distant sounds of the town beyond the window. Then Josie said, "Have you heard about the Avery Scholarship?" Anne looked up. "The what?" "The Avery Scholarship." Josie reached for another bite of cake. "They say there's a new scholarship this year. The student who makes the highest standing in English and English literature wins it." Anne sat a little straighter. "What does the scholarship provide?" $250 a year for 4 years at Redmond College." Anne stared at her. "Redmond?" "Yes." Josie spoke as though the matter were only mildly interesting. "I heard one of the girls talking about it downstairs." But Anne was no longer thinking of the little boarding-house room. A door had opened suddenly in her imagination. Beyond Queens, beyond a teacher's license, lay Redmond College. Until that moment, Redmond had belonged to a distant future she scarcely dared to consider. College cost money. Anne knew too well how careful Matthew and Marilla had already planned and sacrificed for her education. But a scholarship? A scholarship might make the impossible possible. Her homesickness had not vanished. She still longed for Green Gables. She still wished she could hear Matthew crossing the yard and Marilla moving quietly through the kitchen. Yet beside the ache, something new had begun to grow. Hope. Ambition. A wider dream than any she had carried with her that morning. Before Anne could ask another question, voices sounded in the hallway. Then Jane Andrews and Ruby Gillis appeared at the door. "Anne!" Ruby hurried inside. "We've been looking everywhere for you." Soon the little room was filled with familiar voices. Jane had news about the academy. Ruby was already worrying over lessons that had not yet begun. Josie continued eating Marilla's cake and offering opinions whenever the opportunity arose. For a little while, the boarding house felt less strange. Not like Green Gables. Nothing could be that. But perhaps it could become a place where Anne might learn to grow, a place where new hopes could take root. And outside, the lamps along the unfamiliar street began to glow. Tomorrow, Anne would walk through the doors of Queen's Academy. And now, beyond the first-class license and the gold medal, another possibility awaited. Redmond College. Anne looked toward the darkening sky. Her world had grown larger once again. And somewhere, beyond the uncertainty of the coming year, a new dream had begun. The next morning, Anne awoke before the town was fully stirring. For one drowsy moment, she didn't remember where she was. The ceiling above her was unfamiliar. No cherry branches softly brushing against the window. No early sunlight filtered through the leaves of the Snow Queen. Then, the sounds of the boarding house reached her. Footsteps moved along the hallway. A door opened and closed. Somewhere downstairs, dishes were being placed upon a table. And Anne remembered. She was in town. She was going to Queen's. She sat up quickly. Outside her window, rooftops and chimneys stood beneath a pale autumn sky. A light mist lingered on the streets, and the first wagons of the morning rattled over the road below. It was all very different from Avonlea, but today the difference felt less lonely. Today it felt like possibility. By the time Anne arrived at Queen's Academy, the halls were already filled with students. Girls stood together in small groups, exchanging names and wondering aloud which classes they would enter. Young men hurried past carrying books beneath their arms. Voices echoed along the corridors. Doors opened and closed. Everywhere there was movement. Anne felt very small among so many unfamiliar faces. At the Avonlea school, everyone had known her. They knew how she had once broken a slate over Gilbert Blythe's head. They remembered the liniment cake. They knew about the story club, the Lake of Shining Waters, and nearly every scrape Anne had ever found herself in. Here, she was simply one student among many. For a moment, that thought made her feel lonely. Then she saw Jane Andrews farther down the hall. Ruby Gillis stood beside her. Josie Pye was nearby, looking as though she had attended Queen's all her life and found nothing particularly impressive about it. Anne smiled. Familiar faces were comforting, even Josie's. Then she saw Gilbert Blythe. He stood near one classroom door, speaking with several other students. When he noticed Anne, he smiled. "Good morning, Anne." "Good morning, Gilbert." Their exchange was polite. Nothing more. Yet Anne was unexpectedly glad to see him. Gilbert belonged to Avonlea. He belonged to the old schoolhouse and the familiar road home. And although Anne would never have admitted it out loud, there was comfort in knowing that at least one person at Queen's understood exactly how hard she had worked to be there. Soon, the students were called together. The results from the entrance examinations would determine their class placement. Anne listened carefully as the names were read. She learned that she and Gilbert had both been placed in the first class. A thrill of satisfaction passed through her. The first-class course could be completed in 1 year. It would mean harder work, longer hours, more difficult examinations, but Anne had never been afraid of hard work. Gilbert glanced toward her. Anne met his eyes. For one brief moment, the old rivalry passed silently between them. Neither needed to speak. The race had begun again. Only now, there was more at stake. There was the first-class teacher's license, the gold medal, and beyond them, the Avery Scholarship. That afternoon, Anne learned more about it. The scholarship would be awarded to the student who achieved the highest standing in English and English literature, $250 a year, for 4 years, at Redmond College. Each detail seemed more wonderful than the last. Redmond had always belonged to the distant country of someday, a place Anne might dream about, but never expect to reach. Matthew and Marilla had already done so much. She could never ask them to bear the cost of college. But if she earned the Avery, Anne's imagination carried her forward. She pictured great libraries filled with books, lecture rooms, new ideas, a world of learning beyond anything she had yet known. Then She reminded herself that scholarships were not won through imagination alone. They would be hard work, a great deal of it, and Gilbert Blythe would be working too. By the end of the first week, Queens had begun to settle into a rhythm. Lessons filled the days, evenings were devoted to study, and the work was more demanding than anything Anne had known in Avonlea. Yet, she loved it. There was pleasure in opening a difficult book and slowly discovering that she could understand it. There was satisfaction in mastering a lesson that had seemed impossible only hours before. And there was Gilbert. Again and again their names appeared near one another. If Anne stood first in English, Gilbert led in mathematics. If Gilbert earned the highest mark in one subject, Anne quietly resolved to surpass him in the next. Neither spoke of the rivalry. They didn't need to. It lived in exchanged glances, in carefully prepared lessons, in the silent determination with which each approached every new challenge. Yet, something about the rivalry had changed. It no longer felt bitter. Anne did not wish Gilbert to fail. She simply wished to succeed. And perhaps, though she would not have admitted it even to herself, she was glad he was there. On Friday afternoon, Anne returned to Green Gables. The moment she stepped down from the buggy, the familiar world seemed to gather around her. The orchard, the fields, the soft murmur of the brook. Matthew came from the barn to meet her. Marilla stood in the doorway. "Well," Marilla said, "how was your first week?" Anne looked from one beloved face to the other. Then she smiled. "Oh, Marilla, I have enough to tell you to last until Monday morning." "I expected as much." Inside, the kitchen was warm. Supper waited upon the table. Anne slipped into her familiar chair and began telling them everything. The boarding house, her classes, the first-class course, the gold medal, and finally, the Avery scholarship. "Redmond College," Anne said softly. The words still sounded almost too beautiful to be real. Matthew looked at her. "You'd like to go?" "Oh, Matthew," Anne's eyes shone, "more than I can say." "Then I reckon you'd better win that scholarship." Anne smiled. "I mean to try." Later that evening, she climbed the stairs to the east gable. Her room welcomed her exactly as she had left it. Moonlight rested across the floor. The branches of the Snow Queen moved gently beyond the window. Anne sat beside the glass and looked out over the quiet fields. Only 1 week had passed, yet already the world seemed wider. Queens waited beyond the road. Redmond waited somewhere beyond Queens. And all around her stood Green Gables. Steady, familiar, home. Anne rested her head against the window frame. She didn't know what the coming year would bring, but there would be new lessons ahead, new dreams, new roads waiting to be followed, and for the first time, the future didn't seem like something far away. It had already begun. The golden days of autumn gradually gave way to winter. By now, Anne had spent several happy months at Queen's Academy in Charlottetown. The first loneliness of leaving Green Gables had slowly faded, softened by new friendships, busy days of studying, and the comforting knowledge that nearly every weekend she would return home again. Though Queens had become familiar, Green Gables remained the place where her heart always rested. Each Friday evening, when the week's lessons were finished, Anne joined the other Avonlea students aboard the Little Branch Railway bound for Carmody. Waiting faithfully at the station were Diana and several of the young people from Avonlea, and together they made their cheerful walk home beneath the wide island skies. Those Friday evenings became the happiest hours of Anne's week. The autumn hills glowed with scarlet maples and golden birches. Cool breezes carried the scent of ripe apples, wood smoke, and fallen leaves. Far ahead, beyond the rolling fields, the welcoming lights of Avonlea twinkled softly as dusk settled over the countryside. Every familiar bend in the road brought her closer to Green Gables. There waited Matthew, whose quiet smile always seemed to brighten at the sound of Anne's voice.
and Marilla, whose practical welcome never varied, though Anne had long since learned to hear the affection hidden beneath her sensible words. By Sunday evening, Anne would once again board the train for Charlottetown, carrying with her enough happy memories to brighten another week of study. It was during these weekly walks home that Anne often noticed Gilbert Blythe strolling beside Ruby Gillis. Ruby had grown into a remarkably beautiful young lady. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with laughter. Her complexion was fresh and rosy, and she delighted in pretty clothes and cheerful company. She enjoyed life simply and openly, finding happiness in dances, parties, and pleasant conversation. One Friday evening, Jane Andrews leaned quietly toward Anne. "I shouldn't think Ruby is the sort of girl Gilbert really would like," she whispered. Anne smiled thoughtfully. She found herself secretly agreeing. It was not that Ruby lacked kindness. Rather, Anne had come to recognize that Gilbert possessed an unusually thoughtful mind. He enjoyed discussing books, ideas, ambitions, and all the possibilities that stretched beyond the present day. Somehow, she couldn't imagine Ruby taking much pleasure in such conversations. Before she realized it, Anne found herself wondering how different things might have been if she and Gilbert had become friends years before. There was no foolish romance in the thought. Anne scarcely thought of boys in that way at all. To her, they were simply companions who might become loyal friends, just as girls did. She already had many dear girlfriends, but she had begun to feel that a true friendship with someone as thoughtful as Gilbert might have been another kind of blessing altogether. Sometimes she imagined how pleasant those Friday walks might have been. She and Gilbert could have talked together across the autumn fields about poetry and history, about the books they loved, about Miss Stacy's lessons, and about the dreams each secretly carried for the future. Gilbert was clever, earnest, and full of quiet determination. Ruby herself laughingly confessed that she rarely understood half the things Gilbert talked about. "He speaks just like Anne Shirley when she gets into one of her thoughtful fits," Ruby had once declared. "I don't see why anyone wants to bother talking about books when there are so many more amusing things." Anne couldn't help smiling when she heard it. Life had a curious way of revealing how alike two people truly were, even when they spent so much effort pretending otherwise. As the weeks slipped quietly into months, Anne found herself surrounded by new companions whose hearts delighted in many of the same things she loved. Among them were Stella Maynard, who everyone affectionately called the Rose-Red Girl, and gentle Priscilla Grant, known as the Dream Girl. Stella possessed bright black eyes and a heart overflowing with beautiful dreams and romantic fantasies that often matched Anne's own. Priscilla appeared pale and quiet and almost solemn at first acquaintance, yet beneath her gentle appearance lived a delightful sense of humor and a talent for harmless mischief that frequently sent the two girls into peals of laughter. Together, they formed one of those easy friendships that seemed to spring into bloom almost overnight. Christmas came and quietly passed, and after the holidays, the Avonlea students no longer made their weekly journeys home every Friday. Winter tightened its snowy grip upon Prince Edward Island, and everyone settled down to the serious business of study. By now, each student had found his or her own proper place within Queen's. The classes had settled into their natural order, and certain things had become generally accepted among the pupils. It was widely believed that only 3 students remained serious contenders for the English medal: Gilbert Blythe, Anne Shirley, and Lewis Wilson. The Avery Scholarship was still uncertain, with several excellent scholars competing for it, while other distinctions quietly found their owners. Ruby Gillis was generally acknowledged to be the beauty of the school. Jane Andrews earned admiration for her careful work in domestic science. Even Josie Pye became famous for possessing the sharpest tongue at Queen's. Looking back upon Miss Stacy's old pupils, Anne felt quietly proud. The boys and girls from Little Avonlea had held their own among students from every corner of Prince Edward Island, Anne herself worked steadily and faithfully throughout the long winter. Her rivalry with Gilbert remained as keen as ever, though few of their classmates ever suspected it. But something within Anne had changed. The bitterness that had once colored every contest between them had slowly disappeared. She no longer wished to win merely for the pleasure of defeating Gilbert Blythe. Now, she wished only to do her very best. If she earned victory over so worthy an opponent, the triumph would be deeply satisfying. And if Gilbert should prove the stronger scholar after all, Anne no longer believed that life would be unbearable. She had discovered a quieter kind of kindness, the satisfaction of striving wholeheartedly beside someone who inspired her to become the very best version of herself. And somehow, though she did not fully understand it, that seemed the finer victory of all. Winter slowly loosened its hold upon Prince Edward Island. The snowbanks that lined the roads for so many months began to shrink beneath the strengthening sun. Tiny streams of melted snow hurried across the fields. The trees dressed themselves in soft green buds, and before long, the first brave violets peeped shyly through the warming earth. At Queen's Academy, however, the changing seasons passed almost unnoticed. The students had entered the busiest weeks of the school year. Every day brought another lesson to master, another essay to complete, another examination drawing steadily nearer. Morning recitations blended into afternoon lectures, and evenings were spent bent over books until the lamps burned low. Yet life was not made entirely of study. Whenever Sunday arrived, Anne gladly accepted Aunt Josephine Barry's standing invitation to spend the afternoon at Beechwood. Those quiet hours became a welcome rest from the demands of Queen's. Aunt Josephine delighted in hearing every detail of academy life, and Anne always left feeling refreshed in both mind and spirit. Beechwood itself seemed to possess a peaceful magic all its own. The gracious old house overlooked broad lawns where the first flowers of spring were beginning to bloom. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, filling the drawing room with warmth, while tea was served with delicate cakes and lively conversation. Aunt Josephine listened with genuine interest as Anne described her professors, her classmates, and the endless lessons that now filled her days. "My dear Anne," she often said with an affectionate smile, "you work far too hard." "I don't think I could work any other way," Anne would answer with a laugh. "Not while the Avery Scholarship is waiting for someone." "And would the world truly end if someone else won it?" Anne's gray eyes sparkled. "No, but I should be dreadfully disappointed." Aunt Josephine laughed softly. "I believe disappointment only teaches us how deeply we cared." Those peaceful Sunday afternoons restored Anne's spirits. By Monday morning she returned to Queen's with a renewed determination, ready to face another week of demanding lessons. Outside, spring advanced almost day by day. The bare branches softened into clouds of fresh green leaves. Apple orchards prepared themselves for blossom. The air grew gentler, carrying the fragrance of damp earth and unfolding life. Robins filled the mornings with cheerful song, and every corner of Prince Edward Island seemed quietly occupied with becoming beautiful once again. As spring deepened into May, conversation among the students changed. No one spoke much anymore about Christmas holidays or winter amusements. Instead, every discussion seemed to return to examinations. Ruby Gillis confessed she had begun dreaming each night that she had forgotten every lesson she had ever learned. Jane Andrews worried she would somehow misread every question on the examination papers. Josie Pye declared that she felt perfectly calm, though very few of her classmates believed her. Even Priscilla admitted she sometimes woke in the middle of the night trying to remember dates from history or rules of grammar. Anne herself occasionally felt a flutter of nervousness. There were moments when she closed her books and wondered if she overlooked some important lesson, forgot some essential fact, or failed to prepare as thoroughly as she should. Then, she would quietly remind herself that worry had never yet answered a single examination question. The only remedy was steady work. And so she continued, day after day, lesson after lesson, always with the same quiet determination that Miss Stacy had first encouraged years before in the little schoolhouse at Avonlea. One warm evening, Anne and Stella Maynard lingered outside after classes had ended. The western sky glowed with soft shades of rose, amber, and lavender. A gentle breeze stirred the budding maple branches overhead, and somewhere, nearby, a robin greeted the fading light with its evening song. "I'm almost longing for the examinations to be over," Stella admitted with a sigh. "I'm so tired of thinking about them." Anne rested her hands upon the fence and smiled. "I suppose I'll be relieved when they're finished," she said. "But I think I'll miss all this striving." Stella looked at her in surprise. "Miss it?" "Yes," Anne answered thoughtfully. "There's something wonderfully satisfying about giving every bit of yourself to reaching a goal. Sometimes I think the anticipation is almost as lovely as the achievement." She gazed toward the distant fields, where tiny patches of violet blue were beginning to appear beneath the hedgerows. "Spring always reminds me of that." Stella waited quietly. "The violets bloom first," Anne continued, "and then we begin looking forward to the apple blossoms. And after the apple blossoms come the wild roses. And after the roses come summer. Each beautiful thing promises another still more beautiful waiting just ahead." She smiled gently. "I wouldn't want to hurry through spring simply because summer is coming." For a little while, neither girl spoke. The evening settled peacefully around them as the last golden light slipped below the horizon. Anne found herself wondering what the months ahead might hold. Perhaps the Avery Scholarship. Perhaps Redmond College. Perhaps dreams she had scarcely dared to imagine. She couldn't know what waited beyond the coming examinations. But as she stood beneath the quiet spring sky, surrounded by the promise of another island summer, she felt content simply to keep moving forward, one lesson, one day, and one hopeful step at a time. For she had learned that there was joy not only in reaching one's destination, but also in the faithful, hopeful striving that carried one there. Summer had come again to Prince Edward Island. The orchards were dressed in blossoms, soft white petals drifting through the warm morning air whenever a gentle breeze wandered over the hills. Along the quiet streets of Charlottetown, young scholars hurried toward Queen's Academy, each carrying hopes that had been growing for many months. For Anne Shirley, however, the beauty of the morning scarcely existed. She walked beside Jane Andrews toward the academy, her hands clasped tightly before her. Around them, students chatted happily, laughing now that the examinations were behind them. Some were already making plans for summer holidays. Others spoke confidently of teaching positions or of returning home before the beginning of the next chapter of their lives. Jane seemed almost as cheerful as the sunshine itself. "I'm so thankful the examinations are finished," she said with a relieved smile. "Whatever happens now, I feel I've done my best." Anne returned the smile, though it was a faint one. "I'm glad they're over too," she admitted. "But I don't believe my heart will truly rest until I know the results." Only a few minutes remained before the final examination list would be posted. Those few minutes seemed longer than all the months of study that had gone before. Jane looked at Anne with an affectionate confidence. "Of course you'll win one of the honors," she declared. "Everybody knows how brilliantly you've done." Anne shook her head. "I've no hope of the Avery," she confessed quietly. "Everyone says Emily Clay will surely win it." She hesitated before continuing. "And I simply haven't the courage to stand in front of that bulletin board while everyone is watching. I'm going straight to the girls' dressing room, Jane. Will you read the announcements for me? Jane laughed gently. Certainly. If I've failed, Anne continued with unusual seriousness, please, just tell me plainly. And whatever you do, don't sympathize with me. Promise. I promise. Together they climbed the broad stone steps of Queen's Academy. But before they even reached the entrance hall, an enormous cheer burst through the building. Hooray for Blythe! Hooray for the medalist! A crowd of boys surged through the hallway carrying Gilbert Blythe high upon their shoulders. For one dreadful instant, Anne's heart seemed to stop. Gilbert had won. Then she had lost. A sharp wave of disappointment swept over her before she could master it. It wasn't jealousy. She could rejoice in Gilbert's success. But she had hoped, oh, how she had hoped, that Matthew and Marilla might be proud of her. She thought of Matthew's quiet confidence whenever he had spoken of her studies, how he believed so completely that she would succeed. She wondered how disappointed he would be. Then, another voice rang above the cheering. 3 cheers for Miss Shirley, the winner of the Avery Scholarship. For a heartbeat, Anne could scarcely understand the words. Jane gave a delighted cry. Oh, Anne! Before Anne could answer, girls surrounded her from every direction. Hands grasped hers warmly. Shoulders were affectionately patted. Congratulations came so quickly that they blended together into one joyful chorus. You've won! The Avery! We knew you would. How splendid! Anne felt herself laughing through the tears she had not yet realized were gathering. Everything had happened so suddenly that it scarcely seemed real. The disappointment of only a moment before vanished like a cloud carried away by the wind. She hadn't failed. She'd won. And not merely a prize, but the scholarship that would make her long dream of Redmond College possible. In the midst of all the excitement, she had leaned toward Jane and whispered the very first thought that came into her heart. Oh, won't Matthew and Marilla be pleased? Her eyes shone with happiness. I must write home immediately. And the days that followed passed in a whirl of preparation for the commencement. The great assembly hall of Queen's Academy filled with proud families and friends who had come from every part of the island. Diplomas were presented, essays were read aloud, songs echoed beneath the high ceiling, and prizes and medals found their rightful owners. Among all the students seated upon the platform was Anne. She wore a simple pale green dress that suited her fresh coloring beautifully. As she rose to read her prize essay, her clear voice carried easily through the hall. Matthew and Marilla watched from the audience. To them, no one else upon the stage truly existed. Matthew scarcely took his eyes from Anne for a single moment. When she finished reading, he leaned quietly towards Marilla. Reckon you're glad we kept her, Marilla. Marilla's lips trembled ever so slightly. It's not the first time I've been glad, she answered, pretending a firmness she did not quite feel. You do like to remind me of it, Matthew Cuthbert. Behind them, Mrs. Barry leaned forward with a pleased smile. Aren't you proud of that Anne girl? She whispered. I know I am. By evening, the ceremonies were over, and Anne rode home with Matthew and Marilla beneath the soft glow of the late spring sky. As Green Gables came into view once more, her heart overflowed with quiet joy. The apple trees were heavy with blossoms. The field stretched green and peaceful beneath the fading sunlight. And when Anne stepped once more into her own little room beneath the eaves, she paused at the open window. Outside stood the beloved Snow Queen, clothed in white blooms. The pointed firs rose dark against a sky brushed with pink. The fragrance of mint drifted upward from the garden below, drawing a long, happy breath, and Anne smiled. Oh, she whispered softly, It's so very good to be home. The first morning at Green Gables felt almost dreamlike after so many months at Queen's Academy. Anne awoke beneath the sloping roof of the east gable, and for a little while simply lay listening. The window stood open to the sweet June air, and robins sang cheerfully among the blossoming apple trees, while somewhere beyond Orchard Slope, a meadowlark poured its bright song into the quiet morning. Sunlight drifted softly across the quilt upon her bed, and the familiar fragrance of mint and wild roses floated in on the gentle breeze. It was home. The very word wrapped itself around Anne's heart like a warm embrace. When she came downstairs, Diana was already waiting. The two friends laughed as though they had scarcely been apart at all, wandering together through the orchard where the last blossoms fluttered lazily to the grass. "Oh, Diana," Anne exclaimed, drawing in a deep breath. "I had forgotten how beautiful Green Gables is in June. Look at the Snow Queen. Isn't she glorious?" The great cherry tree stood clothed in snowy blossoms, every branch shimmering against the clear blue sky. "And the mint," Anne laughed. "I never knew until I left how wonderful it smells, and even the tea roses seem happier here than anywhere else." Diana smiled affectionately. "I thought perhaps you'd grow too grand for Avonlea, now that you've won the Avery." Anne gave a merry laugh. "Too grand? Never. Stella Maynard is delightful, and I love Priscilla dearly, but no one could ever take your place, Diana." Diana pretended to sigh with relief. "Josie Pye insisted you become infatuated with Stella." Anne plucked one of the fading June lilies from her bouquet and tossed it gently toward her friend. "Josie Pye always believes the most interesting story she can invent. Stella is charming, but you're my Diana." For a long while they talked as they always had. Anne described the girls at Queen's, the professors, the long evenings of study, the laughter in the boarding house, and the excitement of the commencement day. Then Diana asked quietly, "So, you'll be going to Redmond in September?" Anne's eyes brightened. "Oh, yes. It hardly seems real yet. 3 whole months of holiday first, and then Redmond at last." Jane and Ruby would both be teaching in the autumn, and Anne was delighted that all of Miss Stacy's old pupils had done so well. Then Diana mentioned something Anne had not expected. "Gilbert won't be going to college this year." Anne looked up surprised. "He won't?" Diana shook her head. "His father can't afford to send him just yet. Gilbert means to teach for a year first. Everyone expects he'll have Avonlea school if Miss Ames leaves." For just a moment, Anne was silent. She had always imagined Gilbert walking the same halls as Redmond that she would. Their rivalry had become so familiar that she had scarcely imagined continuing her studies without it. She smiled a little at herself. "It won't be quite the same without my friend the enemy," she admitted. When Diana returned home, Anne found Matthew and Marilla already at breakfast. As they talked together, Anne studied Matthew more closely than she had the evening before. A little uneasiness stirred within her. His shoulders seemed more bent. His hair looked grayer. There was a weariness about his face that she had never noticed before. When he had gone out to begin the morning's work, Anne turned anxiously toward Marilla. "Is Matthew quite well?" Marilla's expression became thoughtful. "Well, he hasn't been as strong this spring as I'd like. His heart has troubled him more than once, though he tries to pretend otherwise. He simply won't spare himself." Anne reached across the table and gently took Marilla's hands. "And you don't look rested yourself." Marilla smiled faintly. "My eyes trouble me a good deal now. Reading and sewing bring on dreadful headaches. Dr. Spencer wants me to see an eye specialist when one comes to the island later this month." Anne listened quietly. Then Marilla's thoughts turned to another worry.
Have you heard anything lately about Abbey Bank?" "I heard someone say it was a little uncertain," Anne answered. Marilla nodded. "Rachel mentioned the same thing. Matthew was concerned because every dollar we've saved is there. I wanted him to move it long ago, but he believes the bank is perfectly safe." Anne tried to reassure her. "The old Mr. Abbey is the only figurehead now. Surely the younger men are managing things wisely." "I do hope so," Marilla replied. The conversation soon drifted to other matters, and Anne determined that, for this one perfect day at least, she would not spend it worrying. She wandered once more through every beloved corner of Green Gables. She visited the Dryad's Bubble, where the little spring still sang beneath the ferns. She lingered in Violet Vale until the afternoon sunshine turned the blossoms into little pools of blue. She called upon Mrs. Allen at the manse and found the familiar kindness there unchanged. Every path seemed to welcome her home. That evening, Matthew asked if she would walk with him to bring in the cows. Together, they followed Lover's Lane beneath arching branches touched with the golden light of sunset. The woods glowed around them. Birdsong drifted through the trees. Matthew walked more slowly than he once had, and Anne quietly matched her steps to his. "You've worked too hard today, Matthew," she said gently. "Why won't you take things a little easier?" Matthew smiled his shy smile. "I don't seem able to, Anne. I've always worked, and I suppose I've forgotten how to stop." Anne looked at him affectionately. "If I'd been the boy you sent for, I could help you so much now." Matthew stopped and laid one work-worn hand softly upon hers. "Well now," he said, smiling into her face, "I'd rather have you than a dozen boys." His eyes shone with quiet pride. "It wasn't a boy that won the Avery Scholarship." He paused. "It was my girl." Anne felt those simple words settle deeply within her heart. Long afterward, she would remember them. That night she sat for a long while at her open window beneath the silver moon. The Snow Queen glimmered softly outside. Frogs sang peacefully beyond Orchard Slope. And everything seemed wrapped in a quiet beauty and gentle contentment. Anne breathed deeply of the fragrant summer air, believing with all her heart that life stretched before her as far and peaceful as this June evening. She didn't know it yet, but this would be the last night before sorrow entered Green Gables. The golden days of early summer settled gently over Green Gables. The orchard, so lately clothed in drifting blossoms, now shimmered beneath a canopy of rich green leaves. Along the garden paths, roses unfurled one by one, filling the warm air with their delicate fragrance. Bees hummed lazily among the flowers. Robins sang from the orchard fence, and the soft breezes wandered through Lover's Lane, stirring the ferns beneath the great trees. Everything seemed peaceful. Everything seemed exactly as it always had been. It was one of those quiet June mornings that appeared too beautiful to hold even the smallest shadow. Anne had risen early and wandered into the garden with a basket over her arm. She was gathering white narcissus, whose pure blossoms gleamed softly in the sunshine. They had always been among Matthew's favorite flowers, though he had seldom spoke of such things aloud. Anne smiled as she filled her basket, thinking how lovely they would look arranged in the old blue pitcher upon the dining room table. She lingered happily among the flower beds, pausing now and then simply to breathe the sweet morning air. Then, from inside the house, Marilla's voice rang out. "Matthew! Matthew! What's the matter? Matthew, are you sick?" There was something in her tone Anne had never heard before. Alarm. Her basket slipped against her arm as she hurried toward the house, the white blossoms trembling with every step. She reached the kitchen doorway just in time to see Matthew standing on the threshold. One hand still clutched a folded newspaper. His face had turned strangely pale. His eyes looked distant, as though he were trying to understand something beyond the room before him. "Matthew!" Anne cried. She and Marilla sprang toward him all together, but they were too late. Before either of them could reach him, Matthew staggered forward and fell silently across the doorway. The basket slipped from Anne's hands. White narcissus scattered across the worn kitchen floor. For one frozen instant, no one moved. Then Marilla knelt beside her brother. "He's fainted," she gasped, though already fear had entered her voice. "Anne, run for Martin, quickly. He's at the barn." Anne flew. Never had Green Gables seemed so large. She scarcely remembered crossing the yard. Her feet seemed to carry her of her own accord as she called for Martin, the hired man. Within moments, he was racing for the horse. "I'll fetch the doctor," he shouted. "I'll stop at Orchard Slope and send Mr. and Mrs. Barry, too." The wagon disappeared down the lane in a cloud of dust. Neighbors began arriving almost immediately. Mrs. Rachel Lynde, who had been passing on an errand, hurried into the house before the doctor came. Anne scarcely noticed who entered or who left. She knelt beside Matthew, holding one of his hands between both of hers. It already felt strangely still. Mrs. Lynde gently touched Anne's shoulder. "My dear, let me see." With quiet experience, born from many years, she bent beside Matthew. She felt for his pulse. Then she laid her ears against his heart. When she looked up again, tears stood in her eyes. "Oh, Marilla," she said softly, "I don't think we can do anything for him." Anne stared at her. The words seemed impossible. They belonged to another world. "Mrs. Lynde," she whispered, you can't think Matthew is—" She couldn't speak the final word. Mrs. Lynde took Anne's cold hand into her own. "My child," she answered gently. "I'm afraid he is. Look at his face. When you've seen that look as often as I have, you know what it means." Slowly, almost unwillingly, Anne looked. Only yesterday evening Matthew had smiled shyly at her beneath the sunset. My girl that I'm proud of." Now his face had become wonderfully calm. Every line of care had vanished. It seemed almost as though he had simply fallen asleep after a long day's work. Anne felt, without fully understanding it, that something holy had entered the quiet room. When the doctor finally arrived, there was nothing he could do except explain what had happened. Death, he said, had come instantly and without pain. The shock had been too great. Only afterward did they discover the cause. The folded newspaper Matthew had carried home from the post office contained the terrible news that the Abbey Bank had failed. Every dollar that the Cuthberts had saved through years of patient labor had been entrusted there. The sudden blow falling upon a heart already weakened had been more than Matthew could bear. Word spread swiftly through Avonlea. Throughout the day, neighbors came and went with baskets of food, quiet voices, willing hands, and every kindness they knew how to offer. The little farmhouse that had always been so peaceful filled with hushed footsteps. For the first time in his quiet life, shy Matthew Cuthbert became the center of the entire community's love. As evening slowly settled over Green Gables, the house grew still once more. The day's voices faded. The sunset deepened into lavender and silver. In the parlor lay Matthew, dressed with loving care. His gentle gray hair framed the familiar face that now wore the faintest hint of the shy smile Anne always loved. Around him, she placed the old-fashioned flowers blooming in the garden, flowers planted long ago by Matthew's mother. flowers he had cherished all his life without ever speaking much about them. It was the last gift Anne could give him. When darkness finally gathered outside the windows, Diana quietly climbed the stairs to the east gable. Anne stood beside the open window, looking out across the moonlit orchard without really seeing it. "Anne, dear," Diana said softly, "would you like me to stay with you tonight?" Anne turned and took both of Diana's hands. "Thank you," she whispered. "But I think I want to be alone." She tried to smile, though it scarcely came. "I'm not afraid. I need to understand it." Diana kissed her gently and left. The room became very still. Outside, the first stars appeared above the dark hills. And inside, Anne remained by the window, her hands folded tightly together. She waited for tears that would not come. There was only a great, aching emptiness where joy had lived that very morning. And beneath the quiet beauty of the summer night, Anne kept her first lonely vigil with sorrow. Night settled softly over Green Gables. The familiar house, once so full of quiet comfort, seemed wrapped in a silence unlike any Anne had ever known. Even the summer breeze drifting through the open windows seemed to move more gently, as though it, too, understood that sorrow had entered the old farmhouse. Downstairs, Matthew rested peacefully in the parlor among the flowers Anne had gathered for him. Upstairs, in the east gable, Anne stood alone beside her window. Beyond the orchard, the stars shone with calm brilliance above the dark hills. The frogs sang steadily in the marsh beyond the orchard slope, just as they always had on warm June evenings. The whole world appeared unchanged. Yet, nothing was the same. Anne had thought that tears would come once she was alone. Surely they must. She had loved Matthew with all the quiet devotion of her heart. He had been her first true friend at Green Gables, the gentle soul who had understood her even when no one else had, who had brought home puffed sleeves and pearl beads, who had smiled whenever she dreamed aloud. And yet, no tears came. Only a heavy, aching numbness settled over her, so deep that it filled every corner of her heart. She knelt beside the open window and tried to pray. The familiar words came slowly. Above her, the stars burned with their ancient, peaceful light, while below, the orchard rested beneath the silver moonlight. Still, she couldn't weep. At last, worn out by sorrow more exhausting than any labor, Anne lay down upon her bed. Sleep came only fitfully. Then, sometime, in the deep hours of the night, she awoke. For one blessed moment she didn't remember. The room was dark. The house was still. Then, the memory returned all at once. Matthew. She saw him again as he stood smiling at the pasture gate only the evening before. My girl that I'm proud of. His gentle voice seemed to echo through the darkness. Then the numbness broke. The tears came suddenly and without restraint. Anne buried her face in her pillow and wept all the grief her heart had been unable to release before. The sound reached Marilla, and a few moments later the door opened quietly. Marilla crossed the room and sat beside Anne upon the bed. There, dearie," she whispered, laying one arm around her. "Don't cry so. It can't bring him back. I knew that today, but I couldn't help crying either. He was such a good brother to me." "Oh, let me cry," Anne sobbed. "The tears don't hurt the way the aching did. Stay with me a little while, Marilla." She clung to her. "I couldn't let Diana stay. She loves me dearly, but this isn't her sorrow. It's ours." Marilla held her close. For a long time neither spoke.
At last Marilla's voice came quietly through the darkness. "We've got each other now, Anne." She paused. "I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here, if you'd never come to Green Gables." Anne lifted her tear-filled eyes. Marilla rarely spoke of her feelings. Every word cost her an effort. "I know I'm often strict," Marilla continued, "perhaps even harsh. But you must never think I don't love you as much as Matthew did. I've never found it easy to say such things. But tonight I can." She gently brushed Anne's hair away from her face. "I love you as dearly as though you were my own child." The words settled into Anne's heart like a blessing. She wrapped both arms around Marilla. Neither of them tried to hide their tears any longer. Outside, the moon continued its silent journey above the orchard. Inside, the two lonely hearts found comfort in one another. 2 days later, the little procession left Green Gables. Neighbors stood quietly along the lane as Matthew Cuthbert was carried from the home that he had loved his whole life, the fields he had patiently cultivated, the orchards he had planted, the woods where he had walked so often. All seemed to bid him a gentle farewell. When the last of the visitors had gone home, Avonlea slowly returned to its familiar rhythm. The cows still needed milking. The gardens still needed tending. Meals still had to be prepared. To Anne, this seemed almost unbelievable. How could ordinary life continue when Matthew was gone? Sometimes she felt almost ashamed to discover that beauty could still touch her heart. One bright morning, the sunrise painted the eastern sky with the delicate shades of pink. The birds sang joyfully outside her window, and for one brief instant Anne forgot herself and smiled. The smile vanished almost immediately. "It seems almost disloyal," she confessed one evening as she walked with Mrs. Allan through the quiet garden at the manse. "I miss Matthew every hour, and yet the world still seems beautiful to me. Diana said something funny today, and I laughed before I thought. Afterwards, I felt as though I ought not have laughed at all." Mrs. Allan smiled with a gentle understanding. "When Matthew was here," she said softly, "he loved to hear you laugh. Do you think he would wish you never to laugh again?" Anne looked thoughtfully down at the little path beneath her feet. "I hadn't thought of it that way. We all feel that guilt," Mrs. Allan continued. "When someone we love is gone, we almost resent finding happiness again. But God has filled the world with beauty to help heal sorrow, not to betray it." Anne was quiet for several moments. "This afternoon," she said dreamily, "I planted a little white Scotch rosebush on Matthew's grave." Mrs. Allan smiled. "The one his mother brought from Scotland?" Anne nodded. "Matthew always loved those roses best. Somehow it comforts me to think he will always be near them." The evening shadows lengthened. "I must go home now," Anne said at last. "Marilla gets lonely at twilight." Mrs. Allan watched her walk away toward Green Gables. Anne's step was slower now than it had once been. Yet, as she passed beneath the whispering trees and saw the familiar roof waiting in the fading light, she knew that whatever lay ahead, she and Marilla would walk through it together. And that quiet knowledge was the first small thread of hope beginning to weave itself gently through sorrow. The golden days of early summer settled gently over Green Gables. The orchard shimmered beneath clouds of white blossoms. Clover nodded beside the winding lanes, and every breeze carried the cool sweetness of mint and wild roses. The world outside seemed determined to go on blooming, even after sorrow had visited the old farmhouse. For Anne, the days had become quieter than they had ever been before. Matthew's gentle footsteps no longer crossed the yard each morning. His familiar voice no longer greeted the cows in the pasture or wished Marilla good night across the supper table.
Yet his kindness lingered in every corner of Green Gables, woven so deeply into the place Anne often found herself expecting to see him turn the bend in the lane or hear the creak of the porch gate. Grief had changed her, not by taking away her imagination or her joy in beautiful things, but by making both gentler, steadier, and deeper. She had begun to understand that love never truly vanished. It remained quietly with those who remembered. One evening, Marilla returned from Charlottetown later than Anne had expected. Anne had spent the afternoon with Diana at Orchard Slope and came home humming softly as she crossed the yard. But the moment she entered the kitchen, her song faded. Marilla sat beside the table with one elbow resting upon its worn wooden surface, her head leaning wearily against her hand. Never before had Anne seen her look so utterly defeated. She hurried across the room. "Marilla, are you very tired?" Marilla lifted her head slowly. "Yes. No. I scarcely know. I suppose I am tired. But that isn't what troubles me." Anne knelt beside her chair. "You saw the eye specialist today. What did he say?" For several moments Marilla didn't answer. Then she spoke quietly. "He examined my eyes very carefully. He says that if I'm willing to give up reading and sewing and every kind of work that strains my sight, and if I wear the glasses he's prescribed, there's hope." Anne let out a breath that she had been holding. "Oh, Marilla, then there is hope." "But if I don't obey him," Marilla continued in the same calm voice, "he says I'll likely be blind within 6 months." The words seemed to still the very air. Outside, a robin sang somewhere beyond the orchard, unaware that the world inside Green Gables had shifted once again. Anne reached for Marilla's hands. "Then we'll do exactly as he says." Marilla smiled faintly, though sadness lingered in her eyes. "It isn't easy to think of giving up work I've always done. Reading, sewing, caring for the house. They've been my life." "You won't lose them," Anne said gently. "Only share them." Marilla looked at her with quiet affection. "You always did know how to find the hopeful side." Anne managed a small smile. "I learned from Green Gables." Marilla reached out and brushed a loose strand of auburn hair from Anne's forehead. "My eyes aren't the only trouble," she hesitated. "Rachel told us that the Abbey Bank is in difficulty." Anne remembered the newspaper Matthew had carried home, the dreadful paper that had fallen beside him on the porch. "I'd heard rumors," she said softly. "We've lost everything." The words fell in silence with terrible simplicity. "Every penny Matthew and I saved through all our lives was there." Anne felt the room sway around her. Matthew had worked from dawn until twilight for decades. Marilla had pinched every household expense, every careful saving. Gone. "There are still notes on the farm to pay," Marilla continued quietly. "Without the money, I don't see how Green Gables can be kept." Anne stared at her. "What do you mean?" Marilla looked toward the window where the orchard glowed in the evening light. "I've been thinking. There's nothing for it but to sell." For one long moment Anne could not speak. Sell Green Gables, the old house where Matthew had welcomed her, the White Way of Delight, Lover's Lane, the Snow Queen, the orchard where childhood dreams had first taken root. It seemed impossible. A few days later, Mr. Sadler from Carmody came to the house. Anne watched him leave before turning anxiously toward Marilla. What did Mr. Sadler want? Marilla sat slowly in her chair beside the window. "He wishes to buy Green Gables." Anne felt every drop of color leave her face. "Buy it?" Marilla nodded. "I don't know what else can be done. With my eyesight failing, I can't manage the farm. Without our savings, we can't keep it." Her voice broke. "I never thought I'd live to see the day when I'd have to leave my own home." Tears slipped down her cheeks despite the doctor's warning. Anne crossed the room in 2 quick steps and knelt beside her. You mustn't sell Green Gables." "Oh, Anne," Marilla whispered, "I wish there were another way." "There is." Marilla looked up. Anne's voice was quiet now, but perfectly steady. "You won't have to stay here alone." Marilla frowned. "What do you mean?" Anne drew a slow breath. "I'm not going to Redmond." For several seconds, Marilla simply stared at her. "I'm giving up the Avery scholarship." "You can't mean that." "Oh, I do." Anne smiled, a peaceful smile unlike any Marilla had ever seen. "I decided the night after you came home from Charlottetown." She squeezed Marilla's hands. "I've thought about it every day since. Mr. Barry is willing to rent the farm for a year. I'll teach school. Perhaps I won't have Avonlea, but I can teach at Carmody. And I'll live here with you." Marilla shook her head. "Oh, Anne, I can't let you give up everything you've worked for." "There is no sacrifice." Anne looked slowly around the familiar kitchen. The sunlight rested upon the worn floorboards. The clock ticked softly. Outside, the bees drifted lazily among the blossoms. "This is home." She smiled through tears. "My ambitions haven't disappeared. They've simply changed. I thought my future stretched ahead like one long straight road." She paused. "But perhaps life isn't meant to be one straight road." She looked down toward the lane disappearing beyond the orchard. "Perhaps sometimes the loveliest places are found after the road bends." Marilla's eyes filled once more. She reached out and gathered Anne into her arms. "My blessed girl." For the first time in many days, both of them felt hope quietly returning to Green Gables. The days that followed passed quietly at Green Gables. Word soon spread throughout Avonlea that Anne Shirley had given up the Avery scholarship and her plans for Redmond College in order to remain at home with Marilla. Nearly everyone had an opinion. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others declared no sensible girl would turn away from such an opportunity. Many believed Anne was making the greatest mistake of her life. Anne heard the whispers now and then when she went to the post office or stopped at the general store, but they troubled her very little. Her heart was at peace. Every morning she woke beneath the sloping roof of the east gable, looked out across the orchard sparkling with early summer sunshine, and knew she had chosen the path she could live with. Mrs. Allen understood. When Anne met with her in the manse garden one afternoon, the minister's wife took both of Anne's hands. "My dear," she said gently, "I think you have chosen bravely." Those few words meant more to Anne than she could easily express. Mrs. Rachel Lynde, surprisingly enough, approved as well. One soft June evening she came bustling up the Green Gables lane and settled herself upon the stone bench beneath the tall hollyhocks with a long sigh. "I declare, I'm thankful to sit down," she announced. 200 pounds is a great deal for 2 feet to carry around all day." Anne laughed. Mrs. Rachel looked at her with approval. "Well, Anne, I hear you've given up this notion of college, and I was real glad to hear it. You've got as much education as any woman needs. I never did believe in girls filling their heads with Latin and Greek." Anne smiled mischievously. "But I'm still going to study Latin and Greek, Mrs. Lynde." Mrs. Rachel stared. "You are?" "Certainly. I'll simply study them here at Green Gables in the evenings." Mrs. Rachel threw up her hands. "Anne Shirley, you'll work yourself to death." "Not at all," Anne laughed. "I'll be quite moderate." The conversation wandered pleasantly until, almost as an afterthought, Mrs. Rachel said, "I suppose you'll be teaching here in Avonlea after all." Anne looked up quickly. "I thought the trustees had promised the school to Gilbert Blythe." "They had," Mrs. Rachel nodded, "but Gilbert withdrew his application." Anne blinked. "He withdrew?" "Indeed he did." Mrs. Rachel folded her hands comfortably in her lap. "The very minute he heard you applied, he went straight to the trustees and asked them to give the position to you instead." For a moment Anne could only stare. "He did that for me?"
"So Thomas says." Mrs. Rachel nodded approvingly. "It was a handsome thing to do. He'll teach at White Sands instead, though it'll cost him more since you'll have to board there. But he said you ought to have Avonlea." Anne looked silently toward the orchard. The sunlight shimmered softly through the apple leaves. She remembered Gilbert's smile at White Sands, his encouragement before her recitation, his quiet kindness through the years, his refusal to compete against her unfairly. And now, this. "I don't think I ought to accept it," she murmured. Rachel chuckled. "My dear, it's too late for that. Gilbert has already signed with White Sands. The matter is settled." Anne lowered her eyes thoughtfully. For the first time in many years, she saw Gilbert Blythe not as the rival who had challenged her every lesson, but simply as a generous friend. Just then, Mrs. Rachel suddenly peered toward Orchard Slope. "Bless my soul! What does all that waving from Diana's window mean?" Anne laughed. "She's signaling for me. We've never quite outgrown our old ways." She rose lightly from the bench. "I'd better go before she invents some dreadful emergency." Mrs. Rachel watched her run down the clover-covered hill with the easy grace of youth. "There is still a great deal of child about Anne," she said fondly. Marilla smiled. "Yes," she answered quietly, "but there's a great deal more of the woman." As twilight settled gently across Avonlea the following evening, Anne walked alone to the little churchyard where Matthew rested. She carried fresh wildflowers gathered from Green Gables. Kneeling beside the simple grave, she carefully watered the little Scotch rose bush she had planted there. The evening was wonderfully peaceful. Poplar leaves whispered overhead. The grasses stirred softly around the weathered stones. Beyond the churchyard, the lake of shining waters reflected the last pale gold of sunset. Anne remained there for a long while. There was sadness in her heart. There always would be. But sorrow no longer seemed to stand alone. It had become quietly entwined with gratitude. She thought of Matthew's gentle smile, his shy pride, his faithful love, and she realized that every beautiful thing around her still somehow carried a little piece of him. At last she rose and looked out across the valley. The fields glowed beneath the evening sky. The distant sea murmured beyond the hills. The whole world seemed wrapped in gentle peace. "My dear old world," Anne whispered softly. "You are very lovely, and I am glad to be alive in you." She turned toward home, and halfway down the hill, a familiar figure stepped through the gate of the Blythe farm. Gilbert had not yet seen her. He walked with his cap in one hand, softly whistling to himself as the warm evening breeze stirred the maples overhead. Anne slowed her steps. Without quite knowing why, she waited. Anne waited quietly beside the roadside until Gilbert Blythe looked up and saw her. For a moment, he seemed surprised. Then, with the easy courtesy that had always marked him, he lifted his cap and would have walked on had Anne not stepped forward and held out her hand. "Gilbert," she said, her cheeks flushing softly, "I wanted to thank you." He looked at her in surprise. "Thank me? For giving up the Avonlea school?" Gilbert took her hand warmly. "It wasn't particularly good of me at all," he replied. "I was only glad I could do you a small service." Anne smiled. It was much more than a small service. For a few moments they stood together beneath the maples while the evening breeze stirred the leaves overhead. Beyond them, the lake of shining waters reflected the last rosy colors of sunset, and somewhere across the fields a robin sang its final song of the day. Gilbert looked at her earnestly. "Are we going to be friends after this, Anne?" There was no trace of teasing in his voice, only hope. Anne lowered her eyes for a moment. How many years had passed since that foolish quarrel in the Avonlea schoolhouse? How much needless pride had stood between them? She laughed quietly. "I forgave you long ago," she admitted.
I simply didn't know it." Gilbert laughed with her. "What a stubborn little goose you were." "I know." Anne smiled at herself. "I've been sorry for a very long time." His face brightened with an unmistakable happiness. "Then we're friends." "The very best of friends," he declared. "We should have been all along." Anne found herself laughing again. It seemed such a simple thing. How strange that something so simple had taken 5 years. Together they began walking slowly toward Green Gables. "You aren't giving up your studies altogether, are you?" Gilbert asked. "Oh, no." Anne's eyes brightened. "I mean to study every spare hour I can." "So do I," he smiled. "Perhaps we can help each other." "I should like that very much." The rest of the walk passed almost too quickly. They spoke of Queen's Academy, of books they hoped to read, of teaching, of Redmond. Every few moments one of them remembered another forgotten story, and both laughed as though they were making up for 5 years of conversations they had never had. By the time they reached the lane leading to Green Gables, twilight had settled over Avonlea. The first stars shone above the pointed firs. Gilbert stopped at the gate. "I suppose we'd better say good night." "I suppose so." Anne smiled warmly. "Good night, Gilbert."
"Good night, Anne."
He walked away with a lighter step than when they had met. Anne watched him disappear down the road before turning toward the house. Marilla looked up as Anne entered the kitchen.
"Who was that walking with you?"
"Gilbert Blythe."
Marilla looked at her curiously. "I didn't know you and Gilbert Blythe were such good friends."
Anne laughed.
"We haven't been." She paused thoughtfully. "We've been very good enemies. And now
We've decided it's much more sensible to be good friends."
Marilla smiled quietly. "That sounds much better."
Later that evening, Anne climbed to the east gable. The familiar little room welcomed her like an old friend. She opened the window wide. Outside, the cherry branches whispered in the evening breeze. The scent of mint drifted softly upward from the garden below. And far away, through the old gap in the firs, Diana's little light glowed warmly across the fields. Anne rested her arms upon the windowsill. So much had changed. Matthew was gone. The future she had dreamed of had changed with him. Redmond would have to wait. Her life would not follow the long, shining road she had once imagined. Yet, strangely enough, she was not unhappy. She thought of Marilla downstairs, of Green Gables, of Gilbert's offered friendship, of Diana's faithful love, of Matthew's gentle smile. The world still seemed full of beauty. There would still be books to read, children to teach, friendships to cherish, dreams yet waiting to be discovered. Her road had become narrower, but it had not ended. She looked out across the moonlit orchard where the Snow Queen stood white and peaceful beneath the stars. Matthew had once called her my girl. She hoped somehow that he knew she was trying to live in a way that would make him proud. A deep, quiet peace settled over her heart. There would be work. There would be sorrow. And there would be joy. And there would always be something beautiful waiting beyond the next turning. Anne smiled into the peaceful night. "I don't know what lies around the bend," she whispered, "but I believe the best does." The breeze stirred the blossoms outside her window. The stars shone steadily over Green Gables. And somewhere, in the quiet beauty of Avonlea, Anne felt that this life itself was gently smiling back at her. For there was always the bend in the road. And now, the lights at Green Gables grow warm against the quiet night. The orchards rest beneath the stars. The little brook continues its gentle song beyond Lover's Lane. And somewhere, through the old gap in the fir trees, a single light still glows from Diana's window. Though Anne's story has come to its peaceful close, Green Gables will always remain here, waiting beneath the apple blossoms, the autumn maples, the winter snow, and the first violets of spring. Thank you for walking these familiar roads with me, for sharing in Anne's laughter, her dreams, her sorrows, and the quiet hope she found beyond every bend in the road. As summer slowly gives way to autumn, new stories are waiting for us. Soon we'll wander beneath whispering trees dressed in crimson and gold, follow quiet woodland paths, visit sleepy villages wrapped in mist, and gather beside glowing hearth fires where the old tales have been lovingly passed from one generation to the next. There may be moonlit forest, forgotten bridges, friendly ghosts, and just the gentlest touch of autumn mystery. Always peaceful, always comforting, always a place where you can simply rest. So wherever our next story leads, I hope you'll come along. Until then, close your eyes, let the day drift quietly away, and carry a little piece of Green Gables with you. Sleep now. You are safe. You are loved. Thank you for listening to Nicki Woo Cozy Stories, created by Nicole T. Woodard. May your dreams be gentle and your sleep be deep.